completely off. Damn, that was a good performance too. Let's try it again. What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone.
At Narwalby, super chat.
Sound is off.
Irene, we can't hear you, lol.
It's true. He's right. And thank you for the super chat. Also, thank you for the membership. Eco-socialist who just became a... You know, we should change the levels. I don't know. Weird Champs is such a Twitch phrase, right? When I was when I made the membership roles, I think we were more, Twitch was more of the, I don't know, Twitch is kind, I mean, it's we're on Twitch, we're on YouTube, where that's what I was just trying to explain to you, right? I was just trying to say, you know, I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is, time it is in your time zone. It is Thursday the 12th for some of you, and Friday the 13th for others of you. 2025, this is NCC TV coming to you as always from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brand in a jar somewhere, don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real. Synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, however, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness. This is, was, or will be in the not too, did I say 2025? Goddamn. In the not too distant cyber future. You're lucky I didn't say 2569, because that's what it says on my bills, chat. That's what my bills say. According to my bills, it's 2569. Oh my god, wait, I'm trying to remember. The Thai dates. Okay, I gotta type this. I gotta tell you how this works, right? Because I can't remember myself exactly how this works. The date is different in Thailand. The new year is different, but the years still change on the, you know, from the 31st of December to the 1st of January, just to not be quite as confusing. Thai years. Buddhist era. Okay, yeah, BE is what it's called. That we're in Thailand right now. We're in the Buddhist era of Thailand, as opposed to the pre-Buddhist year. Yeah, New Year's for us is coming up on April 13th, and I can't wait, because the New Year's festival in Thailand is something, well, unique, honestly, right? You're out there. It's kind of like Splatoon without the paint, basically, because everybody's got water guns, and they're squirting. You know, everywhere you go, people are having a giant water fight, and that's how the New Year is welcomed in, even though... Oh, wait a minute. What? There's a separate Thai zodiac? There's a 12-year animal cycle. Is it different than the Chinese zodiac? Now I gotta know, chat. Thai zodiac versus Chinese. If you know the Chinese zodiac, it's I think 12-year cycle, also represented by animals. Oh shit, Thailand okay, it's very similar to the Chinese zodiac, except instead of a dragon, Thailand has a naga, a mythical serpent type of spirit, which the pig in Chinese becomes an elephant. Oh, in some northern traditions. Okay, so northern Thailand may at times replace the pig with an elephant. And that's the big difference, is the dragon gets replaced with the... Wait, so does that mean there's a naga and a snake? God damn, chat. Falcor, thank you for subscribing with a Prime. Apparently Splatoon is about a race war between squids and octopuses. Oh my god. Chat, this is the first time I've ever put lime in a smoothie. Usually, you know what I mean? Like, lime is not usually like a smoothie ingredient for me, but like I tried it and it's good. Okay, so we're at 19 as Narwhal is reminding me on the bonus content. Correction. Splatoon is a post-apocalyptic type game. Yeah. Splatoon is, wait, I think it's after humans are no longer around. Magenta. Celebratory monarch butterfly eclosions emerging from chrysalis. That's what you say. Call it an eclosion. That's awesome. My baby has shapeshifted. Well, congratulations. I didn't know you were a butterfly mama, but congratulations. That's amazing. Okay, so let me try. Let me see. Where are we supposed to be at now? Narwhal says 16 is what it should say. So let's make it say that. 16 out of 100. This is our bonus goal for bonus content, of course. But before I even tell you about the bonus content, I should probably tell you about the content we're covering during stream. Yeah, as much as I'd love to talk about my interesting smoothie this morning, I gotta tell you about what has gone on with the I've Had It podcast, chat. We now have an I've Had It podcast situation. If you don't know the I've Had It podcast, these are two gals, I believe, from Oklahoma. Am I right about that? Am I mixing it up? Is it another different state? I think it's Oklahoma. They're from Oklahoma. They were on some kind of a reality show together, and they're kind of a force of nature, especially Pumps. Pumps is like the spiritual heart of the I've Had It podcast. She doesn't talk as much, but she serves, I guess. Anyway, so yeah, the I've Had It podcast has blown up, come out of nowhere, become really prominent on the progressive media scene. There we go. As of late, and their personalities, right? These are just like not people you would expect as podcasters, right? If I were to describe them in a stereotypical way, I would say like Midwestern wine moms, but they can describe themselves, and they're actually very unique people, and it's been fairly positive for them. I think there's some exceptions, aren't there? I believe there's some exceptions, but more or less positive. Today we kind of have like a double issue for the I've Had It podcast to deal with. Like on one hand, they had Hasan Piker on recently. Hasan made a statement about wanting to, that something like Gavin Newsom being nominated as a Democratic candidate is the kind of thing that would make him consider just voting for a third party, because at that point it's over, right? And that's the part of the comment that Hasan made, which is a little bit more nuanced than that. It's actually like a conversation between Jen and Hasan. And, it's not like, as kind of like fuck the Democrats as maybe it sounds. It's more like an admission that Gavin Newsom, if that's the candidate, if that's the best that the Democratic Party can do, there's not a good chance for the Democratic Party winning. But, he's on with Jennifer Welch. She kind of sounds like she's, and she is, like, sort of disagreeing with him, arguing with him. And that causes, by the time the conversation's over, she said she ended up seeing what he was saying and agreeing with him. And the other point that he makes is like, look, if you are, she says, like, I would crawl through the like fever swamps of Alligator Alcatraz and, the bog of eternal muck and all this stuff just to vote for anybody but JD Vance if I was, given the chance, right? Coming from like red state hell, like I would do anything. And Hasan's response to that is, don't you think the Democrats realize that? And that maybe that's the reason that you're not getting the change that you want when you vote for the Democrats. You're getting a more, sort of do nothing party that's only claim to fame is like, we are not the shitheads that are fucking up the country. Because our policies are if they're destructive in a slow way. If they're protective or helpful, they're helpful also in a slow way. But also, that the Democrats are almost never in power. The Democrats are a clown show in that they're losing. It's like if the Harlem Globetrotters trick, chat, was to find a way to lose to the other team whose whole purpose is to play extremely badly, right? I don't think the Republican Party is actually a difficult political op to have. I think there is a lot of Trumpism is self-ownage. It's constant self-ownage, and that should, result in in wins for the Democrats. However, when their response to that is to say, hey, that's great, we don't have to propose any kind of agenda, we don't have to set anything up as our goal lest it be knocked down, we can just win conservatively. It's probably like if some of you watch football, when you your team has a frustratingly conservative coach that, while yes, when you're ahead, maybe it's best not to take chances. If you coach in such a way that you're taking no chances, there's a good chance you won't be ahead for very long, right? So it's the same kind of thing that you're dealing with the Democrats. It's not a embrace of MAGA or a there's no difference between these two things or anything like that. As some people are characterizing it, it is just an observation that when the Democrats think that your vote is in the tank for them, they tend to suck ass. And if you want the Democrats to win, you don't want them to suck. Sorry, I could use a different phrase, couldn't I? Yeah, I could. You don't want the Democrats to suck that bad. You want the Democrats to offer something meaningful, a way forward, more than just a no, but a no and, right? That's what the Democrats need right now in order to get people off the couch. Because ultimately, the election in 2024 was not lost to Donald Trump. It was lost to the motherfucking couch. And the reason that couch was so appealing is that the Democrats are so fucking intransigent on so many issues that you'd hope that there would be a little bit of human, sympathy, empathy even at work there. And there's not, and it's frustrating, right? And so the Democrats lose to the couch, and what's their answer? Blame the voters, yell at the voters, right? And you saw that, right? Hasan Piker presenting himself as a potential voter who says, God damn it, if it's Gavin Newsom, fuck it. They've already given up the fucking game. If that's what's happened, if the Democrats are that intransigent, if after all this shit, they have learned nothing, Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and they go and pick fucking Gavin Newsom, then yeah, it's kind of fucked. It's kind of cooked at that point. And you can't take that person, whether it's Hasan Piker or whether it's just some voter out there who might have situations that you don't even understand, who might have issues that the Democrats are massively fucking up on that you're not even tuned into, right? If you don't have family in Palestine, you don't really know that how that feels to hear from some shitlib that you gotta fucking vote for Kamala Harris, you dumbass, right? It's not quite as apparent to somebody in that situation that, yeah, Kamala Harris is going to do something better. And I do think that, like, you could hardly get worse than Trump. When it comes to Gaza, when it comes to anything, you could hardly fucking get worse, right? But just because I understand that doesn't mean that everybody understands that. And that's where she fell down. That's what Hasan is hoping to correct through his involvement, right? This is not somebody that has said, fuck the Democratic Party, it needs to die, it needs to be replaced. If you vote Democrat, you're impure, you're a bad person, right? No, he's never said anything like that. This is somebody that's gone to Democrat conventions, that has talked to Democratic politicians, that is excited by certain Democratic politicians, all right? Not somebody that is a fucking political arsonist, which is what I've been reading about on Twitter. Look, Hasan is an imperfect person, all right, or a vessel, if you're gonna, since he's come to represent like the entire left in a certain way. When a slop tuber talks shit about the left, they don't say fucking leftist, blah, 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 like, right? They don't say fucking SJW and show the woman with the face, right, and the cap, right? They show Hasan. They make it about Hasan. They work Hasan into it because somehow the personality of Hasan has come to represent everything that chuds hate about the left wing, leftist and liberals, really, if we're being real. So yeah, this is where we're at. It's what we've been dealing with. Jen, I guess, has come around. She's made another video defending Hasan after, being in the clip arguing with Hasan, where everybody, all these shitlibs were like agreeing with her and being like, fuck Hasan. Hasan is so bad. Oh my God, you can't even endorse Kamala Harris. I do think that's a problem though. I do think the way that Hasan presented that is a problem, because optically when something gets out and the first thing in the door is this guy didn't endorse Kamala Harris, right? A lot of people just make assumption. You didn't endorse Kamala Harris. That means you didn't vote for Kamala Harris. That means that you didn't say that Kamala Harris was better than Trump, right? Didn't endorse, Kamala Harris kind of sounds like something other than what it really is, which is him not getting excited about a candidate who ultimately, who had the ability to win the election and let it slip through her fingers. And he's, shown, history has proven him correct. Hasan is becoming Ralph Nader. Nice. Who fell down? I thought Jen Jen did back Hasan in a response video, right? But the liberals that are attacking Hasan that might have looked at Jen and been like, hey, based, cool, wine mom knows what's up. We gotta vote. You gotta crawl through the swamp. You gotta crawl through the swamp. You gotta vote multiple times for the shit lib candidate that is offered to you. No, if it's Rahm Emanuel, if it's fucking Mark Cuban, chat, don't act like that couldn't happen, okay? Because you and I both know that it absolutely could. It absolutely could happen that the Democrats would somehow, throw the fucking candidate, be like, yeah, Mark, let's they got their millionaire. Let's go with our millionaire. We got to combat a millionaire with a millionaire. Oh, sorry, billionaire. I think Mark Cuban is a billionaire, and actually Donald Trump is now too, because he's made so much money off of those hogs, chat. He's been turning the hogs into bacon. And by bacon, I mean Bitcoin, shitcoin, Trump coin, ass coin, Melania coin, incest coin, whatever you want to call it. It's a bad deal for America. Oh my God. Sorry, that fucking smoothie is good. Just something about me recoils, chat, about the idea of combining such ingredients as lime and oat milk, right? In my imagination, lime curdles oat milk, but I'm tasting no curdlage. There's no, it's just delicious smoothie here. Oh my God. How can a smoothie be so good? I'm gonna rage about that. I'm gonna complain about that. This smoothie is too fucking good. You have to nerf it. I'm just gonna drink this forever. God damn. Anyway, chat, smoothies aside, yeah, I got coffee here too, and I gotta wake the fuck up because we got a lot to talk about. And it's not just about the Hasan thing. So we talked about the Hasan thing yesterday. It felt like a lot of Twitter. It felt like a lot of libs. It felt like a lot of, some kind of negative exposure for Hasan. Obviously, Jen has popped up and defended him, said that she actually agrees with him now. And so, I mean, I guess that's kind of gone in his favor. But I've had it has another problem. So, I mean, look, the gals are making tracks. They've moved from, I think, Oklahoma. I know at least Jennifer has. I think Pumps has too. Moved from Oklahoma to New York. They are collabing. They are bringing on guests. And they brought on Hasan recently on the IHIP show and did a back-to-back where they were on Fear and the hour after. And then, a wide tent sometimes invites clowns. Can I say that? People like to have a big tent. People like to talk to everybody from every corner. People like to have relationships with people that they don't necessarily agree with on everything. And you get that big tent, and to a point, it's big tent is better than a pup tent, I suppose. It's just you barely with enough room in the pup tent, right? With the big tent, though, you start to get the clowns. And a few weeks ago, Jennifer got Cenk Uygur, clown of the world. Bitter man, Cenk Uygur. I'm sorry, chat. It's so bad when you disappoint people that are long-term fans, chat. And I'll have to remember this. I will try not to make the mistake that Jink and Anna have done. But when you disappoint long-term fans, because I was, I watched TYT when I was like freshman in college, right? It was like, but when you disappoint fans that know your fucking memes, I think it's even worse. Brace Belden is not a clown. I'm not saying that, well, I'm a rodeo clown. Brace Belden probably is. Could you imagine? You would see the rodeo, Davy. If I was holding out tickets to a rodeo and Brace Belden you knew was going to be the clown in that rodeo, would you not? Would you not accept the tickets? Would you not buy the ticket? Would you not take the ride? And watch Brace Belden save, some poor cowboy from a horrible goring death by distracting an angry bull? I mean, I think that's what Brace is kind of best at, right? Anyway, Buffy Geek has just racked up a 10 stream watch streak. That is amazing. Omega Star just reached a 5 stream watch streak. That is amazing. We are starting strong here today, chat. But yeah, so look, Jen had Ana Kasparian on, and it went about how you'd expect. Now look, Jen Pumps, the gals, they're kind of famous for rocking the boat sometimes, right? For getting a big guest, bringing them on, and where most people like Pod Save America would never ask them the uncomfortable questions, would never fucking debate them about something on, in the interview, right? The I've Had It gals will sometimes take it there. Case in point, Rahm Emanuel. Motherfucker probably felt ambushed, but he deserved to be ambushed. He needed to be ambushed. And if they didn't ambush him, Chad, I don't think their viewers, their community would trust them. They build up trust, right? Just like Jink built up trust with me before doing what he did. They build up trust with their audience. I'm not saying that fucking IHIP is going the way of TYT. I don't know. I think they've got a choice. I think they got a lot of choices to make, and it's not an easy road to navigate. Gnarled by Nature, did you get another Twitch membership? The numbers changed, but no notifications. I don't know. I think somebody signed up as a Prime. Yeah, you can do that on Twitch, right? If you've got Prime, I won't judge you. You can hook your Amazon account up to your Twitch account, and you get a free subscription to the streamer of your choice. And if I'm your favorite streamer, easy choice, right? If I'm not your favorite, if there's other streamers you watch, maybe more difficult choice. But we appreciate you parking that Prime right here. It does help us out. It does make the bonus goal go forward, and it takes money from a big evil corporation. I will not mention which one, but I'm sure you can read between the lines. Here, listening while I walk the doggies. Nice. Well, yeah, that's the other thing. Has anybody ever seen IHIP's dog? Can somebody explain to me? Okay, wait, let me show you. Let me show you what I've got. I think you're gonna like this, actually. This is gonna be one of those Irene things that most people end up enjoying if I can do it correctly without taking too much time here. I think I can. I think I can manifest this. Okay. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that, chat. That's their like logo, right? That's their like main thing. And so what I'm asking now, right, is that like I've watched, a decent amount of IHIP. I've never seen the dog. Whose dog is that? Okay. Because that is an incredibly smiley dog. Look at that. Most dogs don't. That dog is like the Joker. Anyway, yeah, I don't know about the dog. I'm sure there could be a lot of different stories about the dog. There we go. But I don't know them. These gals, like I said, they've been together for a long time. I think they've been best friends forever. And then they did some kind of reality show together that I don't know about that either. And then they started doing just a podcast to say, this grinds my gears. I've Had It podcast was about like, what have you had it with? Oh, I've had it with subscriptions. I'm always paying for subscriptions that I no longer use. That really, you know what I mean? It's just like basically anything fits into that. But then they start, more and more politics starts entering into there. And as they're dealing with more and more politics, you start to see their political alignment kind of shift from being, basic Democrats to, to being skeptical Democrats, I'd say, with a little bit of maybe leftist tendencies, taking money. Oh yeah, that's true, Emily French. Nick Shirley about to try and peer into the IHIP windows on non-filming days, asking, where's the dog? Show me the dog. Yeah, that dog, they're using the dog to do fraud, right? They're getting all kinds of government grants based on the idea that they have a dog, when clearly, just like those barrels, right? You don't think that the IHIP ladies actually own those barrels? I mean, maybe they do. They could be antique collectors, chat. That's what I'm saying. One or more of them could be a dog owner. One of more. I've had it with Twitch ads. Are you serious? Are you getting Twitch ads, Oglobbits? On my channel? I thought Twitch was not putting ads on. I thought it was too controversial for ads. That's the last I heard from Twitch. They don't want to come near. They don't claim me. But thank you for parking your Prime right here and bringing us up to 19 out of 20. We're almost a fifth of the way towards bonus content. But nobody knows about their dog? I'm surprised. I thought maybe we would have some like old school IHIP fans in here. But yeah, so you're gonna see some stuff you probably really like from IHIP this tonight, and you're gonna see some stuff that maybe, well, their viewers don't like, right? I can tell you that the verdict is in from the I've Had It podcast comment section, and they're not fans of Ana, right? They weren't fans of Jink, but it was a little bit more mixed. It was a little bit more understanding. And with Ana, the commenters have had it. Chat, what is it when you've had it with IHIP? That's like IHIP squared. Like I've had it podcast. That's great. That's recursive or something. We divided by 0. The bigger a political streamer gets, the more audience they capture. Oh, audience captured. Good luck with that. Well, if IHIP was audience captured, right, they probably wouldn't have had Jink and Ana on. I could say a lot of, critical things about their engagements with Jink and Ana. I'm not really a fan of those, but I will not. I don't think they are grifting, right? I don't think this is not the best. They would be better served, I think, like just from a purely monetary standpoint, by not having anything to do with Ana or Jink. So it must be because Jennifer really believes that something positive can come out of the interaction with Jink and now with Ana. And I mean, we can give it we'll have time to watch that, right? I'll try to make sure that we have time to watch. I want to, I would feel like if I made a judgment without like watching that whole thing of her engagement with Ana, I would feel a little bit like I was being a little unfair. Can't really criticize something if you don't like and really look at it and see, is there something she's trying to do here? Is this an issue of ignorance? Because it can be an issue of ignorance, right? Especially if you're the kind of person where when you hear something about somebody that you're friends with, you kind of like tune it out, right? Some people just do that because people talk shit, and you don't like automatically believe shit that people are talking about your friends. So if you like I've always said, if you see Ana these days in certain environments, in certain situations, right? Especially if it's Ana versus like Rabbi Shmuley and I don't know, who are the big Israel defenders these days, chat? I don't even know. Drew Pavlov, maybe? I don't even know who she debates on. But when she goes on Piers Morgan and debates Zionists, obviously she comes off sounding pretty good. And they've been hammering that home. They've been trying to like kind of replace, the image of Ana being angry at other content creators with the image of Ana going off on full-on Zionists. Am I allowed to say full-on? That's not a negative thing, right? I'm not saying. I'm just saying they're very Zionists. Very steeped in Zionism. My favorite thing about the IHIP is what I call the homosexual menace theory. Jennifer thinks the reason why we have a resurgence of right-wing politics is because they are actually gay. Yeah, I mean, look, there are definitely the closet and on the Republican side of things is full. Obviously, the Grindr crashes everywhere Republicans go, so there's a lot of closeted Republicans. I don't, another controversy that IHIP gets into is the amount of time that they dedicate towards speculating on the sexual behaviors of these of Republicans that are I mean, look, there's people. Well, let's see. Like, there's closeted Republicans that are kind of open secrets, right? Where it's like everybody kind of knows, and then there's some, people that they talk about where it's just kind of like, well, okay, you could see Mike Johnson as gay. He's not the, he's not the spitting image of masculinity, and if that's, your, but you start to realize, like, if that's your basis for like seeing somebody as gay is they don't seem very masculine. That's a pretty stereotypical image of gay men, right? A lot of gay men are very much about being masculine. It's not, there's anyway. But yeah, if you look at the old stereotypes, obviously, that's part of it. Self-hatred is, and nobody thinks that IHIP is like they like got deep, like rooted, like anti-gay hatred in their hearts. They just feel like maybe they're kind of new to things and they don't get it. Rabbi Shmuley really fell off. Yeah, he got to where even the Zionists don't want to have him around. Self-hatred is the through line. It's just a common to be homophobic in this country. Is IHIP the women version of the Vanguard? I never thought about that. You got Cillian and Billy, and you got Pumps and Jennifer. Maybe so. I don't know. But yeah, so there's been multiple controversies, and I think that they've taken feedback on that. I can't imagine that they haven't. Not to give them the out of like, well, we have staff that is gay, but they do. Their producer, who they have on screen and seem to work with pretty close, seem to know pretty well, right? Is a lesbian, and I mean, you would hope that they'd get some sort of guidance as to like how it's coming off, because I mean, I think that it feels like their hearts are in the right place. It's just like, but this is the problem with dark woke, chat. Honestly, and we're gonna have to talk about this at some point. I'm not like I don't have like a particular bone to pick with dark woke, but I do think that sometimes it manifests in a way that's really embarrassing, chat. Like, the Lord of the Rings, the whole idea of like, you got the ring of power, it's not a power that you control, so you got to bring it back to the fires that it was forged in. And then there's always that one guy that's like, no, throw the ring in the volcano. That's stupid. We got to fight Sauron with this thing. Right? We got to use this thing. We need our own ring, right? We need to be able to turn invisible to, like, I don't know. It's just like, it's a character that in a movie, you kind of like, it's hard to even feel sorry for them because they're just so obviously making a foolish mistake. And I feel like sometimes dark woke veers into that, into like, look, this fucking bigotry is overpowered, okay? I'm sick of the right wing using people's bigotry to win. I'm gonna use the bigotry on my side, right? And it comes up when there's like a, gay Republican or a black Republican, or like these are generally the targets of the dark woke shit. I don't think it's like, I do look, I want Democrats to know that like the manners are not important. The political comity of the Senate is not as important as they think, right? And that sometimes because they have the personality of the go along to get along, they get taken advantage of. And you'd wish that different kinds of personalities would find their way into Democratic politics, so you didn't have so much of that. But yeah, I think you need to be careful, like how much you are, because when you got to realize when you're emulating the right wing like that, when you're seeing their, prejudice as a power, you're kind of like those are right wing thoughts that you're thinking, right? You're accepting a lot of their premises there. So anyway, yeah, as long as I don't want to overstate that, and make it sound like I am like here to just like, microanalyze everybody's content and find the like, right-wing genes in there and identify them and be like, aha, you've got like this little tiny element of reactionary. We all have reactionary tendencies, unfortunately. But just being aware of them. And that's what scares me about dark woke, is I feel like some people, when they're in the throes of a dark woke spice ecstasy trance, I feel like they start to not see that. I feel like they lose that self-awareness, and it's crucial that you don't. That's all. Okay, so I think I've covered that. I've told you, what we're going to be covering today, the two aspects of the I've had a podcast. The Hasan thing, which, yeah, Jennifer is absolutely 100% on board with Hasan and actually defending him and saying that he changed her mind, right? And it doesn't seem like she's grifting. It seems like this is something she really believes in. Also, the Ana thing.
Sashig219 super chatted $5. Happy birthday, Mo, smiling face with hearts.
Wait a minute. How did I miss that? Oh my God. I even liked the happy birthday, Moe. Happy Moe birthday. I think I just got too into talking about the content, chat, but I think I've explained everything now. I think we're good. I can relax. I can take a breath. Sometimes I get intense. 29. So yeah, we're almost a third of the way towards the bonus goal for content. I should talk to you about what's on that bonus content list. And thank you, Sasha G, for wishing Moino a happy birthday. Thank you, Omega Star, too. Thank you for being thoughtful. Just as I'm saying it's important to stay aware of things, I'm like sitting on a happy birthday message that I have not relayed. So it's important. Yeah, happy birthday. Happy birthday, as Christopher is saying. It's not homophobic to be mean to closeted gay people who have the authority of taking it away from the rest of us. I think it's fair game. It's not that it's not fair game. It's like whether it's smart, and it's also how you do it, right? Like, I almost think that look, at the risk of endorsing Hasan, because I do think he sometimes kind of messes up at this too, but like the way that he handled the Nick Fuentes thing, like there's a way to point out that Nick Fuentes, under his own regime, the regime that he espouses, would be persecuted not just because of his Latin heritage, but also because of his pretty obvious homosexuality or bisexuality or bi-curious nature that he continues to deny. So yeah, no, I hear you. Cat Burglar has my vote. Yo, Vamps just came in to vote for the Cat Burglar. Okay, so thanks for reminding me. I gotta keep moving. And like I said, I'm not pushing this point too hard, right? I'm not a stickler on fuck dark woke. I do think that, look, if it gives some Democrats, especially some Democratic politicians, some courage, I'm all for that. Speaking of things that I'm all for you putting a butterfly in my hair, and you are actually, let's see, 40% of the way towards doing that. That's amazing. Yeah. So we have this butterfly goal. If we can capture 10 teal or higher super chats, then I get to put this butterfly in my hair and continue the stream like that. So if you want to help me out with that, super chats are what do that. Super chats that are the teal variety or higher, if we get 6 more of them, then we'll be butterfly status. And I'm here for that, right? I'm all for that. So in addition to the butterfly goal, which I need to update here because like, that's the place for it right there. Make Irene bounce. Oh my God. This smoothie is making me bounce because it's so delicious. Yeah, so 4 out of 10 on that and 29 out of 100 on the bonus content. The bonus content goal and the bonus content poll are something that I do every day. I choose the first half. I choose the free half. You get to choose the fun half, and, you know, you get to fund the fun half, right? And if we can fund our way to a fun half, then I'll get to stick on a little longer, right? It makes it worth my while to stick on stream a little bit longer and talk to you about another topic. And I've got 4 topics that are on tap today. Let's see what they are. In first place, we have Epstein, Bannon, and 4chan. That's right. There's a lot of information on Epstein taking interest in some kind of niche or, you know, younger age group internet activities. Definitely at the time that, you know, that Epstein and Bannon were, I don't know what 4chan is like now because it's been around for a while, but at the time that they were, that it was in their view, they were, it was a very young demographic, right? It starts off as an anime board, expands to lots of different interests, mainly interests of young men, although, you know, feminines exist as well to a limited extent. But yeah, Epstein and Bannon seemed interested in this, and they seemed like, you know, there's just like so many plots around this. We already know how Bannon had his hand in Gamergate in a certain way. We're sort of asking if some of these emails that we got from the Epstein files might actually indicate like it's like people are now playing the game of trying to imagine what all Epstein could have had his hands in, because it seems like he did have his hand in a lot of different pies. So yeah, one of those pies was 4chan, possibly. So we could look into that. Humanist Report has a really good video about this, and actually a lot of people have been talking about this. So I'd love to get into that if that ends up getting chosen. Second place, we have Fox News on China maxing, right? China is kind of like a futuristic wonderland if you go there, right? Things are nicer, and I'm not kidding. I'm not exaggerating, right? Things are generally nicer, newer, better, more efficient than in the United States, because, you know, the United States is kind of spinning its wheels at the moment, wasting away its sort of you know, cachet of you know, a lot of what made the United States the global hegemon wasn't just like, you know, greater GDP or a more advanced military or whatever. A lot of it was the image that the United States has that has fallen off the fucking map, right? United States is nowhere, right? United States is cringe, and China is kind of mogging and maxing and you know, it's having its moment in the sun. So yeah, there was a woman on Fox News who made a video about Hasan Piker and how he was doing propaganda for the PRC via his Chinese trip. So yes, a whole thing about, you know, an anti-communist woman warning about the dangers of China maxing, and especially Hasan Piker. You know, it's fun content. It's fun content. All right, that's in second place. Third place is a cat burglar who turns out to be a real cat. That's right, one of those feel good local news stories, if you will. And then last place right now at 11%, we got more MAGA parents debates. You remember the MAGA parents, Bob, who was the recipient of Hasan's foam hat, MAGA foam hat? And oh my God, Mary Lou, right? So I mean, they've been doing more stuff and talking about, like, let's see, Pam Bondi, talking about the Trump racist AI monkey AI that he did, and talking about a lot of different things. So we could jump into there and check out what the MAGA parents and the progressive kids are doing now. So those are the 4 options on the table. Make sure to vote for them if you haven't already. 65 of you have. So if you're on Twitch, feel free to come over to YouTube. It's no comment chick on YouTube, and then you can just find the stream and you can vote if you want to. That's how you make your voice heard. To pick the item, and at the end of the stream, if this number gets to 100, I'm gonna cover the topic of your choice, right? Whether it's Epstein, Bannon, 4chan, China, Fox News on China maxing, cat burglar turns out to be a real cat, or more MAGA parents debate. So, get those votes in, and get those donos in, because that's what determines whether I can stick around to cover one topic if we get to 100, if we can stick around to cover 2 topics if we get to 200, or 3, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? You got the idea. Higher dono goal amount equals more bonus content. That's what I'm trying to say. You also have the ability, if you want to, right, when you donate, to let me know which of these topics you would like to see. And I feel like somebody already has said something, right? So remind me if I don't put it up there. But this tracker thing right here is for tracking the bonus conferred by donation. So in other words, when you donate, you have the opportunity to turn your donation into a percentage and add it to the topic of your choice, just by letting me know in chat of like, hey, I would like my dono to support this thing. Or you could even say Vox Populi, which is the anti-skewing of the poll, right? Vox Populi makes the votes count for more, makes the donos count for less. But yes, you can channel your donation towards the topic of your choice just by letting me know in chat, and I will add it right there. And at the end of the stream, we'll add it onto whatever your topic is scoring in the poll, and if it puts it in first place, then we end up watching that. So yeah, that's something. And there's also the gaming frogs. Let's not forget the gaming frogs, although I feel like I need to get a break where I'm not tired and I can actually figure out how to do a freaking gaming stream, because I owe you gaming frogs a number, probably like I owe you gaming frogs like a marathon of streaming, and I'll try to give it to you soon, considering that the new season of Fallout is out, and really want to finish Soul Hackers, which if you're wondering, that's where the music at the beginning of the stream comes from. It comes from Soul Hackers. Anyway, chat, I think I've explained that well enough. It's super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on throne.com/nocommentchick, in which I'm trying to fund a replacement for my old computer before it's on Windows 10, chat, and it can't run Windows 11. I've got to replace it before Windows 10 is completely kaput, which it's getting there. It's getting there. So if you want to help me on that, it's throne.com/nocommentchick. That counts towards the goal, or on Patreon, or on Twitch, which, like I said before, you can hook your Amazon account up to your Twitch account if you have Prime and get a free sub. You can pay $6 for a sub. I know that's a lot. That's twice as much as a membership is on YouTube. But people do like them because they give you the animated emojis on Twitch, and you also get to rewind the VOD. So, if it's worth it to you. If you're not in either of those boats, though, you could still get a sub. And that happens more often if you're active in chat, because occasionally people do give out gift subs. It's very generous of them to do so. And they're more likely to gift you a gift sub if they see your name. So be active in chat. With that, chat, I feel like I've explained everything. Put like 100 into gaming. We need to do a gaming stream. We need to figure out how to make that work too, because you know what happens when I do gaming is like my numbers go into the toilet. So I don't know. I gotta figure out how that works. Anyway, one thing that I know how it works is my Patreons, because my Patreons support me every month, and everybody that supports me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. Since we are now at the beginning of this one, let me do those. Let me shout those people out. We got JMB. Should I show people how high video gaming is right now?
Will be super chatted $10. There's an insider tech video where a Microsoft turned AI consultant promotes the certainty of an AI future that has the perks of transhumanism and eugenics openly. I unironically blame Epstein.
That's a very Epstein, you know, there's something really rotten, honestly, with AI. And I'm not just talking about, like, with the LLMs and the, you know, kind of slop and everything. Like, I'm talking about the philosophy of the people that are creating it, all right? This is where the Zizians came from, chat. Do you want more Zizians? Because this is how we get more Zizians. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Narwhal, and spooky AI future. And yeah, this is exactly what Epstein was talking about half the time in his emails. He's a big fan of eugenics, Mr. Epstein, and it, like, look, there's a sickness in the upper class too. Lest we forget that. You know, I'm like all out here calling out the whole tech industry. I'm talking about specifically about the rationalists. Let me just paint with a slightly less broad brush. I'm not talking about like everybody in tech, right? Obviously, there's good people in every industry, and tech is a job like anything else. And if you're in that job right now, if you're a coder, you're probably having to adapt to vibes-based coding. So yeah, good luck on that. I do not envy you one bit. Anyway, shouts out to everybody that supports me on Patreon at the $5 level or above. I'm talking about JMB, Brian, Emily French, Big Al, Direful, Joel Siverud, Sarah, Izzy Mandius, Steven Sayers, Animus, Infallible Foul, Oral Ellipsis, Nadia Yvette, Choki, Moe Noe, Funky Monkey, Temporal Insanity, Good for Gabby, Jules K, Crystal Saphira, Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omega Star, and to Zera Xerix. All right, chat, with that all being done, with all of the housekeeping being taken care of, I do need to, you know, if I bounce on this chair though, I'll break it. I'll break it. Oh yeah, so I rolled that down to show you. Yeah, video game is at 400 now. We really need to do a video game stream. The sooner the better. So yeah, next chance I get, I'll try to make that happen. What do you think, Chad? Is it better if I like? I feel like the only way we get, like, you know, eyes on the video game stream is my fear is that I do the video game stream, right? I have like 5 people watching me, and then the next stream, people are like, when are you gonna do the video game stream? Because they didn't see it. You know what I'm saying? If I do a stream and I get like 5 viewers, it's gonna be invisible to most of you, right? You won't know the stream happens. And I mean, I've got places I can notify you. You know, if you hit the notification bell on YouTube is the first one I could think of. Is there some kind of notification bell on Twitch too? Maybe. Also, if you're a member of the Discord, you know, I usually at everyone for announcements when I'm going live. So that's a place. The other place I can think of to get stream announcements is Blue Sky. But yeah, I'm just like, I'm really wary of doing a video game stream and then having half of the gaming frogs like just not even be able to see it, right? That's the ledge I'm trying to climb now. So if I can figure out how to get past that one, will be good. I need to add to the goal. The goal is up to 39. And with that, chat, we must get going because we gotta watch the whole fucking episode. Please don't sue me, Jen. I am watching this whole episode because I feel like you deserve a fair analysis, right? A lot of your commenters, a lot of your community members, they don't like what you did by bringing on Anna. I'm willing to keep an open mind and just watch you work, watch you do your thing, and you know, see what I think, see what the chat thinks. So that's what we're gonna do. For the sake of fairness, we'll watch the whole thing. And then we'll take a look at what Jen had to say about Hasan's, you know, Gavin Newsom thing. So with that, chat, I believe we can finally... How long did that take me this time? 1 hour and 20 minutes. That's not bad. It could be worse. So yeah, I want to point something out, right? Hopefully this will work. Oh, you can't. So wait, if I go back here, I'm gonna show you the thumbnail, right? That's their thumbnail with Ana, right? The stream is called 50 Shades of Fascism. Oh my God. I gotta do one more thing, chat. Because last time when it was Jink, you know how YouTube will show you a video and then it'll let you see like the first comment on that video? I think it's a mobile only thing. So I'm gonna look on my mobile. I'm gonna look up I've Had It podcast and see if it'll show me the, oh, it's not doing it. What's the trick to this, chat? Do I have to have like a video open and then maybe if I have a video open, it'll show it to me? It's technically a live stream. Yeah, it's not doing it for me. So the last time when it was Jink that was on IHIP, I remember it shows me the video and then it shows me the first comment. And wait, the Jink one is, see, this one's called 50 Shades of Fascism. An obvious joke here is, which shade is Ana? You know, I could feel it, chat. Somebody's gonna say that in the comments. Which shade is it? Oh my God, what the fuck? It's like, oh yeah, so you can see it there. Wait, can I scroll through this maybe? Yeah, so look at that. On Jink, it says billionaire ass kissers, right? The first comment is like, is the title referring to the guest? Like, are we like, right? It's billionaire ass kissers, right? We got Jink Uger, right? Are you talking about Jink Uger? Is he the billionaire ass kisser? That was the joke with that one. And then this one, 50 Shades of Fascism. Obviously the joke just writes itself. But yeah, that was the first comment that it showed me. And I think I have it on a community post somewhere too. But a lot of people, yeah, did not like Jink Uger, and even less people like them having on Ana. But with that, chat, we must endeavor. We must endeavor forth.
Patriots, black triots, brown triots, and every single one of these hypocritical MAGA Christians can do what, Pumps? Fuck off!
So if you missed Pumps' fuck off yesterday, if you were left wanting by Austin's version of the fuck off, then there you go. There's Pumps.
Pumps, what have you had it with?
Okay, what I've had it with is when you're seeing construction on the side of the road or construction in like a shopping center or somewhere that you are, there's always a sign that says, "Pardon our mess." And I'm like, do we have a choice? You've taken up the whole highway. I don't have a choice but to pardon your mess. Same with like at the grocery store, pardon our mess. When is somebody going to pardon my mess? When do I get to say, I'm going to be fucking crazy, I'm going to go nuts, I'm going to bang and scream and yell, and then I'm just going to say, pardon my mess, and everything's going to be hunky-dory? And I don't know, maybe that's petty, but that's where I am in Trump's America, that I'm irritated that
Austin just like lifted his arms in the air and did like a bird sound. He just did caw.
somebody's trying to upgrade something, and I'm thinking, why are you saying pardon my mess? I'm stuck with your mess no matter what because I have to drive down the street.
Thank you, Rave. You got a timestamp for me?
So stop acting like we have manners.
Okay, so I get your point. You know, there's so many things that come into your life and claim an exception. So many things that you have to deal with. And you never get to be like, hey, I want to claim an exception. Wait, are you saying... Wait, Rave, is there a timestamp, you said? Anna's face, then Jen... When Jen is talking about Peter Thiel is hilarious. I think they assume anyone who is a Republican is sound of mind. They still have some deconstructing. Wait a minute. You said there was a timestamp? Narwhal, okay, gave a timestamp. Oh, wait, setting a premiere? Rave, are you talking about for a video game stream? Yeah, scheduling it ahead of time on YouTube will help. You can't do that on Twitch, unfortunately. Look, the point is we need to do gaming. I know there's people here that enjoy gaming. I just want to make sure that we don't get into this weird, I don't fall into the Twilight Zone. Narwhal has the timestamp. Okay. I don't know, maybe there's something going on with my multi-chat where I'm not seeing. I can find a timestamp. As much as I'd love to hear them gab, we're here for one thing and one thing only, and that is the thing that the commenters are talking about, which is it starts right here. So just so we'll take a little sample, right? We'll take a little taste of the comments, right? Anna pretended Project 2025 wasn't a thing leading up to the election. Shaking my head. Political science major? Homeless problem is caused by wage disparity, the hoarding wealth of the billionaires. That one's not specifically at Anna. Thankfully, the comment section did not disappoint. Okay, that person talking about people roasting them in the comment section. Anna claiming her political insight was too sophisticated before 2026 to call Trump a fascist is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Anna treated Ben Shapiro with more respect than she showed Francesca Fiorentini. She's a pathetic, shallow, narcissistic, transphobic loser. She should be ignored. I agree with most of these comments about Anna. Not worthy of being on IHIP. It's insane how Anna is making excuses for Tucker's homophobia, sexism, racism, Islamophobia, xenophobia, all because they agree on one issue, Zionism. You got to be real careful, right? You know, if this is the thing you're opposing, right? You know, the person next to you isn't like, yeah, I'm against the Zionist occupational government as well, right? You know, and I feel like Anna says something about she says some sussy shit, and look, I want to give her the benefit of the doubt. I have a lot of criticisms of Ana Kasparian. I don't think she's like anti-Semitic, but she's not doing enough she's got a anti-Semitic subset of her fans, and she's not doing enough to get rid of them. So I don't know if that's just like how the pathetic state that she's at right now or what, but there we go. You got to be careful with that, right? You know, the person agreeing with you is not, you know, Infrared Haas or Jackson Hinkle. Having AK Rowling. Wow, I haven't heard that name in forever. That's a nickname for Ana Kasparian, obviously AK. Rowling, because she's a TERF. On is a choice. If you don't grill her on transphobia and her hatred for homeless people and how there was a good conversation that could have been had here. As you can tell from the comments, the chat doesn't think they got that conversation, right? If you're willing to go as hard as were against Rahm Emanuel, and you're not afraid of, I don't know, Anna like leaving the studio, there's a lot to talk about. You two have a lot that you disagree about, all right? And I mean, you could approach it in a respectful way. That's not to say that Anna will not freak out and bolt and run to Twitter to call you I don't know, whatever she would call you. But yeah, like, you know, a lot of people just want to. If you have Anna on, you gotta challenge her on this shit right here. All right. Anna used to be a role model of mine. Actually, me too. She was inspiring as a, you know, she was what she. There was a while where she was, I think, in a master's program for journalism. So she was teaching as a TA and also doing TYT, and that inspired a much younger version of myself. But I can't take her seriously until she makes a real apology for the shit she pulled over the past 3 years. She does, like, make a weirdly, it's hard to say. It feels like she's trying to make an apology. It feels like she just doesn't want to say I apologize, right? I mean, you'll see what I say. I'm talking about here. Hope Anna is included in the 50 Shades of Fascism. Look, the IHIP comment section does not disappoint. But yeah, just to give you fill out like what all was in the comments. There were a number of comments saying I'm going to unsubscribe, right? Like, I mean, when I looked at there's 2 ways to sort comments. These are like, I don't know, top featured comments. When I was looking at newest last night, when I was just going through the comments as they came in, there was, I saw at least 3 I am done. I have had it with the I Had It podcast. And that's not a good thing to see in the comments, right? You can piss off your audience. You can disagree with your audience. You can disappoint your audience. But, when your audience starts, telling you that they're fucking done with you, right? I mean, it's gotten pretty drastic. And that's, yeah. What is their merch? Gatriot camo trucker hat? A boycott mega churches. I don't know about this. Are mega churches like all bad? By the way, the prices are in Thai baht. So that's like $35, $35. Gatriot unisex t-shirt. You got the I've Had It mug. Wow, I should get paid by them to do this. Anyway, I had not seen their merch yet.
Just reactive. Listener, set yourself up for financial success in 2026 with Monarch, the all-in-one tool that makes proactive money management
ethical react
all year long.
It's so ethical.
Use code HADIT.
Do you feel ethical?
Monarch.com for half off your first year.
And on the Jacobin 5 years ago, it feels like a completely different hue. Oh yeah, with Michael? Yeah, definitely.
That's 50% off your first year at Monarch.com.
Ooh, if Michael Brooks had not died, maybe, yeah. I mean, she would have at least had one good influence, I guess.
With the code HADIT.
Hi.
Oh my God.
Now Kayla Law is making a comment that I think is important. Let me highlight this, okay? IHIP doesn't have the years of context we have with these people. That's true, right? So I don't want to jump into any, conclusions or, I mean, if I see a Polymarket sponsorship go up, that's one thing, right? But I don't want to jump into any conclusions. And, it is entirely possible that a good person can be a bad judge of character, or that if you are if you are a content creator like Jen, who is mostly looking, researching, looking at the news, for her research, looking at political news rather than, media analysis. Like, right? I mean, do they have time to watch the Vanguard? Maybe not. Maybe has the Vanguard made it into their like feed? I don't know. But yeah, we can't expect them to know, what everybody else did. However, I mean, they've got to know, and I think that Jen does to a certain extent, right? Jen makes it clear that she's aware of some of the issues that they disagree on.
Hi.
How are you?
I can't believe I'm here. I'm super excited. I'm doing really well. How are you ladies doing?
Great. I'm so happy to have you. I was just telling our listener that your viral video where you're just bashing Christians, that's my love language, bashing religion. It was like, I loved it.
Well, I mean, I didn't mean to bash Christians because I really do believe in people's right to, practice their faith. And I was actually raised Christian, went to Sunday school every single Sunday growing up.
Same.
But I do have a problem with people.
Oh, great. So it looks like my ethical react wasn't as ethical as I thought. Yeah, be careful with your money out there.
Not really valuing the freedom to not be religious, right? So if your religion and your religious doctrine indicates that you have to behave.
And remember that if you're, whether you're playing like prediction markets or stock markets, right? Smart money usually captures dumb money. And if you don't have an insider source, you are dumb money. There's a lot going on with these markets like these days, right? That is not exactly fair. So yeah, be really careful with any investments is all that's the only investment advice I can give you.
A certain way, you have to avoid birth control, for instance. That's great. I respect your right to
Jink would be so mad if I had mentioned Silly and Billy. Yeah, or even had them on. Like I don't see why that couldn't happen.
Your religion.
And in fact, I think after this, they kind of have to have Silly and Billy on. Oh no. The thing is, like, bringing on the Vanguard it probably means no further TYT collab. So setting things up already, by the way. She's saying religion here, but she means ideology. Wait, Anna does? Or here, let's roll it back a little bit.
Because I really do believe in people's right to, practice their faith. And I was actually raised Christian, went to Sunday school every single Sunday growing up.
Same.
But I do have a problem with people not really valuing the freedom to not be religious, right? So if your religion and your religious doctrine indicates that you have to behave a certain way, you have to avoid birth control, for instance, that's great. I respect your right to practice your religion, but you can't allow your religious doctrine to dictate the lives of everyone else. That was the point that I was trying to make.
No, I totally agree. Yeah, and I was raised like that too. And it was, when you always assume you're right about everything, then you don't understand why people criticize it. And that's where I was. It was like, well, why would you disagree with me?
Wait, Narwhal, are you saying that like it's just setting up as in like this is going to come back?
God's will.
When you always think you're right, is there, yeah, I'm trying to figure out how much like awareness there is with Jen and Pumps about, what people don't like about Anna. I wonder what religion Anna, I thought Anna was religious, would rant against nowadays. I mean, the religion of secular atheism, no doubt.
And it's like, oh, there are people that don't believe that or believe differently, which, like you said, I'm fine with. Just stay out of my uterus when you do it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think like just one more point about that. I mean, I think everything is simplified in the political discourse in this country. So something like reproductive rights, I think half the country, or at least the portion of the country that doesn't believe in reproductive rights, they've kind of simplified everything in terms of, oh, these are just women who are, skanky and they're sleeping around and they just want abortion on demand. And that's just not the case. So I just want Americans to kind of understand each other a little better rather than stereotype each other the way that we've been doing for many years now.
But also I want to say that the religious right very much stereotypes free thinkers and critical thinkers in such a way. And because they're doing it from the position of religion, they get more deference. They get more deferential treatment than somebody like me, who's an atheist, is pretty much dismissed. But okay, before we get into your grievances, I just want to head this off at the top of the podcast. So we're new to this. You've been doing this independent news thing a long time. We're just a little over 3 years. And we had Jank on recently, and then the comment section, people were like, well, Jank betrayed us, blah, blah, blah. I don't follow personality news. I follow the news. But because our listeners follow you, Jank, probably Hasan, Don Lemon, lots of just various crossovers. I was researching you, and apparently...
I don't see the crossover in the comments, right? You would expect if there was legitimate TYT fans in their audience that at least somebody would come up and be like, you're getting this all wrong. You're all operating on things that people say about the Young Turks, not about what the Young Turks say themselves. Anna's a dogged defender of trans rights and yada, yada, yada. She's been, she's peerless in her advocacy for Palestinians, right? I didn't see any of that. I didn't see any. I saw a few people like, disagreeing with the comments, but I didn't get the feeling that they were like, you don't understand the Young Turks, right? You don't understand them like I do, right? So yeah, I don't know how much crossover. I mean, if she's seeing it in her analytics, obviously it exists, right? Obviously, there's people watching an IHIP video and then clicking over to a TYT video or vice versa. But
the gist online is that you were progressive, and you receded from some progressive positions during the campaign, and now you recently.
Wait, Fallout? Which Fallout are we talking about? Oh my God, chat, you've got me distracted. Successful. Are we talking New Vegas or 76? Anyway, call me back when you got the cannibal perk, okay?
Issued an apology for that, and I just want you to tell us and our listeners what that is, just from your mouth directly.
Well, the apology was on something very.
Oh yeah. Wait, I was trying to respond to this right here. Instead of Silly Billy, IHIP could just have Francesca and Emma as guests. Let them go after TYT while pretending to. Well, gosh, I've never heard this about TYT before, but that sounds awful. You mean they wouldn't let you? Yeah, have Hank on. You mean they wouldn't let you unionize? Like, oh my God. Yeah, I mean that's a possibility. Francesca and Emma. I know Sam's been on. I don't think Emma has. I8 mutates. Oh, it's in New Vegas. So wait, you have to cook the cockroach meat?
Specific. I have moved away from the, I guess you could refer to it as the progressive position on some social issues, and I'll be specific about that in just a minute. But first, let me just address the apology. So Jake and I had a debate prior to the election, and I just felt that.
Oh, you accidentally ate raw cockroach meat.
Like using words like Nazi, which Cenk never did, but like Nazi, fascist, like these words, much like the word.
Can you go through Fallout New Vegas as a vegan? Is that possible? Could you just eat like the
anti-Semitism means something, and when you overuse it, it loses its power. And I got my graduate degree in political science, where you learn political theory, you learn about fascism, like the actual definition of fascism, what it means. And at that point, the point I was trying to make to Cenk is Trump is not a person who's driven by ideology. Like, he's not an ideologue, right? A fascist is an ideologue. He is an authoritarian. He has authoritarian tendencies. There's no question about that. But fascism is something very specific. Like, identify what he actually is, so you can address it appropriately. But then he gets elected.
Wait, did you think the question was, does Trump, like, come from the fascist school of philosophy? Has Trump read Giovanni what's-his-fuck? Is that what you thought the fucking question is? Oh my God, chat. I don't know. Should we just stop saying Nazis and only say Wait, no, she's fascist. Fascist is what we said. Fascists can be ideologues. Yeah, or then you could have somebody like Stephen Miller, who was around Trump, and even though Trump's not smart enough, like he'd be like Benito Mussolini, the philosophy of fascism, right? I don't know. He'd be like all Aiden Rossing this. But even if he is, right, if Stephen Miller is right down the hall, you're going to still have fascism. And that guy, knows how to make it happen probably better than most fascists.
And what he's carrying out right now through the use of ICE is fascism. So that was what I was apologizing for specifically. In engaging in that debate, my point wasn't that I like Trump and I'm going to vote for Trump and Trump is not a threat at all. I didn't vote for Trump. I've always been critical of him. And I do think that there's a faction on the far left that, for whatever reason, has like this weird interest in misrepresenting the point that I'm making. Those videos where they attack get a lot of views, and there's a financial component to it. But
Okay, look. Ana Kasparian, despite not explicitly endorsing Trump before the election, was constantly harping on two of the issues that Trump used to win the election. Two of the issues where I think a component of what Trump was doing was a big lie. And instead of standing in the face of that big lie and saying, look, I don't know if he's fascist or not, I don't know what he's doing, but this is all based on a big lie. Let me deconstruct that. Ana and Jink jumped on that argument on the side of Trump, right? Now, look, compare this to Hasan, who says, I'm not sure, I can't endorse, I'm not certain. There's things that I don't like. I would like this to be better, in hopes that the Democrats will, Kamala could say something, right? Or do something, have one Palestinian speaker at the convention, just anything, something, right? That's what for her to have a better chance at winning too, right? It would have helped her. There's that, right? Where Hasan is advocating for a side that neither the Democrats nor the Republicans are backing, but a distinction that Kamala could draw between herself and Trump that might actually net her some votes, right? Versus Ana Kasparian saying, oh, well, I want to push on my candidate too, just because I think Kamala's the better choice doesn't mean I agree with her on everything. And actually, I think Trump's right on this immigration thing. That's what they did. I think Trump's right on this immigration thing. And what sucks even worse is so did Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And Ana Kasparian and Jink were still kicking them on the ground. I swear to God, they were on that dog pile. Same thing with the crime. Same thing with the Aurora thing, right? When you jump on what is a Republican narrative and a media narrative, and you add your voice to that and point out, hey, by the way, I'm not even a Trump supporter, but I think that absolutely, Kamala Harris is not doing enough about Tren de Aragua. Tren de fucking Aragua. That's what I want to hear her apologize about. That's what I think we got her dead to rights on, right? That fucking gang TYT helped to make sound like it's a real threat. What it is a fucking prison gang from Venezuela that's got fuck all to do with the United States. That's done fuck all to the United States. That's not a fucking threat. And yet, because people know that MS-13 is a threat and people know that the cartels are a threat, you tell them there's this thing called Tren de Aragua and it's coming to fucking eat your baby, and they tend to get scared. And the Turks were absolutely a part of that. So I just want to draw that distinction between criticizing your candidate from the left in order to make them a better candidate, in order to make them draw more distinctions and seem less like Republican light, versus Ana, who's saying that, the problem with the Democrats is that in this, and this way, they're not enough like the Republicans. They should be more like the Republicans, right? Huge difference in those two things. I hope it's clear. You're going to have a long night if you stop this early. Wait, it's just downhill from here. Okay. Good catch, Narwhal.
In terms of where I've actually changed a little bit in my policy views, I live in California. And so I got to understand and see firsthand what some of these far left policies, social policies in particular, not economic policies, how they've kind of hurt the very communities and neighborhoods that the left wants to help. So for instance, when the Los Angeles Council voted to cut $150 million from the LAPD's budget, well, obviously they had to lay off sworn officers and, police. And what we ended up doing is spending a lot more money on policing because of the fact that you have the remaining police officers having to work overtime where they get paid a lot more in order to pick up the slack left by the officers who were laid off, right? And the call times are much longer if you're calling 911 looking for help. Or in some cases, they won't even send police. They don't consider it enough of an emergency. Let's say you've been burglarized. It'll take hours for anyone to show up and gather evidence. So these things, it's through.
So look, as it was pointed out, okay, the IHIP gals may not know as much about different media operations like TYT and Ana Kasparian's as we do, right? Fair enough. But if I was going to interview Ana Kasparian, right, I would anticipate this conversation. She has it a lot. This is one of her pet peeves. And I would have something to say back to her. This is, I guess, my problem with IHIP's interview here is that it feels like there should have been more research done. Look, Jen realizes she disagrees with Anna on some very important issues, and she makes a point of that. But it's not gonna. You're not gonna be able to push back in the way that you need to if you haven't looked at what her kind of. It's almost like a stump speech that she makes, right? And have kind of an answer for those things. And I think there's one of the few places where there's not much of an answer.
Experience that you realize, okay, this policy didn't work out the way that we wanted. So why don't we just recalibrate? It doesn't mean that you go back to draconian policies. It just means we've applied this policy. There are some flaws. Can we just tinker with it? Can we recalibrate? And leading up to the election, as I'm sharing these ideas.
Yeah, because right here now she's being really vague. And look, you want to have good policy. You want to recalibrate, all policy meant to help homeless people is not the same. And there definitely are issues where, public-private partnerships end up with programs that do not help homeless people as much as they can. And I'm not talking about with Anna saying they need to be involuntarily committed or whatever she's going to say, right? But that is so in other words, what she's saying is so vague that it's hard to know if you agree with it or if you disagree with it unless you've actually done research into Anna's and Jinx. And this would take, I don't know, I'm trying to think of what videos would get you here. I know Hank has done work on this. I think Cam talks about this too. But the people that bought TYT, the Katzenbergs, right? The Peter Thiels, right? If you look at their what they're advocating for and compare that to who is putting money in their pocket, you will find some pretty disturbing stuff. And you're just not going to know that unless you kind of know where to look.
People are obviously experiencing a lot of tension, a lot of fear, and they don't want to hear anything negative about Democrats or left-wing policies. And so that kind of turned into, oh, you're betraying us.
You're not saying something negative about Democratic policies in the sense that you're echoing Republican policies. And what she's not facing is what she in terms of immigration, in terms of crime, the Kamala Harris administration basically agreed with her. They were on the same fucking note. They were doing the same fucking grift of oh yeah, we're not like those other Democrats who are who are beholden to the special interest that would have them prioritize the needs of the unhoused, for instance, over developers, right? We're the smart Democrats. It's the same shit. It's the same. They don't actually disagree, but she acted like they did.
Betraying you. I just see these policies firsthand and I want to improve them. And everyone should want to do that. But alas, there's a lot of ego that plays into politics. So there's politics and policy. I think I'm more focused on policy as opposed
There's a lot of ego that plays into politics. You don't say.
The whole
a lot of jealousy too.
And I've always run into issues because of that. So I think that's what's really going on here.
I am sorry. But fucking fleeing the horse race is something that you do when you point out Kamala Harris is in danger of losing these swing states to Donald Trump, right? That would be covering the horse race. That does not mean that you like Donald Trump and you want him to win. In fact, you might be blowing the fucking whistle to get people off their asses to say look, this is going to go really bad. If something doesn't change, this is going to go really fucking bad, right? That is what covering the horse race is. She's claiming that it's like a horse race thing for her to be actually, the Republicans are better on this policy. They're correct. They had it right from the first place. And the Democrats even though they've already caved on these two issues, they need to cave even more. Oh my God. Anyway, chat, Narwhal's right. We'll never get finished with this if I don't
think through these
make it go fast.
Instead of just adopting what is the foregone conclusion that a person identifies as leftist. But for the record, you believe Trump and his regime to be fascist, authoritarian, autocratic,
yes.
tyrannical,
now I do, yes,
etc. Okay.
I mean, I always identified Trump as authoritarian. I never did. I mean, the guy tried to overturn the 2020 election. I'm not stupid, but again, the word fascism is something very specific, and what's being carried out right now through the use of ICE, the terrorizing of not just people who are here in undocumented status, the terrorism that's being carried out against American citizens. I mean, it's just abundantly clear. The retaliation against blue states and blue cities. ICE, his version of the brown shirts, in my perspective.
Do you think ICE needs to be abolished?
Yes, I do. You might have convinced me earlier that reforms are good enough, but at this point, Trump has hired so many questionable agents, and I don't know how you fix that in the next administration. I think that you need to dismantle ICE and just build from the ground up, because look, I do believe that we have to enforce our laws.
Funny enough, that's how I feel about the cops.
I just don't believe in dehumanizing people, and I don't believe in violating human rights.
This is where I think I always stayed clear-eyed that, and I respect your positioning on that, but I always stayed clear-eyed about that Trump was a fascist, because I listened to the people that work with him in Trump 1.0. These are neocons. These are conservative people that came out of that saying, he said he wanted generals like Hitler's generals. Mark Esper said he asked, can you shoot the protesters below the knee? And then in leading up, they had that Madison Square Garden Nazi rally. And I called it as such during the time, because I saw the overt nationalism and the scapegoating of immigrants. And during the RNC, the mass deportations now, which I'm so mystified that there were even Latinos for Trump, that they thought somehow they were going to get a carve out. And I remember them wanting them to hang Mike Pence. And I always was pretty clear-eyed on it. And I would even say to Pumps when we were podcasting as baby podcasters during the campaign that I suspect that they will have concentration camps. They are, and I think it's my experience living in Oklahoma versus your living in California. I've lived around these Christian nationalists. I've lived around these fascism. I know how serious they are about this. Oklahoma has had MAGA Republicans before Trump ever came down the escalator. I know how diabolical and ambitious these people are with it. I know that they will scapegoat anybody, and I know that they will even betray the white Republican Christian men like Mike Pence that don't go along with it. So I always think about right now, people say, nobody's safe except for white men. And I'm like, Mike Pence sure as fuck wasn't safe. So it even goes beyond that. But I want to get into something that I think is super important, not covered by mainstream media. I'm going to ask you what you've had it with. I'm teeing this up perfectly. What have you had it with?
I have had it with so many things, but honestly, this week, because it does change week by week, I have had it with the fact that our country has been governed and controlled by pedophiles or individuals who want to provide cover for pedophiles. I
will say that the one thing that we're seeing here that's kind of hopeful, and it's not hopeful about Ana or TYT, is that even somebody like Ana of TYT is having to align herself largely with the left, right? If this was a few months ago, hell, what did they say about the Charlie Kirk thing, chat? Like it'd be complaints about the left really needs to do more about the political violence problem we have on our own side. When people, like it's like she was pushing like on the left for a long time. She was going on and making like actual justice warrior style arguments about crime, right? And now at least she has to try to, when she's grifting now, she has to grift to seem more further to the left than she is. That, I think that's a good thing overall for the situation. I think that says a lot, right? That they basically tried to catch a wind that was blowing to the right, and before their sailboat even got like off the shore, it blew backwards. It capsized them. They got fucked up, and now they're like, oh yeah, no, left. That's the direction that we meant to go. We're trying to go left. Can we go left? Right? Let's take it left. And it's like, yeah. The good call. That is the way that the wind is blowing now.
The reality that we're currently functioning under. And I've had it with the fact that despite all of the terrifying things that we've been learning through the latest Epstein file dump, there's going to be like no prosecution for things like torture, right? For rape of little girls. I mean, and also all the various people in this country, both in the media and in the Trump administration, who lied to all of us with a straight face about how there are no documents, there is no list, there are no Epstein files, there are no co-conspirators.
Right.
And we haven't even had access to all of the documents yet. The documents that we do have are heavily redacted, and there's another 3 million documents that the Trump administration's DOJ has no intention of releasing. So yeah, I've had it, because how do you...
And as a female Ezra Klein, did you know that Mia Mulder just put out a video on abundance? Yeah, Mia Mulder's back and has some commentary on Ezra Klein and Derek Thomas. Is that his? I always forget the other guy's name. I think it's Derek Thomas.
You believe in our system, believe in our government, pay your
taxes. You're in a low point in your career when Nick Shirley has outmaneuvered you.
Taxes.
Yeah.
Knowing that your money, your hard...
Did we watch the Turks talk about the Nick Shirley thing? That's the exact kind of thing that back in the day, they would have been like, well, we know that that there is a ton of fraud around the Somali community in Minnesota, and we know that Tim Walz is unable or unwilling to deal with it.
Money.
Derek Thompson? Okay, thank you.
Is going to a government that has been covering up for pedophiles or consists of pedophiles. Like, that's what I've had it with.
Let's dive into the no shit. And let's dive into the component of this, the Epstein files, that is showing that Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were Mossad agents, that Epstein is providing blackmail information to Vladimir Putin, that Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein are celebrating Brexit, and that it's revealed that Marie Le Pen is also funded by Russia, on top of the outrage of the child rape, which is horrible and should be screamed about at the top of our lungs. We have these fucking dorks like Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein and Elon Musk that want to be politicians, but they will never get elected. So they're cheating. The whole thing behind the child rape thing is these people want to cheat, to take away the power from the people so that they can govern, but they don't have the balls to put their name on a ballot and go run for office. So they cheat. And then they accuse the immigrants of cheating. And they accuse liberal women of cheating. And they accuse black people of cheating when they get jobs. And that fucking pisses me off so much, I can't even take it.
I feel you. I mean, I totally agree with you. And in fact, you know, how are you going to talk about criminality among undocumented people when, again, the government is covering up for pedophiles and refuses to prosecute individuals who are implicated in some of the documents that we just had access to? It's insane. It's absolutely insane. And look, the more I think about it, the more angry I get about the lies told to us by our Commerce Secretary, Lutnick, right? And also Elon Musk, where they claim like, oh my God. I mean, Lutnick's interview about like, oh, me and my wife in 2005, we visited Epstein and, you know, we saw the massage table in the middle of—
She didn't ask why Anna took the the poly market money. Yeah, I would definitely want to ask that question.
Never gonna talk to you again. You are gross. Like the acting, like he really laid it on thick. And then you find out he's emailing Epstein in 2012. No, please spare me.
He tells me he gets a massage every day. And I'm like, I looked at my wife and we said, we're leaving now. We both agreed that we should have nothing to do with that man ever again. That disgusting man. I knew right there when he was having too many massages that there was something fishy going on.
Here's the thing when I see it, one of the things, and there are a lot of things, it's the lack of accountability. Like you see the New York Giants co-owner, nothing's going to happen to him because there's only 32 people and 31 of them are white generational men.
Oh shit. Read and Rap just brought up something that I had forgotten about, but I think this is real. I think this is a real thing as I remember. It's been a while, Read and Rap, but thank you for reminding me. Let me see if I can get it to... Oh shit, it's from Twitch. That's why I can't see it. Okay. Yeah, Read and Rap says, Anna has no room to talk about PDFs. A while ago, she tried to excuse women PDFs as going through emotional troubles or some shit. Like, no, women PDF files are women PDF files. Don't try to downplay that shit. Yeah, this was a thing that TYT would do all the time. I'm surprised there hasn't been like a video put together on this, right? There was always stories about, let me just try to put this in context, right? Stories would come into TYT and it was about a younger female teacher that had been, 20-something female teacher, and she gets caught doing something inappropriate with one of her like high school students. And I feel, I could be wrong, but I feel like Jink would usually say something like, well, when it's boys that age, yeah, there's some chance they like the attention. Yeah, there's some chance that they appreciate it. It doesn't look like they're much of a victim at all. It looks like they're enjoying themselves, right? It looks like they are, they're like, right? Jink would basically be like, yeah, leave her alone. I swear to God. And I think Anna kind of, I don't know, maybe, did Anna go along with that shit? She would sometimes Jink would be on some bullshit and Anna would actually be the person to bring him back a little bit. Like, right? She has really changed. It's impossible to exaggerate to what degree. But yeah, I've definitely seen what you're talking about. TYT, I'm, pretty sure has downplayed what you're saying, female predators in that kind of context. I just don't remember if it was Anna or if it was TYT or if it was just Jink.
Then you have like the commentator from the new Barry Weiss contributor. He's all in, and she's running cover for him. Like none of these people are being held accountable. And that enrages me because these survivors have been held accountable since the day it happened. They have been held hostage by trauma and victimization. And it enrages me that all these rich, powerful men and the people that are covering for them will never face accountability. It makes me crazy.
I know it makes me crazy too. But
Reading Rap saying like 8 years ago, she said some weird shit like that. If you can find it for me, we'll watch it.
let's not like lose the thread here, because it's not just about generational wealth or the fact that these individuals implicated in the Epstein files are part of the elite. That's not the reason why there's no accountability. There's no accountability because all of our institutions have been occupied and controlled by Zionists. Like, that's the reality of the situation. And that makes people uncomfortable, but it's the fact of the matter. I mean,
It's a very developmentally healthy for a young boy. That's how you get upstanding young men like R. Kelly. True.
just happened with Ellison, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you're at the very least teaching them that, older older person taking, even if there's somehow like no harm, like Bosch claims in that cringe clip, or like Milo said, even if there's no harm, you're at least at the very least teaching them that, older people, older like adults taking advantage of minors is acceptable.
Taking control of CBS and installing Barry Weiss, whose number one priority is what's best for Israel. Like, that's just one example of what's been happening. TikTok being purchased by Larry Summers, who is the single largest donor to the IDF. The first thing that happened after that deal closed was they banned a Palestinian journalist who had a massive account on TikTok informing people about what was going on the ground in Gaza. So it's not just about power and money. It's about what Jeffrey Epstein's objective was in trafficking underage girls, inviting all of these rich, powerful, connected people to his, island or to his New York apartment, whatever it is. Why were there cameras everywhere? It was obviously a blackmail operation. We already have a problem in our political system where corruption is baked in, where you can literally buy our politicians.
And look, chat, I mean, I don't disagree with much here, but this is the kind of stuff that, I would talk about with somebody that's on my side, right? When you open up the Epstein conversation with Ana Kasparian, all you get to do is kind of or the Gaza conversation for that matter, right? All you do is kind of let her be like, oh no, I'm totally one of you. I'm disgusted by the Epstein class, and we really need to get to the bottom of this. And also, absolutely, Palestine should be free, and this apartheid state needs to be ended. This is a great, you know what I mean? There's no point in having that conversation. You agree. You both agree on that, right? And the more you let this go into that, the more you normalize Ana Kasparian. And I think that is maybe what the audience is worried about. And it's what you should be worried about. Look, if Ana Kasparian is like had a fucking change of heart, right? And she's, you know what I mean? She's on board now. Okay, let her fucking show that, right? But she broke our trust after years and years and years in a fucking cynical way. Let me just remind you of how Anna pivoted to to monetize transphobia after having explained the need and the role for inclusive language, which is where the birthing person thing comes from, right? If you're a medical professional and you're dealing with a patient, and you want to find out, is it possible that this patient could become pregnant or is pregnant? You ask them, and you're not like, that some of your patients are trans men, right? Some of your patients are non-binary people. You're not going to ask them, are you a woman, right? You're going to ask them, are you a birthing person? Do you have this capability? Could you get pregnant? You're trying to find out, like, you're trying to rule something out. That's why it exists. It's a medical need for this. Anna explains it eloquently, I believe, to a transphobe that she was debating about a year before, pretending to not understand the concept and thinking that birthing person was a way to relabel women. That birthing person, first of all, means women. We're calling women birthing persons now. We're afraid to say woman because woman is politically incorrect. She played dumb. I'm sorry. That's fucking grifting, right? I'm not saying that it's impossible for somebody that did some grifting at one point to have a change of heart and to, be motivated. Maybe the issues now, maybe issues like Palestine, maybe issues like the Epstein class, maybe they actually, resonate with her in a way that the, other issues that she was grifting on do not, right? I'm not saying that she is fucking damned forever and we gotta like cut her, like have her, isolated, have her exiled or something like that. But God damn it, you got to fucking prove it a little bit, right? Before you could just come in and be like, oh yeah, fuck Epstein. And also fuck Trump, definitely a fascist, fuck ICE. I'm on all the good, like, we're not going to fucking forget, Anna. It's pretty clear what happened, and you gotta acknowledge that. If you want to move past this, you gotta kind of acknowledge that what happened. Talk about your, what you were experiencing, the feelings that you were experiencing. Feeling undervalued by the left-wing audience maybe might have contributed to it. Just talk about it, right? Be fucking real with us, Anna, because you've been lying to us for the last 2 years. And while I am all for a redemption arc, yes, even for fucking Ana Kasparian, even for AK, wait, what was her name again? AK Rowling, what people call, even for her, I think she, if she's serious about it, yeah, she can come back, right? But please, just be honest with us. Don't blow smoke up our ass. Don't try to lie. Don't try to pretend that you never said the things you fucking said. Don't try to pretend that you weren't acting excited to work with MAGA. Like right after the election. Don't pretend that you did not try to hop on the fucking MAGA train. You did not try to hop on that, what do you call it, chat? Like a bandwagon. Yeah, there was a bandwagon thing going on. You jumped the fuck on, Anna. Don't lie to us. Just be fucking real. Right? And God damn it, like, Jen is one person who would be here to like hear out your heartfelt conversation, like what you were experiencing, why you did what you did, how you came to realize that you were in the wrong, and what you are focused on now, right? That's what you need. If you're serious, I refuse to be gaslit. Black Rose PCS, you're probably right. There's probably not, there's no chance of her having a real, redemption arc.
Prostitutes, but every country, every lobby has the power to do that. What makes Israel different is that we seem to carry out what's in Israel's best interest to the detriment of the United States over and over and over and over again. Money and politics can't be the only thing that explains it. So what does explain it? And to me, it's just so clear, especially with the evidence that we've seen in the latest Epstein dump, that Epstein was working for Mossad, either as an asset or even as an agent. I don't know, but it's obvious he was working for Mossad in some capacity. And this was a blackmail operation meant to help Israel control the U.S. foreign policy to our detriment.
I was just so disgusted over the weekend. So I'm always mad at Chuckles. Chuck Schumer. I call him Chuckles.
Columbia super chatted $5. I saw the thumbnail of this video of IHIPW Anna collab. I didn't click on it cause I will never forgive Anna for her right-wing turn.
Let me pull that up. I didn't click on this because I will never forgive Anna for her right-wing turn. Well, look, a lot of the people in the comment section, the IHIP comment section, agree with you 100%. In fact, Columbia Rican, I would say it's like 95%. 95% of the people in the comments they've had it with IHIP's TYT collab. So you're in good company, and thank you for the super chat.
Because it's just like not the man of the moment. It's just limp dick energy.
Oh
that he's not doing a good enough job because the right doesn't hate him. They hated Nancy Pelosi. And I didn't agree with Nancy Pelosi on everything, but she put up a resistance. She whipped votes and they hated her for it. She had power and she wielded it. Hakeem and Chuckles are not doing that. They're not even, the right isn't even remotely scared of them. And then there's this video of Chuckles sitting there talking about his number one goal is to make sure that Israel gets all the money.
And look, when you got a Democratic Party official like not doing what you think they should be doing, not doing what's efficacious, not doing what like somebody that wants to win is doing, that's kind of like what we've come to expect from the Democratic Party. But in the wake of the Epstein scandal, I think we really got to worry that sometimes when we see a high official on the left fucking up the bag, that may be the result of blackmail. That may be, and likely is, and we all know this already, can be the result of leverage, definitely in terms of their donors. Definitely the donors are exerting the leverage on them. But who else, chat? And what donors? What kind of fucking creeps are pulling the strings on the likes of Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries? I would like to know. And I think it's a legitimate question now. Like in the past, that might have come off as, conspiratorial, but I really do think we cannot make the assumption that, you know, that which could be attributed to, you know, malice is necessarily incompetence, even though obviously you can't, you know, you shouldn't attribute to malice that which could be incompetence. The thing that I'm bringing up now is we don't know. It looks like incompetence, but I'm not so sure now. Like, right, if somebody pathetic has gotten to a high place, you got to ask yourself, who put them there, chat? You see a turtle on the top of a fence post. You know that the turtle did not climb the fence. You know that somebody picked that thing up, okay, and put it there because they wanted it there, right? Who wants Hakeem Jeffries there? Who wants Chuck Schumer there? Who is benefiting from the fucking Washington Generals ass ball that the Democrats are playing?
They need. And so then I start digging into the data. 4% of the Democratic Party support this. 4%. And so I've come to this big awakening. I've always been a diehard political junkie, but when you live in Oklahoma, you don't know what's going on in the Middle East. There's not a big Muslim population. There's not a big Jewish population in that. I'm speaking for tons of people in Middle America. They don't know. You just buy the propaganda. Israel's the best democracy in the Middle East, and they're our ally. And we go, okay, so good enough. I'm trying to make sure abortion stays legal in Oklahoma, and my gay friends don't get their marriage annulled. That was the fight that I was doing. So then after Kamala lost, I'm like, how the fuck do we keep losing to this guy? So then I'm like waiting on the resistance, right? At the end of the year, beginning of this year, where are they? And then you start digging into it, and they're like paid controlled opposition. And the betrayal that I felt, I'm embarrassed to admit it, that I was 50 years old when I figured it out, but I'm just going to make myself vulnerable and admit it because I'm a curious person. And it's really devastating to find out, like Cory Booker, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuckle Schumer, and others that are supposed to fight for us, that talk about universal human rights, but it doesn't in the United States, but it doesn't apply to Palestinians. And that's just a really big red flag for me when people carve out a group. And it seems like in the United States, they carve out Palestinians. Everybody has rights except for them. And I just think that's such bullshit.
Well, let me just comment on what you said about realizing things later in life and how embarrassed you are. Please don't feel embarrassed. In fact,
I'm not that embarrassed.
Okay, good, because you shouldn't be. And in fact, to me, it's a sign of intellectual strength and intelligence because you're open-minded enough and self-reflective enough to understand, like, okay, I don't get everything right, so let me learn more and let me recalibrate.
So we're gonna start to really pay attention to subtext here. Because as far as an apology from Ana Kasparian, an acknowledgement that, you know, that she was wrong or any of that, the closest thing we're going to get to any of that is subtext. So pay attention to the subtext here, right?
Based on new information. Not a lot of people do that. And I actually think the country would be in a better place if we were a little more open-minded, you know, put ego aside. But more importantly, this is the most important thing. Just make room for people to admit, I was wrong, I'm sorry, right? Like take the apology and don't demonize them. Don't give people
take the W.
A disincentive to change.
That's what I was told about fucking counterpoints, chat. Went back in that debate on Prime Kai, right? Take the W. You know, this supposedly independent, you know, centrist person agrees with a democratic perspective on these issues. Take the W. Do not question him, right?
Change or to evolve. Anyway, but to your point about the Democrats, I was blackpilled on the Democratic Party earlier than you were. And
I hope I didn't say counterpoints there, did I? I'm trying to say counterpoints. Counterpoints. Not to be confused with Natalie, ContraPoints.
Honestly, I remember when Biden won. Biden wasn't my preferred candidate for the Democrats, but whatever. I was just very relieved to see Trump gone. And that happiness was short-lived because immediately the debates over the infrastructure bill began.
Wait, what is this? Trump just liked the Clinton camp? Wait, what does that mean? He liked the Clinton camp?
Back better. And when I saw the behavior of the majority of Democrats in Congress and how they would run on issues like paid family leave, they would pretend as though they understand, care about, and want to solve the economic frustrations of Americans. Then they turn around and they do everything they can to defeat.
You'll take my fucking apology and you'll like it. You'll fucking like it. That is what I'm hearing. Yeah. This is like a higher force way of basically berating people in the same way that the, you know, shit libs, the K-Hive berate people for not pledging their support, you know, ahead of time to, you know, a Kamala Harris or a Gavin Newsom type candidate. We got Ana Kasparian being like, look, if you don't fucking take me back and forgive me, you're fucking stupid. You are fucking stupid.
Defeat the most popular provisions in Biden's bill. And you know what Biden did? he not only allowed it to happen, he aided and abetted it. So when you have a conservative Democrat, like, by the way, one of the most corrupt Democrats, Joe Manchin from West Virginia, who luckily is not in the Senate anymore, or Kirsten Sinema from Arizona, who luckily isn't in the Senate anymore, when you have them fighting against increasing the federal minimum wage, defeating paid family leave, when you see them working on behalf of corporate donors as opposed to the American people who they purported to want to represent, yeah, it infuriated me. So that was the beginning of my Democrat black pill moment. Seeing what happened in Gaza under Biden's watch, it did it for me. You know, I'm Armenian. Armenians.
Wait, he just liked the Clinton camp rather than being a Democrat?
Went through a genocide of their own in 19.
Oh, I see what you're saying. He got stuff from, is that what you mean, Choki? He got stuff from his support for Bill and Hillary.
1.5 million Armenians slaughtered at the hands of the Turks. And no one came to help Armenians. The idea that I'm going to like sit back and just celebrate the Democrats, celebrate the Biden administration after what I saw get carried out with the help of Biden, there's no way. There's no way. I was excited about him stepping down from the race.
Narwhal by nature. I have no idea why it's not showing your super chat there. That's kind of, it's almost like it doesn't understand. It understands $10, but it doesn't. I don't know what's going on there. I will read it. All right. I will even read it in a TTS voice. Narwhal by nature says, I saw an analyst on France 24 mention that the Democratic hoax is fairly accurate, as Trump was a Democrat until 2008-ish? Damn. Wait. I mean, like, I'm trying to think of how many things she's called a Democrat hoax. Obviously, the Russia thing was a Democrat hoax. There's so many things that he's referred to as a Democratic hoax, but yeah, good catch there. He was a, Democrat. He was working, I think he said this in the Republican debate, right? He I think volunteered the information that he had donated to both sides and that, you'd be stupid not to, basically. And the whole thing is like, he utters a truth that's almost unspeakable in Washington that, yeah, a lot of donors will donate on both sides so that regardless of who gets Democrat or Republican, who gets chosen, right, they're going to be pro AI, for instance, right? That's the reason that an industry that is, sort of right-wing coded at the moment might also donate to the left. Same thing with Trump, and he owned up to it. And instead of it being like, what it should have been like, okay, well, you are the guy corrupting the people, so you're actually even worse than the rest of us who are corrupt. You're the fucking, you're the puppet master that we all dance for, right? I mean, how are you going to say that, right? I mean, somehow it turns into like, oh God, Trump's just exceptionally honest. Wow. Epstein, wait, what is this? He got stuff plus liked socializing. Oh yeah, he liked them personally. Probably true. Probably had common interest with Bill, maybe. I don't know. Yes, Anna, but your disillusion with the Democrats can out in a right-wing pivot. For her argument to make sense, she would have to be arguing for a more radical left stances. Look, say what you will about Jimmy Dore, but in the beginning, his pivot away from TYT and away from the Democratic Party was stated to be out of a support for the Bernie Sanders campaign, right? At least the statement was that, like, I don't like these guys because they are too far to the left. Now, obviously, he got caught up in the whole, Boogaloo Boy thing and just kind of fell in with a bunch of right wingers. And it wasn't too long before he was pro MAGA and went from being pro Bernie to being pro MAGA. And then now I've even seen just straight up like the latest thumbnail I saw from Jimmy Dore was something to the effect of what Jews are saying behind your back. Like, right. Like it's yeah. Unfortunately, a pretty common anti-Semitic line of reasoning that you'll hear. There was a Florida congressional candidate, I think his name is Fishback, that said the reason there's Pop-Tarts in the school vending machine is because they are feeding us goy slop, right? So yeah, I mean, like that kind of anti-Semitism, unfortunately, very fucking common these days. But yeah, Anna never even had the pretense, right? I'm not glazing Jimmy Dore here. I'm just pointing out that in some ways, Anna's pivot to the right is even more brazen and more obvious than Jimmy Dore's, right? At least like he took some time to get audience captured and to go right wing. Ana Kasparian, she just, got mad, felt underappreciated, saw like other channels that had started after TYT, getting more views than TYT, and she just decided, all right, fuck y'all. If you don't like the TYT, if you don't, you know what I mean? If we're not going to be the fucking standard bearers anymore, we might as well just throw in our lot with the right wing. And yeah, so anyway.
Race. I know Kamala Harris had a huge hill to climb, but once I saw that she was like vicious toward pro-peace protesters, I was like, this woman's going to lose, and she deserves it if she doesn't change course. And she didn't change course, and she lost. And in the meantime, you have Trump pretending like he's the peace candidate.
Right.
So think about that juxtaposition and what it communicates to voters.
And think about this juxtaposition. Before you even get to the rotating villain strategy that you're talking about with cinema, before you even get to that, Democrats play a totally different game. After January 6th, the most important presidential appointment of our lifetimes, the three of us here, was who is going to be Attorney General. And he picked Merrick Garland because
Davy Cliff, the white Angloid just desires slop. It's in their nature. Look, if by slop you mean white colored carbohydrates, you may be right. I don't know.
Mitch McConnell dicked over Merrick Garland under Biden with the Supreme Court pick, and he played integrity politics. And Merrick Garland sat on this shit. When I think about that, number one, he only charged the poor people, the low-income cultists that somebody financed to get to D.C. He only charged those people with felonies, and Trump, of course, pardoned him. He didn't go after the big money. We have a Supreme Court justice's wife that was involved in the planning of this. It has since been revealed that Donald Trump himself paid $3 million. So the Democrats have no leverage with me saying that we go after the elites. The law applies to everybody equally. The Democrats curry favor with wealthy people every bit as much. And you can look at the prosecution and investigations into January 6th. That should have been wrapped up. We should not all be sitting here talking about this right now. And it's because of Joe Biden and Merrick Garland. Furthermore, they had the Epstein files for 4 years.
Columbia super chatted $5. Jeff worked his magic by helping Anna with her bike, and she turned right-wing in a snap.
Okay, so
Shouldn't she be calling out Jeff for ruining on her politics?
Yeah, it's Jeff's fault. But just to be clear, we're talking about Jeff from Anna's building, not Jeff from Little St. James Island. Just to be real clear, we're not talking about the littlest Jeff playing Fortnite over in Israel. Now, Chad, do you know there's a huge conspiracy theory that Epstein is still alive? And as much as I want to just slap that away, that nonsense away, I don't know, that's the next thing I need to cover is the Bondi stuff and all of the new stuff we found out about Epstein. And there's a lot, chat, honestly. There's a lot to go over. And then I got to somehow work in a video game stream with all of that. I'm sure I'll figure out. I'm sure Jeff doesn't exist. He was an excuse. Wait, you're talking about Jeffrey Epstein does not exist. I've also heard people propose this. Jeffrey Epstein is not a human as much as he is like an idea, as much as he is this like kind of whole that, or this thing that like fits the whole of like how the sausage is made in terms of power in the world, right? But I don't want to wax too philosophical or else I'll slip off my chair. So.
And they didn't take it seriously. I took it very seriously after January 6th. I took it very seriously when Mitch McConnell refused to impeach him. And then a month later, Kevin McCarthy went and kissed the ring. And Fox News started going, well, it was a dust up. They were tourists. I took it very seriously. And I believed that Donald Trump, and at least maybe not him personally, but the movement at large, it was a fascist movement. And I was very clear-eyed about that. And if I'm a part of a political
Our World by Nature says if he was still around, Trump would not be fucking up like this. Good point.
Party that doesn't say, you know what?
Look, I'm used to being able to kind of just like, conspiracy theories that are out there, but there's so much about this Epstein stuff that is just like shook me to my core. Anna's doing the Thomas Friedman thing where she talks about the fictional principled conservative cab driver. Oh, is she doing that thing? Yeah, Thomas Friedman is a columnist. he used to always justify whatever his hobby horse was by saying, I had an interesting conversation with a cab driver today that, really, like instead of him saying the thing, that, well, of course you're rich, you would say that, right? He has the cab driver say it. So it's like, oh, wisdom from the cab driver. Okay, then. Chat, we were 8 out of 10 on those butterfly super chats, and we have 52 minutes left. So keep them coming. We are almost there on that one. Let me check the voting again. 104 of you have voted so far. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. Feel free to come over to Twitch, to youtube.com/nocommentchick if you want to place your vote, and you can go right back to Twitch and watch there if you want. First place, Epstein, Bannon, 4chan. Second place, Cat Burglar turns out to be a cat. Third place, Fox News is China maxing. Sorry, Fox News on China maxing. I wish Fox News was China maxing. Fourth place, MAGA, more MAGA parents debates. That's where we're at right now. Got plenty of time. We're at 60% on the bonus meter, so it looks like we very well might get some bonus content. Remember to let me know if you donate which of these topics you want to see. Or you can say Vox Populi to just be like, I'll have what the voters are voting for. Or you can say gaming to like point out the absurdity of the fact that I owe you 4 fucking gaming streams now.
We're gonna have to get our hands dirty a little bit, and we're gonna release all this shit. And I don't care if they accuse us of being partisan, because these people are diabolical, and I care more about this country.
Natalie's talking about Anna's neighbor. And Davy is, I guess that's who you're saying is the cab driver, the fake person, right? So yeah, Thomas Friedman would always make up a cab driver to say the things that he didn't really have any backing for. I think Davy is saying that Jeff may be a invention, a chimera of Anna's mind rather than a real person. Leftist cranks have been proven completely correct. I will not listen to any naysaying about the conspiracy again. Yeah. Never say never.
And the safety and well-being of its citizens than the appearances. And Joe Biden and Merrick Garland cared exclusively about appearances and or their special interests with God only knows what corporations.
I mean, never say like a conspiracy is completely out of the realm of possibility. You can say Vox Populi if what you really mean is I'm a donor. Yeah, you'd be like a donor class trader, wouldn't you? Yeah.
But that to me, the Democrats' inability to fight before you
the FDR choice
even get to the rotating villain strategy, and probably they go hand in hand, really irritates me.
Right. I mean, whenever someone on the right would make the argument or counter argument about how like, oh, well, you're getting on Trump's ass about how he's not releasing all the files, but what about Biden? What about Biden? What about the Democrats? And, I would condemn the Democrats too. They should have released the files, but I would also make the point that like, this is not a partisan thing. There are people on the left implicated. I mean, Larry Summers.
And look, here's the thing with these sorts of things, like nobody generally looks into it. The way that the files get opened up are if people make a big deal about it, right? Nobody was really making that big of a deal about it when people were noticing, people were suspicious, people thought the story didn't seem, seemed a little strange, right? But then, there was no like investigation that came out with like, a possibility. So people kind of just like let it go. And so then when Biden came into office, it wasn't an issue. It wasn't talked about. It wasn't, and the only reason that and Biden's not going to open this up for the same reason that Trump, well, no, maybe not the same reason. Look, Biden's not going to open it up, even though Biden didn't appear in the Epstein files. No doubt he's got connections to people that did, right? If you're a powerful person, you are probably connected with the Epstein class, right? That's probably why, if you thought that there was a principled thing that a president should do at that time and looking into that deeper, that's why it didn't happen. But honestly, the only way to make it happen is when everybody freaks out about it. And the reason that we're freaking out about it is because Trump is acting sus. Like, right? It's just like the same sort of thing where, I don't know, you're trying to solve a bank robber case, and you're over at somebody's house who is like, one of the investigators, and then like a dollar bill, like a $50 bill comes out from under their couch cushion, and they nervously grab it and put it back under. Do you know what I mean? This is the whole reason we're talking about it, is because Trump is acting sus as fuck. He was gung-ho about it. He wanted to show the Epstein files, and then as soon as he gets the chance, he tries to walk it back. And actually, there are no Epstein files. Actually, Epstein killed himself. Haha. But funny thing, there's absolutely nothing funny about it. There's nothing to see here. When you act like this, of course people are going to freak out. That's why you've got this inquiry. And I'm glad we do. Sus as lit? Wait, what?
Obviously was working for the Clinton administration. He's a longtime Democrat. He's implicated in the files. Like, there are people who have been lifelong Democrats implicated. So it's not a partisan thing. I thought that Biden didn't release the files because maybe his name was in it. Maybe he's implicated.
Oh, you're saying that Trump is lit as fuck. I got it. Like, is that, did I get it right? Like a band dude?
Turns out he's not implicated, like, at least from what we've seen so far. So who was he protecting? Why didn't
That's an interesting take.
he release the files, especially knowing all the various political opponents who are implicated in it?
That's what I think the through line is, from the lack of prosecutions in January 6th to the Epstein. There is a
Wait, do you mean
class that have bank accounts that can choke a bull, that are able to do things with impunity, regardless of who controls the executive branch in the DOJ. And we see that under Democratic politicians, and we see it under Republican politicians, which I want to talk to you next. My next curiosity about you is I see you collab with Tucker Carlson a lot. And so I want you to tell me about that, because Tucker to me is a very dangerous person, because he speaks to a lot of people in middle America that have extreme homophobia, extreme transphobia. And I have so many gay friends in Oklahoma that are bullied by their churches, their families, their governments. And he recently was saying like FAGGOT multiple times. And he is clear-eyed on Israel, but I feel like that his position on Israel is also wrapped in, this is my opinion, in some anti-Semitism the same way his homophobia is. And I wanted to get your take on that.
Okay, no, here's what's really disturbing about this. Jen is right. I'm glad she's asking Anna about this. I'm glad there's some kind of pushback on this, but yeah, so pointing out that, you know, the person that Anna does content with, not because she agrees with them, because she's been really clear that there's a lot that she does not agree with, you know, Tucker about, but because overall she respects him, and I don't know, you know, she'll always bring it back to Gaza, right? If you want Gaza to be free, you've got to let me talk to Tucker. It's the only way that it can happen, right? I've got to go into the Nazi headquarters. I'm sorry, and work with Adolf Hitler. That's the only way that we're gonna deal with Israel. Oh my God, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's some scary shit here. That she's but yeah, the you know, there's other things too, like about Tucker, that Tucker questioned whether homosexuality existed. Right? Let's be really clear, right? Tucker's conversation with Milo, a person who claims to be ex-gay, supported the idea that maybe being gay was part of the woke mind virus, I guess. Or, you know, if you really want to take it to the commonplace that people like Tucker take it, it would be globo homo. I don't know if they you know, mentioned, you know, any of that or did any dog whistles there. But yeah, like the idea that like nobody's really gay, you just like do gay behavior, and that's bad, and God doesn't like it. And maybe if you like pray a whole bunch, then you could not be gay, and you'd be like magically you'd be like, yo, pussy is very great.
Will be super chatted $10. It's like Irene is psychic. Spooky.
Wait, how did I get were you saying this in chat? Thank you for the super chat, by the way. The fact that Biden hosted countless AIPAC events free of charge is some of the real sicko stuff. At least ask for 200K or something. Come on, man. Come on, Jack. Wait, what was I psychic about? Either way, we're at 9 out of 10 on the super chat. Yeah, they're male attracted men. There we go. Bringing back the My Husband Is, what's that show called? My Husband Is Not Gay or something like that. But yeah. I mean, it's some sickness, right? And the funny thing is, they're acting like just, you know, it was a whole thing where at first they were like, yo, listen, okay. We accept that you're gay and you're going to have a gay marriage, and that's fine and good and well and everything and all this stuff. But, you know, really the trans people, are you going to defend the trans people? I mean, that's not the same as being gay. Being gay is understandable. We all like, we all like to stick our our things in holes and or have things stuck in our holes or something like that, right? And some people like this hole and some people like that hole. That's understandable, but somehow like the the idea of a trans person, it breaks their mind. Like there's no way this person says that they feel female, and yet when I look at their birth certificate, it says male. The doctor looked between their legs and said, "This one's a male." So how can that be? Because that's the same thing that the doctor said when they pulled me out, right? And I don't feel questioning. I don't question my gender, right? This is the process of the conservative brain. And it kind of just like at first sort of weasels in to say that we're gonna call into question the legitimacy of trans people. They say that their mind, their being is operating not in a sense of their gender assigned at birth, but how do we know they're not just faking? They could just be faking. And some people were like, yeah, you're right. They could be faking. Some of them don't have their lives very much together. Maybe they're crazy. Maybe they're fucked up. Maybe they're defective. They kind of let this into the door. And before you know it, now it's like, hey, guys that like other guys, do they really though? What if they're faking? What if they're just very, very, what if they're just very woke? It's overly woke. They think they're so woke that they won't come near the pussy. And they're like, oh, I think like, I don't know, chat. This is like, I'm trying to like, interpret the right-wing thought pattern, but I definitely noticed it move from just being anti-trans and being like, oh yeah, no, of course, like gay rights, yeah, no, obviously we've accepted that. We would never go back. They're going back on it. They're questioning, are you really gay? What's the meme, chat? Does anybody remember there's like a meme, I think it's like an African guy, and he says like, why are you gay? And Tucker like brings it up during the conversation with Milo, and he's like, "No, that's right. Why are you gay? That's the what we got to get back to. Why are these people gay? Maybe if we just say that it's really bad to be gay and you shouldn't be gay, and we make everything about being gay like hard to live a life as a gay person, maybe we will find that all these people are like, no, actually, yeah, you're right. I'm not same-sex attracted. I'm attracted to the opposite sex. I was just being silly. It was a woke moment. I was trying to impress the other wokes by being extremely woke by saying I'm same-sex attracted, when obviously everybody is just attracted to the different sexes, because that's what makes the straights feel good, right? Just say you're the normal, you're the good, you're what should be strived for. Everybody that's not doing what you're doing, they got some kind of wokeness, brainworm in them. Is it the guy from Uganda? How old was that? It's not, we're not talking about the guy that says eat the poo-poo, are we? Like, it could be a guy from Uganda, but maybe it's a different, I don't know. I don't know what the reference was. I saw Tucker and Milo. We didn't end up covering that because we didn't have time. But it was fucking wild. It was fucking wild.
I don't think he's anti-Semitic. I don't at all, actually. In fact, he has even in the past like supported Zionism. But I think once he realizes how detrimental the US alliance with Israel really is, he's kind of moved off of supporting Israel in the same way that he has in the past. I really don't think he's anti-Semitic. I think you raise a valid point about his views on, gay people.
Like a decade. Oh, so this is Bishop Pastor Martin Simpa.
I definitely
with 2 S's.
Do agree with you on that. And I disagree with him.
He's literally going back to the eat the poo-poo. That's fucking crazy. Right? Because on some level, right, that kind of response to the existence of gay people, like where you, I don't know, go down a rabbit hole and find, some very niche gay porn, and then show it in your church to attribute that to all gay people, to all gay men. This is what homosexuality is, right? Find the most extreme act you possibly can. You imagine if somebody did that with like straight people? Like what would the equivalent, chat, of the eat the poo poo guy be for somebody that was like, shaking their finger at straights? What would the equivalent be, right? What erotica would you find that appeals to the niche erotica for straight people? It'd be like finding like a Hunter Biden foot fetish thing and be like, this is what straight men are like. They always like the foot. They do funny things with the foot. They need to see the foot. They want to do, they want to palpate the foot while they're smoking their crack pipe. This is what, I don't know. But yeah, this is what Bishop Pastor Martin Simpa did. Famously said, that, that eating the poo-poo was part of homosexuality, and you should be disgusted and grossed out. And this was, part of the predicate. He was advocating for the, not just the pray away the gay laws, but the do away with the gays laws over there. But yeah, this was like 10 years ago. Huge meme back then. Wait, Anna just said, I really don't think Tucker Carlson is anti-Semitic. That's hilarious. Oh my God, chat, tell me, is that even a real thing? Is there any argument you could make for that? Is there any way you could justify? Is there anything you could base on, like, to try to argue that Tucker Carlson, I feel like he's come out pretty, like, unabashedly. I don't really think there's that much of a, doubt that we're not in a gray area here.
Have a completely different view when it comes to gay people, gay rights.
Getting divorced leads to getting remarried, leads to step siblings, leads to stuck in the dryer. That's right. There we go. There's the niche porn that straight people like, is the stepmom got stuck in the dryer, and how are we gonna get her out? Incest, chat. Incest is the only way. Or what do you call it? Step incest? Pseudo incest. I don't even know what you call that, but yes, that is a neat. Although I gotta say, I don't know if it's niche. I don't know if it's niche. I feel like people put the stepmother, stepson shit on like titles and stuff, even if I feel like they just do it on everything. It's like they get more people that are into that idea that this might be, a stepmother and a stepson, then they lose from people that are like, oh, I don't want to see that. That's not. Which is wild, because you'd think that more people would be like, ugh, but apparently not. Anyway, chat, and incest, lovely thing to talk about.
Rights, gay marriage, and all of that. But in regard to the anti-Semitic question, I don't think he's anti-Semitic at all. In fact, he's pretty well read on the issues.
Does Tucker need to start posting happy merchants for Anna? Well, apparently Anna did her own happy merchant like impression. Now, kind of rubbing your fingers together when you are portraying someone scheming, I guess it's not necessarily anti-Semitic, right? It's a common reference, but it coincides the overlap is like complete, right? With the happy merchant thing. So yeah, I mean, I think I said when I saw her doing that, I didn't think she was trying to evoke the happy merchant, but fuck, I mean, well, you're going to hear her say something is Zionist occupied, right? So maybe I was wrong. Maybe she is, like, at the very least, like, playing along with this, right? They have to add step. They wouldn't put step on those sites. Yeah. I think if you didn't put step, people would be grossed out about it. But if you say step, I don't know. I had a friend who said that he was, when I was like in middle school, one of my friends was like talking about his, like, I think his dad remarried or something. And his stepmom had a daughter, and he was attracted to her, and he was always telling us about how he was attracted to her at school, and we were grossed out by him.
That hurt us due to our relationship with an alliance with Israel. And he articulates that regularly. And by the way, I mean, he had asked me to go on his show, his podcast, a year and a half in advance of me finally agreeing to do it. And part of the reason why I wouldn't do it initially is because I just thought there's no redeeming quality about this guy. There's no use in having a conversation with him. But his producers were so persistent that I finally decided, okay, fine, I'll listen to his podcast. I'll make an informed decision and see if there's maybe a possibility that I'll do this interview. And I do think he gets taken out of context a lot. He's definitely deeply conservative. I'm not. So obviously we're going to have disagreements. But look, ladies, like, to me, the most important thing right now is to free the United States from Israel. And if there are people on the right who agree with me on that, I am willing to work with them on that issue.
Okay. I'll give you a few more names, Anna, if you want to work with people on the right to free this nation from Israel. Now, mind you what she says here, right? Not to free the Palestinians, right? From apartheid, okay? Or genocide, right? Not anything like, no, to free America from Israel. That's the problem. Israel controls America. Yeah, I'll give you some more names, Anna. You should look up this guy, Infrared Haas. He's really cool. Jackson Hinkeldink, definitely give him a call, have a conversation with him. Like, there's all kinds of people, Anna. There's all kinds of people that want to free this nation from Israel. I believe Nick Fuentes has spoken to that. Jesus Christ, she think it's not that Anna's like not intelligent, chat. She is very intelligent. She thinks the audience is this. She thinks the audience is this helpless. Clearly speaking to anti-Semites, if not speaking as one. Yeah. She's signaling, right? Get Sneeko on there too, right? Just because he advocates for, fucking crimes against children doesn't mean that he's not doesn't also advocate for Palestine. I mean, the thing is, Sneeko actually does advocate for Palestine, right? For all of his bullshit, for the fact that he is a garbage person. So many, things wrong with Sneeko, right? He actually does talk about the issue of Israel-Palestine with the concern for the Palestinian people. I'm not even getting that from Anna. I'm getting that the concern is that Israel has got too much control of the United States.
To build a coalition for that specific issue.
Not that the United States is using Israel and they for plausible deniability, right, to affect its goals in the Middle East with the plausible deniability of like, oh, geez, we gave all those bombs and all that military equipment. We didn't know BB would go this crazy. Ooh, that's a little much, BB. Ooh, maybe could you dial it back a little bit? Could you dial it back on the child murder? We didn't know that was going to happen. Oh, well, I guess it's over now. Might as well, claim the, claim the perks of being of having this little nation willing to absolutely violate everything in human nature in its slaughter, right? And then just wipe our hands of it. We didn't know, the Likudnik party, they got a little crazy. They get a little crazy, but at least there's less noise from the Palestinians now, and we can get our Trump Gaza going, right? It's sick. It's really some sick shit. And she's a sick person too. Right there, that tells you everything she's not motivated by. I don't know if she's motivated by anti-Semitism or if she just thinks that anti-Semites are her audience from now on. But I know for sure that her first thought is not about the welfare of the Palestinian people. It's about America first. Irene, mute. Am I? That would be crazy. Let's check. Testing. Was I mute for anyone else? I don't know. Sometimes YouTube fucks up too.
Issue and apply pressure to get our politicians to act in the way that we demand. Otherwise, if you do everything through the prism of partisan politics, we will be exactly where we are today.
Let me look again. Testing. Yeah, I should not be mute. Not mute for other people? Okay, good. Just making sure.
Which is nowhere. No progress, no nothing. I've been doing this for 20 years, and that's been my experience.
Oh, thank you, Narwhal.
I am cautious about the Marjorie Taylor Greens and the Tucker Carlsons because they say that they care about Palestinian lives and these Palestinians getting killed. Marjorie Taylor Greene speaks about Palestinian Christians. That's her carve out. But when you don't have that same empathy towards the queer kid that lives in rural America or the trans population, which is less than 1% that really doesn't even want to be spoken about at all. They don't want to be in political discourse. And the immigrant population in the United States, and you make a carve out, I always think it's a real red flag. And I think there's a danger in both of their voices because I know.
You think she's more easily influenced than she lets on, Narwhal? You mean Anna is?
When they speak and they say negative things about Israel at the exact same podcast, they're bashing gay people, they're bashing immigrants. Because I lived in red state America, it falls in the ears of people that are wholly bigoted, that their ethos is white supremacy and bigotry. And that's why I see them as kind of being dangerous messengers. I agree. I don't think it's a big deal that you sit down with Tucker Carlson and y'all aired shit out. I don't think that's that big of a deal at all. I'm worried about the incubation. If you think about George W. Bush incubated Trump. And when I think about what is Trump incubating, and I see Tucker Carlson in these clips being critical of Trump. And then I see this whole Venezuela oil thing and he's standing there clapping like a seal, taking pictures with Trump. And I see the duplicity and the hypocrisy. So I don't trust the intentions of his messaging on Israel as much as I would somebody else who preaches universal human rights, who doesn't prioritize one group over the other, who will say, I don't understand trans people. I don't get it. It's not my thing, but it's not my business. And I'll fight for their right. Just like you said about Christianity in that viral clip.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would agree with you had Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson, for that matter, not revisited their previous statements about, let's say, Muslim people and made very clear that they were wrong. In the case of Marjorie Taylor Greene and Candace Owens, by the way, they have talked about this at length, where they're like, we realized that we were totally misled and we bought into the fear mongering about Muslim people, right? So like in the case of Tucker Carlson, something that I was kind of shocked to see, honestly, after Renee Good was shot and killed by ICE, he put out a newsletter kind of condemning the right for making light of it, or even in some cases celebrating it. And he basically said, like, this is a human life and what happened is not okay. And so to me, it's those moments where he's willing to kind of buck his own side, for lack of a better word. And he really gets nothing out of it. I mean, he doesn't get any influence in terms of the Trump administration by condemning Trump's foreign policy. And in regard to him being in the room, I mean, look, I agree. It's not a good look, especially when you're clapping after you did a lengthy segment condemning what the White House did in Venezuela. But at the same time, I know that he probably wants to influence Trump in the right direction on foreign policy. And you're not going to be able to influence him unless you're in.
So what are Tucker's criticisms of Trump? It's the Epstein files, right? And it's Israel. Is there anything else? Anything we're missing that like where Tucker really bucks against the rest of MAGA? I honestly think it is just like with Nick Fuentes. Remember Nick Fuentes? How he started out like harassing Charlie Kirk? Like they would see Charlie Kirk's beginning of his career was a bunch of embarrassment, right? Because he's in this organization. They're paying him to be their like Judas goat, right? Their college age kid that's going to say, I'm not going to college.
Super chatted $10. If Trump is incubating Tucker, does that make him a birthing person? See what I did there? Open mouth smile.
I just imagine Trump as a bird. And somehow it works, like a chicken or like a hen or something, like keeping the eggs warm. Little baby Tucker. You know, Trump, like he eats the cheeseburger and then he like vomits into little Tucker's mouth, and Tucker's like eep, beep, 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 eating up the vomited cheeseburger. Yeah, I mean, I can see this is a fucking tableau that you have just painted for me, Narwhal. And thank you for the super chat.
In the room. So, you know, I'm speculating about his intentions there, but I hear what you're saying about wanting to be cautious. I also want to make space for people who change their minds, right? And so if they come out and say, I was wrong, I'm sorry, I've changed my mind on this, whether it be on Muslim people or any other issue, I want to allow space for them to be forgiven and to prove that they're not just talking the talk, they're walking the walk.
I think that it's the inverse.
And she should be forgiven too. That's the underline. There's the subtext
of that. I think he lies to his audience and then colludes with the powers that be at large. I think he, Steve Bannon, and Marjorie Taylor Greene are looking, how do we keep this cult together, this America First thing? And it's opportunistic for them to say, look, this has not been America First.
Wait, I've seen a lot of Trump impreg art with Biden. Is this Trump getting Biden pregnant? Are they Nagas by chance? We're not talking about like a snake Trump and a snake Biden, are we?
It's $40 billion to Argentina. It's a blank check to Israel. And that keeps, they're playing on the base's most racist impulses. And I think that he proves himself to not be a credible messenger a lot.
I mean, I'm against giving Argentina a bailout. I don't think that's racist. Yeah. You think he's motivated by racism for being against the bailout for Argentina?
Not for that issue, not for that single issue. I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing. That was a gift Scott Bessent gave to somebody.
But you're not going to give somebody credit for saying, I don't think American money should go to another country, right? That's not in and of itself, right? What the actual analysis, oh, holy shit, chat, you just hit the bonus, you just hit the butterfly goal, Narwhal. Congratulations. We are in butterfly territory. We can't stop here, chat. This is butterfly country. Actually, we need to stop here so I can put the butterfly in my country, in my hair. There we go. Awesome.
You know, that was a total shakedown that these people do. I think Tucker Carlson, my opinion, is he is abundantly aware that the base, the connective tissue in the base is racism. Do you hate trans people? Do you hate gay people? Do you hate immigrants and Jews? And in evangelical America, in flyover states, they are deeply anti-Semitic. Their apocalyptic dream.
Okay, human Trump pregnant being lovingly held by Biden? Okay, I could see it. I could see it.
For the rapture to come is for the Jews to be in Israel so that Jesus can then come and send them all to hell forever to be tortured. And the anti-Semitism that I've heard all of my life came from white
Oh my
evangelical
God.
Republican Christians, Jew them down, and these seedy Jews. And I think Tucker Carlson, being a lifelong Republican, understands the base and understands the cult. And I'm very skeptical when people speak out for one group of people, and then the very next episode he doesn't have the critical thinking skills or the balls to stand up for people in his own country. It's supposed to be a free country. He doesn't have the balls to stand up to the most marginalized group among us, which are trans people. And it's just, I think it's just such chicken shit how both parties just pick them up, use them, throw them under the bus, instead of saying, we believe in equality, we believe in affordability, we believe in the First Amendment for everybody. Even people you don't understand and you think they're light in the loafers and weird. Get over it. It's not your business. It's a free country. In the 80s, when I grew up, that was said all the time. But now.
Oh my God. This is why people put chili salt on their pineapple. God damn, that's good. What was I saying? We are at 95 right now. I gotta read off some weasels. Right? Clay Pixie, you just got weaseled. Geek Ledger, you just got weaseled. Black Lark 1, you just got weaseled. K Meeks, you just got weaseled. And you can thank Sasha G for those gifted memberships. And we are at 95 already. Wow, indeed. Wow, indeed. I just got distracted, chat. What was I just talking about? Something about gayness? Something about homosexuality? I can't remember. I don't think it looks bad. I think there was a Biden and Trump imprag. I don't think it looks, I don't know. It looks pretty bad that Trump publicly rigged another country's election. That's what I was trying to talk about Argentina. Yeah. The rigging of the election, the project, right? He is incubating. Yeah, we want to talk about Trump, the mama bird with Tucker under one wing. Who's under the other wing? It's Milei. Trump is incubating fascism. Trump is incubating some of the worst economic ideas, shit that should have been left behind, I don't know, chat 50 years ago, right? And yet we got to allow Argentina to be a lab for this fucking piece of shit to experiment on, right? That's what's wrong with Argentina, right? It's not a humanitarian bailout so that the people will be okay, which, hey, if you want to, if that's your goal, right? I mean, that's like some people might argue that, you could do other things with that money in the United States, but I mean, that's more of a goal that's like in line with the whole soft power thing, well, it's a complicated, I don't want to get into the, I want to get in too deep here, but I do need to put Choki. Thank you for the gifted membership to Sylveon. Sylveon, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing. I think, what are we at, like 90, 98? But yeah, it's not like the America First justification is literally that, like that. The United States should occupy its place as global hegemon, should reap the rewards for that, place at the top of hierarchy, and then should not concern itself with the welfare of the other nations that we are necessarily pillaging, with the global south that we are necessarily pillaging in order to get. Now, the way the world order works prior to Trump, right, is not great either, because what we've got there is the United States acting as global hegemon, seizing the power, holding up a different set of rules for itself and its allies than for the rest of the world, claiming there's a rules-based order when it's violating those rules all the time. And then at the end of the day, like paying back through US aid a little bit, a tiny pittance of what it's taken from the global south, right? That's the old order. And that was fucked up. That was fucked up because we're really taking more from the global south than we're giving back. But with Trump, it's just like, no, we should extract everything we fucking can, steal their oil, steal their resources, and then give them nothing unless they have a mad von Mises economist like Serpantor that you have somehow cloned and you want to bring to power in Argentina, then yes, $20 million, $40 million, $40 billion. No, there's no amount that's too much. Can you please give my dono votes to Sasha G? Absolutely. What does Sasha G say about the bonus poll?
Now, after gay marriage, the religious right has to keep, hitting the volume in the crack pipe more and more and more. And I think Tucker is acutely aware of that.
The volume in the crack pipe? Do we have like, is our crack is too loud? Is that what we're saying? The volume? I thought that was, anyway, chat.
Look, I think that, so you're talking about dispensationalism when you're referring to the evangelicals who, have this relationship with Israel, not because they care about Jewish people, but because, it's going to be the second coming of God and, all of that stuff, whatever. He's actually pretty vocal against that. And I don't think he's helping to keep a coalition together. In fact, I think he's being blamed probably accurately for breaking MAGA up to some extent because he's been so critical of Trump and the foreign.
Sachi G, all in for the cat burglar. I will put that down. Wait, chat, what is the question that we're asking about Tucker? Is the question we're asking, do you think that Tucker is like pro-Israel, or is the question we're asking, do you think he's anti-Semitic? Because she seems to be vouching for him not being pro-Israel. What exactly is Jen asking? I kind of lost track here. Anybody want to help me? Here, I can rewind it a little bit. Let me add in Sasha G said. So it's Columbia Rican and Sasha G. Both of your donos are going towards the cat burglar. Let me figure out what that is. So yeah, 5, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, it looks like 30 is going towards the cat burglar. The cutest burglar ever. Narwhal says 52 for Epstein and 4chan. There we go. 52 for Epstein and 4chan. Thank you. But does anybody know what the actual question, why Tucker is anti-Zionist? Is because he thinks evangelical rapture is kooky? Well, that's what Anna's answering, right? But what was the question? Like, what was Jen trying to get at? Because the real question about Tucker is like, I don't know, because it sounds like Anna's like defending him against allegations of being pro-Israel. I don't think anybody's ever accused him of that.
Group among us, which are trans people, the critical lifelong Republican and an evangelical. I think Tucker Carlson, in my opinion, he is abundantly aware that the connective tissue in the base is racism. Do you hate trans people? Do you hate gay people? Do you hate immigrants and Jews? And in evangelical America, in flyover states, they are deeply anti-Semitic. Their apocalyptic dream, in order for the rapture to come, is for the Jews to be in Israel so that Jesus can then come and send them all to hell forever to be tortured. And
okay, so evangelical, Zionism, while it is on the surface pro-Israel, pro what Israel wants to do, pro greater Israel, pro U.S. support for Israel, it's not for any good reason. It's not because we love the Israelis, we love the Jewish people, right? It's specifically to fulfill the whack prophecy where all the Jews either have to become Christian or get killed. Right. So even that, what some would call philo-Semitism is actually motivated by anti-Semitism or Zionism or whatever you want to call that. Right. Actually motivated by anti-Semitism. And that's the connective tissue she's saying of the Republican Party is hatred for minority groups and whether they be racial or gender or
the anti-Semitism that I've heard all of my life came from white evangelical Republican Christians. Jew them down and these seedy Jews. And I think Tucker Carlson
can be pro-Israel and anti-Jew. That's true. Anti-Semitic. Yeah.
And being a lifelong Republican, understands the base and understands the cult. And I'm very skeptical when people speak out for one group of people, and then the very next episode, he doesn't have the critical thinking skills or the balls to stand up for people in his own country. It's supposed to be a free country. He doesn't have the balls.
So he will stand up. Like, I'm not even convinced that Tucker is like standing up for Palestinians. The only right-wing person I can think of that's ever even talked about the suffering of Palestinians, unfortunately, is Candace Owens, right? We'll bring it up. Sneeko will bring it up, right? But I don't hear Tucker say that shit.
To stand up to the most marginalized group among us, which are trans people. And it's just, I think it's just such chicken shit how both parties just pick them up, use them, throw them under the bus, instead of saying, we believe in equality, we believe in affordability, we believe in the First Amendment for everybody. Even people you don't understand and you think they're lighting the loafers and we.
Okay, what? Also lighten the loafers. I've never heard that before.
Trans people. And it's just, I think it's just thinking skills.
I just want to see Anna's response to
or the balls to stand up for people in his own country. It's supposed to be a free country. He doesn't have the balls to stand up to the most marginalized group among us, which are trans people. And it's just, I think it's just such chicken shit how both parties just pick them up, use them, throw them under the bus, instead of saying, we believe in equality, we believe in affordability, we believe in the First Amendment for everybody. Even people you don't understand and you think they're lighting the loafers and weird. Get over it. It's not your business. It's a free country. In the 80s, when I grew up, that was said all the time. But now, after gay marriage, the religious right has to keep, hitting the volume in the crack pipe more and more and more. And I think Tucker is acutely aware of that.
Yeah, look, I think that, so you're talking about dispensationalism when you're referring to the evangelicals who, have this relationship with Israel, not because they care about Jewish people, but because, it's going to be the second coming of God and, all of that stuff, whatever. He's actually pretty vocal against that. And I don't think he's helping to keep a coalition together. In fact.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was a strange question, right? Tucker is, from my understanding, arguing against U.S. support for Israel, right? Arguing against arms for Israel from an America First perspective, right? That's my understanding of that we, the U.S. doesn't need the foreign entanglements, and the U.S. does not need to send its treasury, to a nation that, is going to be just the reservoir for conspiracy theories under somebody like Tucker, right? It's not even about Israel per se. It's about a general, the distrust for Israel, ironically for Tucker Carlson's America First perspective is the, is a distrust of Jews, right? That's where that's and it's so funny that somebody as intelligent as Ana Kasparian could even pretend to not understand that.
I think he's being blamed probably accurately for.
That being said, I don't know. It feels like a bass-backwards question from Jen. I don't know if she's been like working a lot or she's not like focused. It's not like it seems like the opposite of the question that she'd want to be asking about Tucker Carlson.
Breaking MAGA up to some extent.
So yeah, he's not a dispensationalist. He's not, justifying support for Israel by some sort of design for the, the second coming can only happen when, Jews have returned to Judea and Samaria and the, greater Israel is occupied. And then Jesus, that's not Tucker's thing, right? He's not pro-Israel and he's not, he's not, I don't know. She says he's not a dispensationalist. I don't know. You could be a dispensationalist, chat, and think that God is going to bring Jesus back in his own time, at his own wisdom. And it has nothing to do with our actions, right? Because the dispensationalism is honestly kind of nutty, even for Christianity, even for right-wing Christianity, right? The dispensational idea, the idea that like, all right, here's the deal. God has said that like, the second coming will happen when Israel is occupied by the Jews. And so that means that God wants us to facilitate the reoccupation of Israel. And when it's fully, taken up, whatever God's standard is, God is so dumb that he's just going to be like, well, I guess I'm going to give them Jesus now. Right. It's just so it doesn't make sense even for Christianity. But yeah, it is what some people think. But like, I mean, think about how like manipulative that it's like, I don't know, the Christianity that I was raised in it doesn't have like a God that you can manipulate, right? You can't like, put up your covers and like masturbate and think that God's not going to know that you're masturbating, right? The Christianity that I grew up with posited a omniscient God who would be insulted by someone trying to manipulate him. And if there were Christians there were like, gosh darn it, I just don't like living on the earth and I would love for Jesus to come back and we could, do all that whole thing. Here, let's trick God into doing that. Here, Jews, come back to Israel. And then we can get Jesus back and the world will end. 2/3 of you will die, but 1/3 of you will be Christians. So isn't that lovely, right? I don't know. It seems like insulting to the very idea of an omniscient God is what I'm saying.
Extent, because he's been so critical of Trump and the foreign policy. So look, we're going to, I guess, disagree in terms of like what Tucker actually believes. I agree with you that Tucker was certainly like that when he was at Fox. But since then, he's changed his mind on a lot of policies. He brings it up all the time. He shares his remorse for believing certain things that he believed. But with that said, he still has beliefs that I disagree with vehemently, including he's against reproductive rights. He is against gay marriage. These are things that I support. So we have those disagreements. But I think it is important to work together when it comes to one of the biggest issues that's hurting Americans right now, and that's U.S. foreign policy that doesn't actually benefit Americans. It's about benefiting weapons contractors, private military contractors, and foreign countries.
Okay.
It was against everything I know about America and American foreign policy, right? Realpolitik is not about like, hey, I really like this country, let's help them out, right? Realpolitik is like, we will be allies with Cambodia because we hate Vietnam. Okay, be allies with Pol Pot, be allies with the Khmer Rouge, right? That's realpolitik. Wow.
I want to ask you, pivoting just a little bit, what is your level of confidence / alarm in the upcoming midterms when we have Tulsi Gabbard in Georgia seizing ballots? What are your concerns? What are you thinking? What is your level of concern on that? And then what do you think is going to be happening in that regard?
I have no idea what's going to happen, so I'm not going to predict, but I'm very concerned. I mean, raiding the election facility in Georgia, in Fulton County, Georgia, very concerning. The fact that Tulsi Gabbard has succeeded in, I guess, halting or hindering some sort of whistleblower report that even Congress can't get access to, that really worries me. Like, Tulsi Gabbard has been very sus from the very beginning. And in fact, my first round of the left coming for me real hard was when I had looked into Gabbard's record very deeply. This is when she was running in the Democratic primary in 2020. And I had found some things that were, cause for concern. So I raised those issues. And the left was so convinced that she was this hardcore fighter, this real progressive, that they attacked me instead as someone who's trying to destroy progressives, destroy this wonderful candidate who's actually anti-war and all this, sorry to curse, but all this bullshit that we heard about Tulsi Gabbard in the earlier years. But
Vanguard, get on this. Also, Near the Far World, thank you for the super chat. Vanguard, we need you. We need you. Fact check this, right? I don't believe her. I don't trust her. Okay, I do remember that there were Democrats that supported Tulsi, but these were the Jimmy Dore type of Democrats, right? She's saying the left. She's trying to connect the people that have a problem with her for her transphobia, have a problem with her for her anti-migrant takes and her tough on crime takes. She's trying to say those people, they love Tulsi. And I called out Tulsi as being bullshit. I called out Tulsi as, she's in a cult. There's a lot about Tulsi, right? And she's like, that was me. And the left, the max left, they were like, yes, Tulsi, we love Tulsi. Tulsi is our hero. We worship Tulsi. So somebody needs to look into that. All right. I don't believe Anna. I don't trust Anna on this. All right. Nobody with a lick of sense was supporting Tulsi. She was right-wing coded from the very get-go. I mean, look, there was a little bit of, Tulsi would be a little bit more stridently anti-war than some of the other Democrats. So I guess there might have been some people that supported her for that reason. But in general, like, these are just like really unreliable people that we're talking about that were on the left and that were pro-Tulsi, right? They're the people that voted for Trump because he had an RFK Jr., right? Let's be real. That's those kind of Democrats. And yeah, what was one of the issues with Tulsi Gabbard? Homophobia and transphobia. That was one of the same issue that Anna's got. So
anyway, she's part of a cult, number one, and that has been written about by The Intercept. People should look into it. And she isn't who she has claimed to be. And as you can tell, she shapeshifts depending on what's beneficial for her. So do I think that she would violate our election laws or the rights of Americans for her own benefit? Yeah, I do think she would do that. So I am very concerned about what the administration is doing in regard to elections, and also very concerned about Tulsi Gabbard's role in all of this.
Do you think, as we move towards the midterm and we're talking about, let's say we have a blue tsunami, do you think that...
Is she talking about like prior the 2020 campaign? There were a lot of red flags in retrospect. Yeah, absolutely. Anna did call out Tulsi in early 2016 when Tulsi was with Bernie. I'll give her that one. Okay, so we're not talking about 2020. We're talking about 2016. And then again, Anna went in 2016. Anna was somebody that I had very little disagreement with. All right. 2016 Anna is like a different person too.
This administration will honor that? Or do you think it's going to be like, I'm worried it's going to be January 6th all over again? Like, stop the steal, they're lying, look at what they do, all of that. Do you think that they'll accept a defeat in the midterms, or do you think we're just
Tulsi and Yang were very popular. Wait, around Venice? You mean Venice Beach? Sent you a video? Okay. Yeah, like MAGA communists. Those are the kind of people that now I'm thinking of 2020, right? I don't exactly remember Tulsi in 2016, so maybe it was different. But certainly by 2020, yeah, the only people supporting, Tulsi, that one MAGA communist guy was super pro Tulsi. Forget his name. Okay, I'll give you a list of options or else ellipsis. Was it Infrared Haas? Was it Jackson Hinkledink? Or was it Eddie Liger something Midwestern Marxist? Those are I got it narrowed down to 3 people. Oh God, Venice Beach. And I kind of know like the culture around there, it's very, it's like, it's a left culture, but it's a little bit like, I don't know, conspiracy coded, maybe a little bit cooked.
going to start over again with the other stuff?
There might be some congressional races that they try to do that with, but I think look, what Trump did in 2020 was, I wouldn't say it was easier to do, but it is kind of easier to do because it's about one election, right? It's about the general election for president that he's trying to overturn for his own purposes. To be honest with you, ladies, I don't think Trump really gives a damn about anyone but himself. Yeah. So do I think that
it was Jackson Hinkledink
going to participate in this effort to overturn congressional races on behalf of Republican candidates? Maybe, but is it going to have the same zeal as he had for himself in 2020? I think that's unlikely. I'm less concerned about the midterms.
What really bothers me about this is it feels like Anna thinks she's gotten one over on these two, right? It feels like she's breathing a sigh of relief here.
We're concerned about the next presidential election because he's already talking about, nationalizing elections, meaning having the federal government determine what state and local election laws are, which is something Republicans pretended to be against not too long ago. Now you have Trump advocating for it, even though it's against our Constitution.
In linking Tucker Carlson and Tulsi Gabbard, I find both of their submissive, apologetic nature towards Vladimir Putin, a war criminal, kidnaps Ukrainian children, an egregious human rights.
Black Rose PCS, I don't know what she's seeing. Tucker never hid who he was. Look, here's, I think, what she's seeing, all right? The same thing that somebody that knows better and goes and defends Destiny because they know that, if Destiny raids them, if Destiny shouts them out, if Destiny's friendly towards them, or if they're even just friendly, right? It's a clout chase, right? Tucker Carlson is big. That's it. Ana Kasparian feels rejected by the preponderance of the left, and so she is like, oh, fine, maybe Jackson, Jackson Hinkle, maybe Tucker Carlson will accept me. And sure enough, there you go. So she's got to get clout from somewhere. That's where she goes. There's a weird ultra conspiratorial, paranoid, libertarian hippie thing going on. Yeah, that's how I would describe Venice Beach as well. I mean, I'm not adverse to it overall, but yeah, there is like, it does have like, and the whole thing about like that kind of ultra conspiratorial, paranoid, libertarian leaning lefty will generally be susceptible to like your RFK Juniors, your Tulsi Gabbards, your Andrew Yangs, et cetera,
violator killed Alex Navalny, political opponents. I find both the link between those two. I find that incredibly alarming as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Putin's terrible. I don't want to go to war with Russia. Don't get me wrong, but I also see Putin for who and what he is, for sure. I mean, he's a guy who, by the way, had made security guarantees to Armenia and proceeded to renege on those security guarantees as Azerbaijan invaded Armenia and continues to occupy a portion of it. He's not someone that I trust. He's not someone who obviously is driven by morals, considering the fact that he invaded a sovereign country and continues to do so. So yeah, I mean, I agree with you that, Vladimir Putin shouldn't be in any way, his reputation should not be laundered.
This episode
Is now the time to pee, chat? If I had peed just before, I would have subjected you to a ad read. Oh no, it's right here. I think it's right. I think this is I don't think I have time to pee.
Hit it or hit it.
I'll figure out some time to pee, chat.
I would hit it. Had it. I hit it every day, sometimes twice a day.
All right. Had it or hit it. Melania, the documentary.
I mean, I haven't had it or hit it.
Now you're making me want to wake and bake with these gals. Not really, obviously. I don't want to.
I just think it's hilarious. I laugh at it.
Melania.
What about the director being like photographed?
Hey, no, I was wrong. I actually can take a pee here. They're laughing. They're yeah. Again, Yang Gang, Limp Wang. Wait, what? Gooch tanning, is that what it's called? Putin is oh my god. I better pee.
All through the Epstein files. I mean, the sexual abuse culture of MAGA is so pervasive that even the director of the documentary is in the
I
Epstein
better
files.
pee.
Yeah, Brett Ratner, I believe his name is, and he was implicated in 2018 in the Me Too allegations. Olivia Munn, by the way, was one of the actresses who had made some allegations against him, and he really wanted to make it big again. He wanted to direct movies again. So what I just kind of love about this whole story is the fact that he thought the Melania movie was going to be his in, And like, look, I knew it was going to be a super boring movie. They advertised it as some sort of like, ooh, behind the scenes look. It's a real tell-all. But Melania is notoriously private and also notoriously dull. I mean, how interesting can this woman be? Right. Like, okay, she was a model, then she married this like grotesque man for money. The whole film, from what I hear, and I've watched a bunch of reviews, is just her talking about fashion and getting in and out of cars to go to events.
Here's the thing. I would have gone to see it if she was talking about in the new Epstein dump that that Epstein introduced her to Trump. Now that would be interesting to me. But we didn't talk about that. It would.
Well, she doesn't talk about much. That's the thing. Like, she's never going to reveal anything juicy. That's just not going to happen. That's not who she is. And Ratner deserves the scorn that he's dealing with now, especially with all those photos coming out in the Epstein files.
All right. Had it or hit it. Zoran Mamdani.
Hit it hard. Real hard. Okay, let me just say, Zoran Mamdani, I mean, look, he's charismatic. He's obviously a leader, someone who's willing to think outside the box. We'll see how his policies impact, the city. But aside from that, what I love about him, and we covered this on the show on the Young Turks just last week, he was asked during a press conference, do you agree with continuing to divest, the pensions from the state of Israel? And he's like, yeah, I agree. We're going to continue doing that. No apologies, no further elaboration. It's unnecessary. No, this is what we're doing, and we're going to move on now. And I just really adore that level of strength. I really do, among a Democrat.
I recently moved to New York after my lifelong struggle in the Bible Belt as a progressive atheist, raised by atheist parents. It's a really bizarre upbringing. So my youngest child graduated from high school, is in school in LA, and I moved up here. And then, of course, I followed the mayor. And like, we had this huge snowstorm. And he's such a brilliant politician because he does what Biden didn't do. He's governing and advertising about it. And that's just where we've moved with smartphones. Trump understands this. Trump wrecks and then advertises about his wreckage, lies, propagandizes. But Zoran, when the snowstorm was coming, he was like, hello, New Yorkers, I've got all my trucks here. We're going to push the snow. And it was this sleekly produced, like 60-second reel. And it's like, it's a reminder, it's the proper propaganda, if you will, that government and your taxpayers work for you. He's very simply reminding New Yorkers that you pay taxes here and this is what we're doing. And the Democratic Party has lost that, reminding the voters, the government is not your enemy. We are providing public safety, and consumer protections. The Republicans call those regulations, and then you get cancer clusters. They forget to remind people that what they're doing is helpful and earnest.
Yes. But more importantly, okay, just bear with me as I explain this. And I just want people to understand I am not coming from a bad place. I'm just trying to explain why in the last general election, if you look at various blue districts, higher and higher percentages of people who were lifelong Democrats ended up flipping sides and voting Republican. This is why. On a local level, what people experience really does matter, right? Because it gives them a sense of what leadership looks like on a national level. So I think a lot of people turned away from the Democratic Party in the last election because if you look at some of these metropolitan areas, these cities, they have not been, governed well by local Democrats. And I'm not making that up. I'll give you a specific example. In the case of Los Angeles, we have the largest homeless population of any other part of this country, right? These people need to get off the streets. They need to be placed either like in the appropriate facilities, by the way. Some people, housing is the answer. Other people, they need more help. They might have severe mental health issues. They might have severe drug addiction issues. You have to cater to what is causing homelessness for these specific people, right? That's the point I want to make. Well, under the leadership of Karen Bass, who's, by the way, now under a federal audit, and it started under the Biden administration, this is not a politically motivated thing. The audit exists because so much of the money that the kind-hearted people in our city voted in favor of raising their own taxes to provide more resources, more revenue to state and local government so they can actually provide help for the homeless people, right? I've been doing investigative reporting about where that money actually went. Perfect example. Lots of these, nonprofits that are scams. One of these nonprofits, their whole purpose was to just provide a parking lot, space in a parking lot for people to place their tents. But each space needed to have like a little platform. The city finally got pressure to go visit and see what's going on in this parking lot. And they were supposed to provide 88 spaces for a whopping $2.3 million a year, which sounds like a lot of money for just providing a little space for someone to pitch a tent. They weren't even operating at capacity. Most of the spaces weren't even usable. They didn't have the platform built, nothing. And they weren't carrying out what they were contractually supposed to carry out. Besides which, why are we paying nonprofits to let people pitch a tent outside? Are we trying to help people get off the streets? Are we supposed to get people inside? So when people see local government malfunctioning like this, they get ideas in their head about what Democrats are like nationally. And I think that's what kind of led to some of, the election results in the last election. When you see someone like Zoran Mamdani reminding people that public service isn't just about what's flashy. It's about the mundane in a lot of cases. It's about fixing the potholes. It's about responding appropriately to fire conditions or a snowstorm. These local issues matter. And the way Democrats govern locally matters even on a national level. Because if you see shitty leadership on a local level, you're going to think the same of Democrats on a federal level.
I wish, as a woman that lived in a red state for 50 years, I wish that this applied to the Republican base, because in our state of Oklahoma, they see how shitty red state politics are, and they triple, quadruple down because the Republican Party has infused religion into it so much that when I was growing up, I would pass these mega churches and it would say, vote for George W. Bush today. Jesus wants you to vote for Bush. Very enmesh. Our state in 2010, 2011 had a Democratic governor, and we were ranked, I think it was earlier than that, maybe 2007. Brad Henry was his name. We were ranked 17th in education. Since that time, Fox News keeps, building up. We've had a Republican supermajority. Republicans in the House, Senate, governorship, and the state Supreme Court were 50th in education. Republican policies, and I agree that in Los Angeles, that if they are not vetting these places that are supposed to that pay taxpayer money, that's a huge problem that deserves to be audited. I concede that. Our governor in the state of Oklahoma, Kevin Stitt, whom I refer to as Kevin Lipdick, dedicated every square inch of the state to Jesus Christ when he won his second term. He banned abortion. He has banned all trans care. And a lot of people like to pile on that issue, but I have friends that have a trans child, and it is a very painful, difficult thing for parents to go through. Nobody in their right fucking mind wakes up and says, I want to fuck with conservative Christians today and I want to be trans. That doesn't fucking happen, because conservative Christians are mean and judgmental, and it is torture and pain. And Kevin Stitt has piled on to that bullying and that abuse to where now these families, if they can afford it, are having to go to sanctuary states where they can make sure their child has therapy. And again, this is such a small portion of people. But more importantly, Kevin Stitt spoke recently about the homeless population in the most dehumanizing, cruel, demoralizing way imaginable, that the state was not going to do jack shit about it. Mind you, this is a big Jesus guy, right? Big Jesus guy will not shut the fuck up.
Did I miss anything important? I know I always pee at the wrong times. Look at Anna's face the moment trans people are brought up. I noticed that earlier too, yeah. Almost like Putin's face when trans people get brought up, but no, maybe not that extreme. Anna really thinks she's smarter than the audience, who she had to apologize to for getting Trump wrong that they didn't. Yeah, no, she no doubt looks down with the amount of gaslighting that she's done for the past 2 years at least. She's got to know that. Anna still, anyway, rewind 20 seconds. Thank you. That's what I was looking for, chat. Like, I had a feeling, like, I tend to miss important stuff when when I step away. I'm gonna add a little coconut water to my coffee, see if that makes it. I get like really dark coffee, or like really like extra, shots, and then I realize like it's kind of it's kind of too heavy, and then I gotta get something to like dilute it out a little bit, make it. Okay, 20 seconds earlier. 1, 2.
Because conservative Christians are mean and judgmental, and it is torture and pain. And Kevin Stitt has piled on to that bullying and that abuse to where now these families, if they can afford it, are having to go to sanctuary states where they can make sure their child has therapy. And again, this is such a small portion of people.
I did miss Anna talking about homeless people.
But more importantly, Kevin Stitt spoke recently about
I rewound it like 30 seconds. Is that going to be enough?
The homeless population in the most dehumanizing, cruel, demoralizing way imaginable, that the state was not going to do jack shit about it. Mind you, this is a big Jesus guy, right? Big Jesus guy will not shut the fuck up about his religion. And I had like the 10 Commandments.
You forgot you ate all the fruit, so now there's only pear and passion fruit going into your meringue. Okay, I mean, that should work.
Put on the Capitol ground, 10 Commandments in schools, Bible.
40 seconds. Okay, let's try a little bit more. Let's I'll just hit it. I'll just give it like a minute or something. Oh my God, why do I have Aladdin stuck in my head, Chad? I've got Disney music.
He audited. I can see that.
Do you ever have that? You have a song stuck in your head and you don't know what it is. You got to like sing it out a little bit to be like, what am I?
Our governor in the state of Oklahoma.
What is the song?
Kevin Stitt, whom I refer to as Kevin Lipdick. Kevin Lipdick dedicated every square inch of the state to Jesus Christ when he won his second term. He banned abortion. He has banned all trans care. And a lot of people like to pile on that issue, but I have friends that have a trans child. And it is a very painful.
Poker face. My poker face. What is the song, chat? Can't be. What does she say? Can't something my poker face? Can't my poker face? What the fuck are the lyrics? You can't read my poker face. Yeah, this is it. She's doing it, chat. She's like my poker face, my poker face. Can you imagine if we rewrote Poker Face to be about transphobia? I don't think Lady Gaga would like that, okay? I don't think Lady Gaga would like that. Pear or peach? God damn. Now I'm wanting that in my smoothie. Actually, I don't think I've had a pear smoothie in like a long time. Yeah, you can't read my poker. Yeah, it's can't read. She got me like nobody. You only have pears and passion fruit. Yeah. I mean, that's the conundrum that you're stuck in. I'm sure it'll be lovely though. So you were trying to get the lyrics. Yeah, thank you. The Eric Cartman version. I don't remember that one.
Difficult thing for parents to go through. Nobody in their right fucking mind wakes.
And I don't know, chat. You're like, how much of it is because she like wants to say something shitty, and how much of it is because she wants to, she's afraid that is this where Jen has a go at me? I mean, she's got to. I would be surprised if Anna didn't go into this situation thinking, look, there's some chance that I'm going to be Rahm Emanuel, and there's some chance that I'm going to be, I don't know, chat. Who's an example of somebody that they brought in there and the chat didn't think they went hard enough on? They at least had a little bit of a go at Cory Booker. Was it Hakeem Jeffries? Or did they go too easy on Hakeem? There was one of the Democrats that they did get accused of going too hard on, or going too easy on. Obviously, Rahm Emanuel was a
up and says, I want to fuck with conservative Christians today, and I want to be trans. That doesn't fucking happen, because conservative Christians are mean and judgmental, and it is torture and pain. And Kevin Stitt has piled on to that bullying and that abuse.
Why is she chinning? Chat, you notice this? She's chinning. She's trying to mog. Like, they bring up trans people and Anna's doing the clavicular over here.
These families, if they can afford it, are having to go to sanctuary states where they can make sure their child has therapy. And again, this is such a small portion of people. But
Burpel says it's trauma. She's traumatized by all the backlash she got from shitting on trans folk. I respect her trauma. Yeah, I mean, I did not think of that.
Kevin Stitt spoke recently about the homeless population in the most dehumanizing, cruel, demoralizing way imaginable, that the state was not going to do jack shit about it. Mind you, this is a big Jesus guy, right? Big
Right.
Jesus guy. Will not shut the fuck up about his religion. And I had like the 10 Commandments put on the Capitol ground, 10 Commandments in schools, Bibles in schools, just really weird shit. And how effortlessly he speaks about dehumanizing homeless people and the cruelty of it.
Yo, there's something going on. She's like pushing her lips together. You see that? You see that little crinkle on the side of her mouth? Like, right, the lips are like pressed down.
Welcome the problems of a blue state, even with the audit, that at least somebody gives a shit. At least somebody tried. And maybe, hopefully, the city of Los Angeles.
Or is she like trying to smile? Is that it? She's trying to smile, maybe. She's doing that. She's trying to use her smile muscles, maybe.
We'll start to figure out and apply pressure to our national politicians. The number one cause of homelessness is poverty. We're the richest state in the world that hasn't raised the minimum wage in I don't know how long, a couple of decades. And we don't even provide health care for people. So it's easy from your lens to look at blue state. And every party has problems when they govern. And then on the opposite end, this red state, just the dehumanization of people, the micromanaging of genitals, sex lives, bedrooms, et cetera. And so it's interesting to have this conversation with you because you've been footed in LA and I've been footed until recently in Oklahoma. So it's interesting to hear.
There's a criticism there. I mean, she's clearly bringing up trans people and homeless people. This is two issues that she's obviously aware of that a lot of people feel like Ana has gotten wrong. And, but then she ties it all back with sort of offering a face saving way out.
It's interesting to have this conversation with you because you've been footed in LA and I've been footed until recently in Oklahoma. So it's interesting.
So trying to say kind of like, listen, you're living in LA, you see the world a certain way, you have complaints about your local politicians. I hear you. I actually live in a red state. I am suffering, I'm watching trans people, the attempt to erase trans people from public life from where I'm at. Right. So, right. I think that's what Jen's doing here. It's like a little off ramp for Ana.
To hear, my default setting complaints with red states. And then I hear you about mismanagement with taxpayer funds. And it's really unacceptable.
Maybe you're not really heartless, Ana. Maybe you are just seeing things in a very limited way. And you could just be like, oh gosh, I didn't know that trans people had it so tough in red states. And I didn't know that tough on crime, anti-homeless legislation was making things so hard on people. I guess I'm going to change my mind. I'm going to do better now. I was stuck in the city. I got the Kasparian effect, going on, right? I'm a rich lady on the fucking West Coast, and it's just this natural thing. I just kind of got pulled to the right. Thank you for pulling me back, Jennifer from Oklahoma. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look,
and
I just
look,
think that
part of this, if Ana's got that jealousy thing going, I don't know how much of that dog she has in her, to be completely honest with you, but if she still is operating on, with that motivation, right? These two women started, I think, it was after the pandemic? I think it was actually a few years after the pandemic, right? They're new, and they're getting more views than she and the Young Turks. And, they're talking more maybe about their opinion rather than having to do some of the hard news stuff that maybe Ana, thinks is like, you know what I mean? I can only imagine what Ana feels about Jen and Pumps here.
there's a lot of rot in both parties right now. I think one party is more dangerous than the other when it comes to civil liberties and our constitutional rights. There's no question about that. So it's part of the reason why, in election after election, it's pick the lesser of two evils. But I want to break out of that. I really want to break out of that.
Pumps does not look happy. I would love to be a fly on the wall in Pumps's brain right now. I would love to know what Pumps is actually thinking.
Break out of this, oh God, you have the establishment, Democrats, you have the DNC, essentially manipulating the most important part of the election process, which is the primaries. The primaries is where you get to decide who best represents you and what you want to see happen in this country. And, it became very clear to me, and I think most Democratic voters who are paying attention, that the DNC has no interest in allowing a real democratic process to play out. Because in now several primaries, we've had them manipulate the process to the detriment of Democratic voters who, want to say over who their preferred candidate is. So I think that Bernie could have won in 2016. I think the polling indicated that that was the case. A lot of people who wanted Bernie for the Democratic nominee switched over and unfortunately voted for Trump. That is true. But rather than maybe learn a lesson from that, the DNC decided to use that and weaponize that to, demonize, the progressive left. So I don't really have a lot of hope with the Democratic establishment. They're never going to change. They're never going to learn. They're going to keep trying to install mealy-mouthed losers like Hakeem Jeffries or, Chuck Schumer. We need real leadership. Yeah,
Totally.
chuckles. And we need people like Mamdani who have a clear vision and are willing to fight for that vision, who aren't mealy-mouthed and, just have that energy and that charisma that we need in the party.
Okay, the last one.
The other thing I wonder is, what must it feel like for Ana to have made a gambit, right? She popped off on that trans stuff, meaning to increase her viewership, meaning to break into whole new sectors into whole new demographics, and it didn't work. It failed, right? Ana's got to be looking at Jen and Pumps now and realizing something that, these two are now ahead of her in line, right? If she had just not freaked out and gone super right wing, even though TYT, their views were going down, 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 right? If she and Jink had not just like rolled around in the MAGA shit and gotten themselves to smell like that, right now they would be sharing in what is a fairly good, there's a need for left-wing commentators, right? For progressive commentators, right? TYT, ironically enough, would have been very well positioned, right? To make a bit of a comeback in this atmosphere. And like all she can expect now, and I don't even know if she's going to get this, judging by the comment section, she's not. All she can expect now is to try to crawl back and say, listen, I said a lot of things I'm not proud of. I'm not going to be specific about which things there were. I'm not going to actually apologize. You should forgive me, though. You really should. If you're a good person, you will forgive me. And you're a real piece of shit if you don't. But I mean, that's where she's at now. She's having to try to crawl back, and nobody really wants her. Oh my God, Ana's like 32, has lots of work done. She's 32. Wow. Okay. I would not. Really? I'm sorry. I'm not trying to. Let's not. I don't want to comment. I want to keep this about Ana's content. Nothing else. Nothing else.
One, had it or hit it, the United States of America.
Hit it. I still love this country. I believe in it. More than anything, I believe in the people of this country, even people who vote differently from me. I think that we have to work hard to have conversations that are uncomfortable.
She's 39. Yeah, that makes more sense.
I'm specifically talking about voters. But when it comes to people in positions of power,
she needs to go call into the Burnt Peanut with that take, right? I love the USA. Burnt Peanut will love you. You got to say the USA good.
I've had it, and it's time to hit it.
The USA helps its allies out in wars, right? They start wars, and the United States comes in and drops the big bombs for you. Yeah, the US is great.
Real hard.
Doing real good things right now.
And be unapologetic about it.
I think you're cool. You believe in shit. You talk about it. To all the listeners that want to dive in about critiquing and grading the progressive nature of people, this space, this podcasting space, is a space for us to share ideas and disagreements, and most importantly, our shared visions, which there are a lot more of.
I would have loved it, Jen. Although I will give you, a pat on the back for, difficult task, nice effort. I'm not entirely sure how much you know about the subject of your interview today. Obviously this was a swing and a miss, as anybody in your comments will tell you, but, we could have done with a little bit more of that, exhibition of your disagreements, right? Where you're gonna have somebody that you disagree on, you gotta get into that disagreement, right? Otherwise it's just there like an elephant in the room the whole time.
In about critiquing and grading the progressive nature of people, this space, this podcasting space, is a space for us to share ideas and disagreements, and most importantly, our shared visions, which there are a lot more of than they're not. And so thank you for coming on, and I really enjoyed you so much.
Yes. I love your show. Thank you so much for having me, ladies. I really appreciate it.
All right, she's cool.
She's cool and she's smart. And you know what I kept thinking about her the whole time is she has conviction, which you have bang. that drum all the time because you're right. Because if you don't feel it, you know, shapeshifter, mealy mouth. When she said mealy mouth, I was like, God, it's been a while since
She is a shapeshifter. What the fuck?
I've heard that. But when you mealy mouth around, you got to have conviction. And whether you agree with her or disagree with her, she has conviction. And that's what we all should have, I think.
Yeah.
I don't even know about that.
I think it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, maybe she has convictions. Fuck knows what they are. She's definitely a shapeshifter.
Agree with her about Tucker Carlson 1,000,000%.
Right.
But we were able to have a very civil conversation about that. I think Tucker Carlson is hoodwinking people. And I think
She's just a victim of that. Well, look, I you know, these comments are brutal, chat. These comments are brutal. She didn't acknowledge any of the trans points you were making. Saying, Ed, I love Anna in the past, but she peddled propaganda for Project 2025, mocked Francesca Fiorentini for saying that Trump was going to put immigrants in camps. Fascism does have 50 shades, and Ana Kasparian is definitely one of them. Damn. Yeah, I agree with most people on here. I'm taking a pass on this one. She is not. So a lot of people are like saying, I'm not a fan. I don't like this. It's not for me. But, you know, they're not jumping ship over this, right? I don't want to, you know, represent. I did see some people that were saying that they were, they were jumping ship, that they were disappointed enough to want to, cancel their, to unsubscribe or whatever. Anna is as credible as Erica Kirk's dry Kleenex tissues. I've had it with Anna. No accountability and clarity of damage. No time. Oh dear ladies, you're off the mark on this one. Ask the sellout some hard questions, please. Thank you. Disappointed in the platforming this fraud with not enough pushback. Anna's I've had it on homeless people. Yeah, her I've had it would be homeless people, medical terminology, inclusive terminology, and migrants who rent in apartment buildings. Yes. She really defending Tucker Carlson, Anna, Candace Owens, Tucker, Omarosa, Marjorie, Taylor Greene, and the other MAGA supporting stooges will never be invited to the cookout. They will never be trusted. They are illustrations of opportunists. So proud of this comment thread. Anna sold out. She's trying to ease her way back into the fold. Nah, stay over there with PBD, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. Yeah, seriously, she's a PBD employee last I checked, right? You gonna do something about that? Oh my God, chat. A Ross Douthat video just caught my eye. Nope, not time to get distracted. Just tuned in, and now I'm leaving. This woman is a fraud. So saying you're going to use military force for your domestic policy before you get elected is not fascism, but when you actually do it, well, that is fascism. Yeah. We must forgive but not forget. People like Anna Jink called us crazy and tried to grift with the fascists. Now they want back in. Never forget, right? Nope. Hard pass. No. I will take a hard pass on this woman. I appreciate the effort of hearing from another perspective, but now that I've listened, nope. Next. Stain washing of Tucker is repulsive. Anna before Francesca. Okay, so yeah, there's some disappointment here too. I'm not seeing I saw like about 3. Anna can fuck off. Sorry, Jen and Pumps. She's a grifter and a liar, right? So I'm not seeing people that are done with Jen and Pumps. Like I saw a few of them last night. I don't know, maybe it just didn't bubble to the top of it's not getting upvoted, right? So in other words, this is a community that is upvoting posts that are critical of Anna, okay? And they're upvoting some posts that are critical of Jen and Pump's choice and the way that they conducted this interview. But they're not upvoting the posts that say, I've had it with the I've had it podcast. So I don't think, this is a 3 alarm fire, not a 4 alarm fire, maybe. Caw. You did the Austin one, Sasha G. That's how Austin did it. Austin just thought they were saying caw. But yeah, that gets us to looks like we're at 101 on the bonus content. So we are gonna stick around, which means I gotta get to that Hasan thing because I gotta cover the Hasan thing and then I gotta cover the bonus topic, which right now looks like Epstein, Bannon, and 4chan. Right? It could go either way, chat. So make sure 104 is what it should say. Okay, I might have missed multiple then, if that's the case. We got 104. It's a 3.5 alarm fire. Yeah, I mean, it's not good for their channel. They've lost a little trust to their audience, but it doesn't seem like people are jumping ship in large number. Yeah, the majority, right? There are people who are jumping ship, right? And you can understand that given what IHIP has come to represent versus what TYT has come to represent. But they've got a chance if they want to turn the ship around, and let's hope they make that choice. So anyway, yeah, we're at 104 now, out of 200, meaning we will get at least one bonus topic. If we get to 200 by the end of the thing, that I'll somehow owe you 2 of those. If I can't do it today, because I do have a hard out in, oh my God, in about 2 hours. So we've got some time left. Yeah, we can cover these topics. I'm trying to remember where this this is the
conversation with leftist.
So this is Jen's video defending Hasan. We've also got like Hasan's commentary on that. Maybe I'll just give you Jen for right now. Let's see if we can do it with this. If I need to, Hasan reacted to this too. If we need to get some of his perspective. But yeah, this is Jen a day after having been part of a clip that went viral. I would say most people were disagreeing with Hasan on the clip. Hasan said, if the choice is Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance, I might just vote for third party. And people are taking that as like Hasan is like, doesn't think there's any that thinks that Gavin Newsom is as bad as JD Vance, or is willing to throw it to MAGA if he doesn't get what he wants, right? All kinds of criticisms of Hasan. Jen was actually kind of arguing against Hasan. So to most people, who disagreed with Hasan, she probably looked based, but actually during the conversation, she kind of changed her mind, and definitely during the talk that they had after. Well, I'll just let her tell her own story.
All right. Although the Democratic Party is winning right now, they're winning because MAGA is so horrible. They're polling.
That is a very trippy sweater. Yeah, it looks really comfortable though.
Historically low. And within the Democratic Party, you have a couple of different sects. You have the corporate Democrats, the vote blue no matter who. And then you have real progressive Democrats who kind of feel homeless but end up voting with the Democrats because of
so she's going to say this again and again, and she's going to say it about Hasan. I don't know where she's gotten that Hasan is politically homeless, unless she's just like kind of overusing the fuck out of that word. Politically homeless, ironically, was a term that Ana Kasparian used to describe herself. Ana Kasparian, who disagrees with I don't know, like a lot of the cultural issues with MAGA, but also hates that the Democrats aren't tough on crime enough. They're maybe too pro-homeless, and yeah, they'll let the trans community run all over real women like her. So yeah, that's Ana Kasparian's political, her unaligned political homelessness that she's experienced. Hasan Piker, on the other hand, while yeah, he doesn't obviously hates the Republican Party and does not love a lot of what goes on in the Democratic Party, it's pretty clear what side he's on, and he's not the only one that thinks this way. So I don't think that he would describe himself as that, as politically homeless. But that's how she's going to describe him, right? So
reduction. And I was the former, and I'm morphing into the latter. After Kamala lost, I really started taking a look. Why are the Democrats losing to this man, this moronic fascist man? How are we losing? So I had a conversation with leftist streamer Hasan Piker and Austin Show on I've Had It in New York City. And a clip from our conversation is going viral all over Twitter and social media, TikTok, Instagram, etc. And this conversation to me is it appears that people online are trying to shut this conversation down. And when somebody's trying to do that, then I think, oh, this is the conversation we absolutely need to have. And so I'm going to play a little bit of it right now. Please do not back out of this video, because to me, this is the most important conversation to be had within the political spaces right now for anybody that wants to fight fascism. Play the clip.
Disappointed in
Who do you
Gavin
vote for,
Newsom.
JD Vance or Gavin Newsom?
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom.
Me
of
too.
course, 100%.
I wouldn't blink.
There's no-
What about you, Hasan?
I'd probably
Wait,
vote.
what is this? NCC should stream on Kick to explain. I haven't given Kick a look in a long time. The last time I looked at it, it was pretty scary over there. Not a lot of people that I would have a lot in common with as far as streamers at least. And yeah, I don't know. So the chatter is kind of scary too.
Oh, third party.
You would?
Oh yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter. Like, because my policy on this is the same as like my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris. The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris was because she did things that were not only unproductive but also unconscionable. And I still stand on that. I still talk about it all the time because people constantly bring it up. They're like, you didn't sufficiently like promote Kamala Harris. You're the reason why she lost. I'm like, I am incapable. There is no singular force in this country that is capable of making or breaking an election. And if that was real, then it is the most idiotic thing not to listen to my demands. But everybody knows that that's not real, right? Mm-hmm. If I had this singular force to be able to make Kamala Harris the president, then Kamala Harris should be coming to me every day and being like, let me do a collab with you, please. Totally. Right? That's not the case, of course. And they know it. That's why they didn't do it. But the campaigns are always responsible for whether or not they're able to win the crowds.
Okay, pause that right there, Kylie, and leave it up. So what he's saying here, I think, is really true. Number one, when it comes to Gavin Newsom, for somebody like Hasan, who has felt very homeless in the American two-party system, you have Gavin. I gave him a hypothetical question: Gavin Newsom or JD Vance. Gavin Newsom, instead of going on Hasan's show, he has had Charlie Kirk on, and he has had Ben Shapiro on. Gavin Newsom has. In each case, he ceded progressive causes. He ceded trans rights, and he ceded ICE to Ben Shapiro very easily. He's fumbled on Israel big time, and he's a huge corporate donor. Receives a lot of PAC money. And he has said that he will not tax billionaires. All of these things are very unpopular with Democrats at large, specifically with this group of people that feel homeless in the America two-party system. So from Hasan's perspective here, he's like, I'm going to vote third party because he doesn't see any difference in the help for marginalized people. He sees one person that campaigns as slightly liberal, yet takes all of the same money from these corporate PACs. And so online, the liberals have completely wet the bed, and they're going after Hasan 2.5 years out from a general election, and are trying to pigeonhole him in that he's a terrible American, and all of this could be his fault, which is insane. If we look at historically what's been happening in American politics, Bernie started beating this drum, and his message, in my opinion, and I didn't vote for Bernie, and I have recently said I regret that vote because I have been doing a lot of internal thinking and studying as to what are my politics, because my politics have typically been my whole adult life. I'm liberal and I vote with Democrats. Well, the Democrats keep losing. And so I started digging beneath that surface. Why are Democrats losing? Specifically during Kamala Harris's campaign, when she started trotting around with Liz Cheney, it really struck me. Like, why is she trying to get these people to vote for her that will never, ever vote for her? Why isn't she courting the progressive side of the party? And here's what's so critical. In the last campaign, it's not that Trump grew his vote. It's that less people that typically vote Democrat turned out. So the Democratic Party, instead of courting the progressive side, they go and court the Ben Shapiros, the Liz Cheneys, the Charlie Kirks, these elusive right-wingers that are never, ever, ever going to peel off and vote for a liberal. Because here's the thing.
So here's the problem, okay? You're going, if you're trying to get Republican votes and you're doing so by making yourself more of a Republican, you're missing out, because what their right wing is looking at is not so much what you say as your posture, as the way that you hold yourself, as the way that you present yourself. So if you go in trying to, I don't know, parrot some right-wing talking points, and without like an understanding of what right-wing aesthetics are like, you're not going to get much of anywhere, right? You can win Republican votes. It's happened with AOC, with Zoran Mamdani, and with Bernie Sanders, three of the more so-called radical candidates of the recent past, right? That's where you win Republicans. It's actually not, you don't win you will win more Republicans with candidates that are just maybe not so mealy-mouthed, right? So some of the voters that you're losing, it's not even ideological, because the people do not have the capacity to really fully comprehend. If you've actually looked at like focus groups and stuff, and seen what American voters really think it's a little bit scary. It's a little bit like disappointing, right? Because you don't see a lot of coherent worldviews. You see patchwork. You see a quilt of political ideas sewn together with very little ideological consistency, right? And that's just the reality of it. So yeah, that voter is going to be more attracted to the strength of the firmness of a Bernie Sanders, right, than they are to the malleability of a Gavin Newsom, right? Gavin Newsom goes and talks to these right wingers. He's like, ooh, Charlie Kirk, that's a really good point about trans people. I'd never thought of that. Ooh, Ben Shapiro, that's a really good point about Gaza. I'd never thought of that, right? And that's not, you're really targeting the wrong people there. Also, the Liz Cheneys, people like this, the Liz Cheneys, the Never Trumpers, these people don't have a constituency. They don't represent anybody. There's nobody, right, that you're getting by courting these kind of people. They have been abandoned, right? These are people that do not have supporters. They don't represent it. So yeah, that's the other mistake that they make too, as far as the Republicans that they interact with, or it's like a wish. It's like, well, I know at some point Liz Cheney had some support of some moderate Republicans, right? And the voters that you're looking for just do not exist anymore. They are not there. They are not in the same place. Objects in the overhead compartments tend to shift during takeoff and landing. So they're not where you would think they would be. Anybody ever had that, where you put your bag like over here in the carry-on compartment, and then when you get off the plane and you open it, at first you think somebody stole your bag, right? Because you open it, it's like not there. You're like, what the fuck? And you look like all the way down on the other side, and it's like either somebody, like maybe a flight attendant, has like moved your bag to make room for other stuff, or maybe it is just that like shifting during takeoff and landing. I don't know.
Instead of courting the progressive side, they go and court the Ben Shapiros, the Liz Cheneys, the Charlie Kirks. It's that less people that typically vote Democrat turned out. So the Democratic Party, instead of courting the progressive side, they go and court the Ben Shapiros, the Liz Cheneys, the Charlie Kirks, these elusive right-wingers that are never, ever, ever going to peel off and vote for a liberal. Because here's the thing. In middle America, everybody believes Kamala to be super progressive. The Hassans of the world are like, no, she's a corporate Dem. Gavin Newsom is a corporate Dem. But in the psyche of the American public, they're like, oh, they're so liberal. So moving to the center is a fool's errand and is perceived.
Isn't that wild, chat? As like moderate as Hillary Clinton was, she was always perceived as a firebrand liberal. There's something that Hillary Clinton stood for in the imagination of the American people, that she was losing votes for, that she didn't even fucking like represent. And that's what you have to understand. That's how a Bernie Sanders, a Zoran Mamdani, a AOC wins voters that previously voted for Donald Trump.
As disingenuous. So Kylie, pop up, or let's finish this clip and then I'll pop up some of the reactions.
Combat against the couch, not necessarily even against the Republican Party, but usually you're fighting against the couch, people who just don't go out and vote. And for me, the way I see it is, if the Democratic establishment makes this decision one more time, just as they did with Hillary Clinton, just as they did with Kamala Harris, and in some ways, just as they did with Joe Biden as well, which led to Trump too, then they just don't care. And there's not much I can do.
Let me tell you something. I agree with everything you say, but as a person who lived in a red state for 50 years, I would crawl through 10 feet of concrete to vote for Gavin Newsom, even though I think he's duplicitous.
She would crawl out through the fallout.
A thirst trap, hungry for power, all of the things that you say, and harms the Democratic Party and sets the psychological soil to be more prey to fascism. All of that I agree with. But there are so many young, queer, black, brown, marginalized people in red states. And even though this corporate Democrat is, you see it in a long-term game. In the short-term game, a President Newsom over a President J.D. Vance. Okay, so that's the clip, and that's where they cut it off that went viral. And Hasan was making the point to me, and we're friends, and so we're having a political conversation, and these conversations should not be shut down. This is the most important conversation as far as Democrats winning moving forward. Hasan is saying, look, Democrats are up against the couch. What are you going to do to motivate people to get up off their ass and go vote? Going and playing patty cake with Ben Shapiro is not going to do it. Playing patty cake with Liz Cheney is not going to do it. Taking AIPAC money is not going to do it. It's going to make people like Hasan and many, many others that feel homeless in the United States two-party political system stay on the couch. And so I think that's a really valid point. Now, I have this red state trauma of living in a red state.
For the record, Hasan's not staying on the couch, all right? voting a third party actually isn't being on the couch, right? The thing that he was saying is that if you're left with an impossible situation, an impossible challenge, I think in Hasan's mind, right, they're going into a general election where JD Vance is substantially ahead, as you would expect to see him in a matchup against Gavin Newsom. He is exploited, despite being a shit candidate with no charisma and no aura. JD Vance has exploited, all of Gavin Newsom's baggage, right? And, it's looking grim. It's looking grim. Obviously, California is going to vote for Newsom, right? So Hasan is saying, in that situation, what would I do? I would help build third parties. Now, he's not advocating for third parties. He's definitely not advocating for the Green Party. And he's never, I don't think, advocated for Dr. Jill Stein, right? He is advocating for, building, third parties that actually work in the absence of the ability to positively. Now, does that mean that Hasan's not going to vote on initiatives that might be on the ballot for Congress, for Senate? No, he's going to vote for those things too. He's going to vote for local shit. He knows more about the minutia of politics than most people do, right? He's there. He's filling out his ballot. He's voting on everything else. But yeah, if you get if the situation is such that Gavin Newsom is about to lose to JD Vance, you're in a blue state, in a very safe blue state. Yeah, the probably the best thing you could do with your presidential vote is to try to build some third party that you think might be good. Right, the third parties, essentially they have to, if they get a certain percentage of the vote, they can qualify for more federal federal election money, right? So there is a reason to try to get them to appear higher on the ballot, as long as it's not gonna give the game away to the right winger. That's not what Hasan was saying. He's not saying, oh yeah, no, I would I would swing it to JD Vance, right?
To make people like Hasan and many, many others that feel homeless in the United States.
I don't think he's exactly representative of the voter that Kamala Harris lost, right? Because I think he voted for Kamala Harris, right? And in fact, I think he filled out his whole didn't he fill out his his vote by mail thing in front of on stream. So yeah, I don't think he's the one that you're looking for here, but yeah, there's think about for instance Palestinian family in Dearborn, right, that have lost relatives to the United States arming Israel, right? That's the kind of person that, if you've got a Kamala Harris that's giving no signal that she's going to be different than Biden, that's the kind of person that maybe you lose to the couch, right? Somebody that's just so disappointed in the Democrats and the way that they have veered to the right. I mean, hell, think about how many people they lost by caving into Trump on immigration. I don't think they got any votes. I don't think there's anybody that was like, listen, I was really disappointed at Biden's open borders. That was terrible. That was horrible. We can't have all these immigrants running around here. It's chaos. But when Kamala Harris said that she was willing to support the Republican bill in Congress to deal with this, I knew that I could trust her. I knew that she was no, that person votes for Trump 100% of the time, right? You don't gain any voters by getting squishy on issues like that, right? But you might lose voters, especially somebody who's worried about a relative being deported. You might lose that voter to the couch. You might lose that voter to fucking debilitating depression, chat. I mean, think about how that feels. If you're counting on Kamala Harris to be your warrior, to fight for you, and she just fucking gives in like that, yeah, that's the kind of voter that's maybe not going to show up.
The state's political two-party political system stay on the couch. And so I think that's a really valid point. Now, I have this red state trauma of living in a red state for 50 years and seeing how damaging Republican policies are. And so I will vote for these short-term solutions to mitigate so that a woman who has been raped can receive healthcare, can get an abortion, because in Oklahoma right now she can't. And I'm interested in having this conversation with Hasan because what we voted for with Biden is we voted for a sober driver. We had a drunk driver with Trump, and we needed a sober driver. And Joe Biden was our sober driver. And Joe Biden did some good things. There was a lot of policies that he did that were good, but a lot of things he did continued and incubated fascism. And it's a really important conversation we have to have. The Democratic Party taking corporate money, giving blank checks to Israel, compromises them. And then to the voters at large, they go, well, there's really no difference in the two. And then you end up voting, your preconceived default settings of politics. And so here's what happens. That's where they cut off the video. And stay with me here. Here's all the liberals just bashing Hasan. This guy, Tim, this is incredible when you think about it. If leftists like Hasan had their way, Republicans would be in charge from 2016 to 2032 at least. How is he even considered any sort of left? And what I would say to Tim here is what Hasan is saying is we need to build a party that has an FDR style impact that really, really impacts the lives of people instead of this slow moving.
I got to say, though, I do worry a little bit about the way that clip came off, right? If this is some guy that doesn't know Hasan from a hole in the ground, and his first experience of Hasan is that this is the guy that says, you give him, he just give him a scenario of JD Vance versus Gavin Newsom. Who do you vote for? And he says, neither, right? Like, you're like, oh shit, he's supposed to be left, but no, you're supposed to, isn't it obvious that Gavin Newsom, is problematic as he is, he's going to be better than JD Vance? Like, wow, what a clown. That's the first thing that you see of Hasan, and you don't get to see the larger conversation. Yeah, this is what I'm worried about, is that like there might be some people that he's kind of giving a bad first impression to.
Incremental change that the current Democratic Party always proposes and leaves so many people out in the pasture and incubates them to go vote for the change candidate. And in both 2016 and 2024, that change candidate was Donald Trump. When Kamala Harris put herself with Liz Cheney, they reeked of the two-party system establishment. And again, Donald Trump seemed like the disruptor. Go to the next one. This is the one that really popped up. Usurp, the chef, says, when asked if he'd vote for Gavin Newsom or JD Vance for president, Hasan said he'd vote third party. This proves Hasan doesn't care about any of the marginalized groups he pretends to support. All he cares about is taking money from them so he can buy more outfits for stream. Okay, usurp the chef. This is intellectually dishonest completely from top to bottom. Gavin Newsom has proven that he doesn't care about trans people. Gavin Newsom has proven that he doesn't care about the illegal nature of what ICE is doing when he platformed Ben Shapiro. And so to put the burden of this on Hasan, who's saying, I'm not going to settle for a fascist collaborator who always is reaching to platform fascists and to find common ground with them, it's just intellectually dishonest because Hasan has a record of standing up for trans people. And when Gavin Newsom did that with Charlie Kirk, that pain was felt through the trans community far and wide. And Pete Buttigieg did the same. And Rahm Emanuel came on my podcast and did the same. And so to say that Hasan doesn't care about marginalized groups is completely disingenuous because what he's saying is, I'm not.
And it's to ignore, like, this is what pisses me off so bad about the Democratic Party. The second that they lose, the first thing that they run to is like, oh, that commercial where they say Kamala's not for you, Kamala's for they, them, right? Yeah, maybe it must have been the trans people. The Democrats they're too liberal. Oh my gosh. Well, the whole country has decided no more trans people. And that's why the Democrats lost. And yeah, we just got to get rid of the trans people. Like there was a shit ton of people. And now they're trying to gaslight us. Like that never happened. No, we didn't blame trans people. No, we always supported trans people. Right. And this fucking gaslighting that the Democrats are going to be there for you. Listen, the Democrats are only there for you when you get votes for them, right? If they perceive you as losing votes, they're gonna flip on you. They're gonna sell you out.
I'm not buying the lie that Gavin Newsom does. I'm not buying that anymore because each time I do, or each time we do, it incubates a more and more fascist culture. Here's the part of the video that they cut out that I think provides incredible context for the remainder of our conversation. Pop this up, Kylie. Enthusiastically crawl through 10 feet of concrete for all of the marginalized people.
Do you feel like the Democrats know that, and that's why they get away with their ineptitude?
100%.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
so I'm like,
okay, pause right there.
I don't even.
So Hasan clocked me right there, and I'll own it because my politics are open-minded. They're not fixed. I don't play nanny boo-boo politics that, oh my God, you said you would vote third party, therefore you must be canceled. Number one, Hasan's not a politician. Number two, Hasan.
Okay, look, there's two camps here, right? How do you win an election? What makes for a strong candidate, right? Hasan's school of thought, pressure from the base that says, if you don't do right by us, right? If you don't stand up for these marginalized groups that are under attack, if you don't bring us forward, in terms and have, policies that are going to benefit people universally, then maybe you will not get my vote. If you do not at least exert that kind of pressure on your politicians, you will have shit politicians and they will lose people to the couch, right? Second school of thought says that we have to have a candidate that is as pure as the driven snow, that's never been criticized, that's never had anything stick. So therefore, don't you dare say anything bad about a candidate, especially a candidate that's being talked about as a front runner, lest you give the Republicans down the road ammunition. Listen, they don't need ammunition. They got Oppo research, right? And it's this kind of weakness, right, that loses for the Democrats over and over, right? The thought being that the party that wins is the most centrist party, right? The most normal party, the least, extremist party always wins, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Is that how it works? That's not how it worked in 2024, okay? And that's not how it worked in 2008. The safe candidate, the don't rock the boat candidate, was actually John McCain. John McCain got his ass kicked, okay? So no, being more moderate does not necessarily win you votes. And especially when you're so moderate that you start to lose track of the difference between your stand and the stand of the opposition party. This is what happened with Gaza. This is what happens with a lot of things.
John gets to think whatever he thinks. Number three, there is a large growing number of Americans in Gen Z and as millennials that have felt completely unseen and left behind by the two-party political system, who hate and despise how much they suck up to corporations, who see the moral duplicity in a Hakeem Jeffries, a Gavin Newsom, a Chuck Schumer, a Cory Booker, who take money from the MAGA corporate donors and also take it from them. And so when Hasan said that to me, do you think the Democrats know that and take your vote for granted? And I said 100%. He's right, because they do, because I have this red state trauma. So I end up thinking, okay, I'm going to do a harm reduction vote. The reason why this conversation is so important, listener, is because we have time right now to have these conversations and to move our politicians to a progressive populist platform. We have the opportunity right now to rid ourselves via primaries of corporate Democrats who lie to us and use our votes and take advantage of our votes and our compassion for marginalized groups and use them to their advantage to then curry favor with corporations and then go make massive stock exchange trades while in Congress. Okay, continue with that clip.
I haven't entertained that stuff, especially this far out from an election. But even in the primary season, that's immediately the conversation is like, well, whoever is the candidate, you're going to vote for them, right? And you know what's really indecent about that too? They never return the favor for left flank candidates, because no one ever made hay about Bernie Sanders potentially becoming the candidate, and all of the articles that came out about how Trump might be more preferable to Bernie Sanders. Because they were writing those, liberals were writing those articles talking about how, the head of Goldman.
I don't remember these articles, chat. Were they real? I do remember a lot of liberals, like I remember people making fun of Trump, right? Making fun of the idea of having a reality show host as a president. I remember people, correctly focused on, him as being the most overtly racist candidate that we had probably since Wallace, right? I don't remember what Hasan is saying here, which is that people on the left were saying, yeah, if it's Trump and Bernie, actually Trump might be the safe choice, right? But it does make sense from, obviously a capitalist point of view. I'm sure there's many such cases.
And Sachs, who was like, I'm a lifetime Democratic Party voter. I think, Donald Trump is better than Bernie Sanders.
I know.
So I just think this is a super important conversation to have. And if you have people on the left that are shutting this down, they are failing to do a proper autopsy. We know that Ken Martin at the DNC spiked the autopsy as to why we lost. He spiked it. I suspect that in that autopsy as to why Kamala lost is because the Democrats refuse to listen to voices like this.
Okay, everybody know what she's talking about, right? There's generally an attempt after a campaign, when you say autopsy or postmortem, right? We're talking about the idea of you're dissecting a dead campaign, a campaign that failed, to try to see what the problem was, what you could do in the future to do better. And recently, there was supposed to be an effort by the Democratic Party to do this. I don't remember what their rationale was, but yes, somebody said, hey, you know what? We actually, I think it was something like, Trump shitting the bed with his policy of protest suppression and ICE terror in Minnesota. I think it was something like that, that like the idea being like, we don't need to do an autopsy. Things are great. And when you skip that autopsy, yeah, you fail to see that, this is a very clear example of a candidate having no proactive platform, not offering the kind of universal programs that would help, people's material conditions that would become a target, but at the same time would eliminate, somebody looking back at your record and hearing you say that you were in favor of, you're in favor of undocumented inmates getting gender affirming surgery, right? They will, which is unfortunately a losing issue, right? Especially when you're portrayed as like, this is your thing, this is your main thing, this is your big cause, right? This is what you think is because again, there's very few, of those surgeries likely going on, given the dearth of trans people that exist. And also, look, the reason that, that's happening is that, we have a standard of care, which includes trans healthcare, and B, we offer healthcare to our prison population. So unless you're against one of those two things, right, you're saying, yeah, maybe trans healthcare should not be included in the standard of care, right? Maybe that should not be considered necessary healthcare. Or you were going to say that maybe, prisoners shouldn't get healthcare. You can't really be against that, right? That's just that's not even like a political issue. That's just kind of like the way that the law, the combination of the standard of care and the laws regarding healthcare in prison like work out. That's not Kamala Harris doing it, but it's somebody asking her and her saying yes, of course, and then they find that they make that look like this is what she really cares about, because you can't find what else does she really care about. What's she gonna do? Is she gonna reform healthcare? Nope. Is she going to do a Green New Deal? I don't think so, right? Like, I don't think she was running on let's finish where Biden left off on that, right? There was no proactive agenda. Therefore, anything that she said, anything that she's endorsed becomes like a liability for her. And they didn't want to do the autopsy this time because they were afraid of what they would find. They would afraid because what these institutional Democrats want is to run the party in a way that is appealing to capitalists, right? That their ultimate customer is their donors. And so if you do this autopsy and you find out this is what fucked us over, this is what lost it for us, then you may win the next election, but you will disappoint your donors. And ultimately, it's the donors that keep them in the positions that they're in. It's the party hierarchy.
And I am willing to go into these conversations with Hasan and get owned. Do you think the Democrats know that you're always going to do that and take advantage of your vote? Yes, I do. I do think that. Anytime you have a political party or political movement that is shutting down this type of conversation, when we lost 2 elections to a complete dipshit, an incompetent con man, and we can't have the conversation with the progressive flank of our party, that Bernie Sanders created a movement and it continues to permeate through the Democratic Party. So much.
It's even worse than I thought. Meowing Star is telling me the DNC did an autopsy, spent millions on it. Ken Martin, the DNC head, spiked the release and blocked it from being sent. So money got spent, resources were used, autopsy was done. Ostensibly, Ken Martin took a look at it and he didn't like what he saw. So because Ken Martin, head of the DNC, did not like what he saw in that autopsy, you don't get to see it. You don't get to know what's in there.
So that you see,
it's redacted, chat, just like a page of the Epstein files. It's redacted.
Progressives winning right now, Zoran Mamdani. And when you look at all of the issues that Zoran won on, line item by line item by line item, and you take them out of being progressive, conservative, Democrat, Republican, they're all super popular policies. So this Democratic establishment that Hasan is speaking out so much against they don't want people to know that. So I have a really hard time with the liberals online right now trying to shut this conversation down and deny Hasan his opinion or browbeat Hasan from here to Timbuktu because he is pointing out a conversation that we need to have. And I think the reason Kamala lost, because nobody wanted to get off their couch that was super progressive, because they feel like both parties are the same, because they're not lazy corporate news voters that just takes what MSNBC says and takes what CNN says and then goes out and votes. They have dug deeper. These are very high information voters that go, no, wait a minute. AIPAC spent $200-something million to get Trump elected. It's clear Benjamin Netanyahu wants him elected. Kamala is taking money from the same PAC, really isn't talking about this genocide and the blank check to Israel. I see this as a continuation, as more of the same, with it being slightly rebranded. And I just think it's very MAGA-esque to shut down a conversation like that with Hasan and me, and to take a side on that, and to not understand that Hasan and I were having a super important conversation.
Yeah, I do think that most people probably just knee-jerk, disagree with Hasan on his assessment. It's shocking to hear somebody that is, a large left-wing content creator say, no, I would not vote for a presidential candidate, Newsom, right? And so, he got a lot of pushback, but the more we can have this conversation, right? Because remember, saying something that people disagree with gets a lot of attention, okay? And this has captured that attention. If that attention can then be sort of steered towards, all right, well, let's talk about this, right? Let's unfold this. Let's have people like hear the actual reason why people, when they hear Newsom versus Vance, they think we're cooked, right? Let's have this conversation, right? That's when change can happen. So yeah, Vosh would use, something like this to, I don't know, get quote retweeted by J.K. Rowling's in order to raise his own profile, while giving Rowling a great, example of her claim that trans advocates are misogynist. Vosh actually, tweets something misogynist, and that starts a conversation that very much goes against us, right? Hasan starts a conversation about what we should expect from the Democratic Party, like whether the candidate should earn our vote, or whether we should just, let them know that our whole thing is blue no matter who. So they think that they can put whoever they want in there. Rahm Emanuel, and you're still expected to vote for him. Right, Barry Weiss, I don't know. Right, how bad could it get? I don't know. We could find out. It seems to be getting worse. The less we give Democrats the feedback that there is trouble on the way, right? That their way is not certain, that their choice is a bad one. The more that they might actually change something.
Should be front and center of every Democratic conversation right now as we head into midterms. How do we build a majority party that services the most people without throwing any groups under the bus and doesn't prioritize?
The general gist of the liberal articles in favor of Trump versus Bernie, where Bernie's going to kill the economy because he's too much of a communist, but Trump is a well-known businessman that understands capitalism. Oh my God. Those are the best brainworms.
Servicing corporations.
He's rich. So if we elect him as president, he'll make us rich too. Because that's the thing about rich people. They really just want more people to be rich. Definitely.
And that's what he's saying. And I'm okay with us being, at the end of the day, that Hasan might be the person that sits on the couch and I might be the person that goes and votes for the corporate Dem. And I'm still evolving on that. And I have to keep an open mind about it. But more than anything, Hasan and I are online personalities. We are not politicians. And we both get to have our opinions about this. And we get to succinctly disagree or push each other and evolve. But when I see liberals or people in the Democratic Party trying to completely shut him down and shut down this conversation, it feels very cultist to me. It feels the opposite of what a progressive movement, a resistant movement.
It feels like the people that need to sit down, shut up, and bend the knee haven't got the message yet, right? And they're still telling us to sit down, shut up, and bend the knee. Listen, assholes, you have not got this. You have run this party for too long, and you've run it into the ground, and we're sick of getting Trump, right? We're sick of getting the country fucking Cronenberged by you losing to the clown of the world candidate over and over and over again, right? You need to realize that you fucked up. You made some wrong choices. You got Trump elected. So sit down, shut the fuck up, and listen.
To fascism should be. And then Kylie put up the tweet. And
we can work together and we should work together. But the first step is that you got to realize how bad liberals have fucked this thing up, and you got to bend the knee.
Graph about where the Democrats are right now. Okay, Hasan says, liberal Twitter has erupted, demanding party loyalty, hitting lesser evilism and harm reduction lines 2 years out from the presidential election. But they refuse to reckon with this historic unpopularity for the Dems, as Trump is deeply unpopular. Hold your electeds accountable, please. So here we have the Democratic Party. The favorability is 33%, historic lows. And what Hasan is saying is, why do I, as a voter, why did this large voting group, why do we have to concede? Why aren't the politicians conceding that corporations are not in the best interest of the people? And the people in the Democratic Party that are trying to shut this down, all you're doing is giving his platform more power. Because when I see the Democratic establishment behave this way, in a cult-like way, to say that we can't have an honest conversation about this, it makes me really lean into what Hasan is saying and dive into it more and more. Because oftentimes progressives are just, they're right. They're just right way too early.
I will say, I don't know what it is, but she's coming off a little bit glazy here.
And so if you think about where Bernie Sanders was in 2016, he was right. His message has aged far better. I didn't buy it at the time. I thought, oh, Bernie's crazy. He can't win an election. And the fact of the matter is, he probably would have beaten Trump. And where would we be now if we would stop listening to corporate Dems and the personalities that prop up this? We have to be a fixed party.
But yeah, it's definitely frustrating the fuck out of the liberals that took a fat shit on Hasan yesterday, that the person in the clip that they were calling based now agrees with Hasan.
That preserves this two-party system, and we cannot push our elected officials to service the American people more. So I just wanted to respond to all of this and say that me as a voter and as an online commentator, I'm going to continue to have these conversations. And the more the Democratic Party tells people to shut up, the more I realize how rigged the whole thing is. And then I end up going further and further left. Every Democratic politician should be shutting down corporate money. Every Democratic politician should be going on shows like mine, and especially shows like Hasan's, because that's where the people didn't show up, because they are tired of being lied to by Democrats.
Gavin Newsom. Did you hear this? Have you heard this, Gavin Newsom? Go on Hasan Piker. Wow, that would be an interesting conversation there.
Right, that's all I have. Like, subscribe, comment, be back.
There she is. Okay, so that is her defense of Hasan. I would show you Hasan's reaction to this, but we honestly don't have time, chat. But you know what we do have time for tonight? That's right, bonus content, right? People who support the corporation for public bitching have bankrolled not just a free half, not just a first half, right? But a fun half for us. And we have chosen, I hope, I think, we have made a choice of what the out of lurk for Cronenberg, yeah. We've made a choice of what we're watching. 138 votes cast so far. I hope, chat, that if we've got 138 votes, we've got 138 likes, okay? Because if you can hit the button to vote for something, you can certainly hit the button to like something, and likes help out the stream profusely, right? I cannot stress that enough, right? The other thing that helps out the stream is the thing that I have forgotten to do today, because I got too I got stuck. I got just like, I don't know, tunnel visioned on this, right? But that is the blast off skeet, I suppose. Yeah, we have a skeet on Blue Sky, and I'm gonna drop the link in chat right now. If you have Blue Sky, you want to interact with that post, I would appreciate that as well, because that's another thing that helps the stream. If you want to help out the stream, you want to bring more people in here, we need to grow the community in this next year. Something I'm definitely focused on. I hope it's something that you're focused on. You could do your part by hitting that like button, and if you've got Blue Sky, you can do that by hitting this link that I'm about to... There we go. That's the Blue Sky link. Yeah, I'm supposed to... There's like a whole procedure for the way that Hasan does it better. I will admit, Hasan does the whole blast off tweet. And in fact, maybe I should be on Twitter. Oh my God, chat. Fuck. This keeps on happening to me. My cursor. Oh, there it is. It's back. Okay, thank God. You ever have your cursor disappear? I don't know what kind of error that is, but I assume it. I assume that it's some kind of error. But yeah, chat, if you want to help me out, you know, and bring more people in, make the stream more fun, more active, more talkative, more interactive, then you could hit that like button. Because yes, for real, if we got 140 votes, there's no reason that we can't get 140 likes as well. So I want to see those likes, right? Wait, is there anything that tells me? I don't think analytics has it. Yeah, analytics does not have it. Viewer activity? Nope. Stream health shop. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where to look for likes, chat, but certainly you can see my cursor disappears a lot. Yeah, it's annoying. So yeah, like I said, I think that it's going to be Epstein, Bannon, and 4chan. That's got 52 extra points from the donations. Let me know if you've donated, right? Or if you want to donate, at which topic you want to put your donation towards, and I will add it to the bonus. Right now, it looks like it's going to be a very Epstein and Bannon Christmas. Yeah, 41% to 25%, and also a greater number in terms of 52% to 32% in terms of the donos. I think we have a winner, chat. I think we need to get into this. Got a really strong video from actually Mike Figueredo, who you may know as the Humanist Report. Mike Figueredo actually put out a video on this topic. A lot of people have put out this video on this topic, and I really do want to get
the administration doesn't even seem to have a unified message as to why they're doing this.
And what success would look like.
Oh, I think that's the wrong, that's definitely the wrong. Here we go. It's this one.
All right. Although the Democratic.
Okay, so like I said, chat, a lot of people have been making videos on this topic. I'm very interested in this topic. Epstein and Bannon, they did a lot of ops. They did a lot of plotting. You know, Epstein is a creep. He was into eugenics. He was always kind of making some fucked up plan. Yeah, Epstein and Bannon talked to the proprietor of 4chan when Christopher Poole also talked about 4chan and the poll board. And one day before Christopher Poole brought back the poll board, a fateful decision which would help to incubate the alt-right, he apparently met with Epstein. So let me see if I can find this video from Mike. When did I? Oh, here we go. I'm starting to see these videos. Where is it? There it is.
There are so many bombshell revelations in the latest batch of Epstein files that it's hard to not feel overwhelmed when going over them. And of course, I can't offer you a comprehensive overview of everything that's in them, but we are going to dive into some lesser discussed stories here in a moment. But first, I do want to give you the biggest headline because I think it's important that we not bury the lead. Donald Trump, again, was named in the Epstein files. A lot. In fact, the New York Times reports that his name, as well as Melania's name and Mar-a-Lago, were referenced 30.
Wait, if somebody donos to make the cat burglar win, I'm going to lose it?
8,000 times across 5,300 files. Notably, we learned last year that Epstein told Ghislaine Maxwell in a 2011 email that Trump spent hours alone with a victim at his house. More recently, we found out about a 2016 sworn testimony from an individual who claims that they witnessed Donald Trump threaten to make somebody disappear, just like a 12-year-old unnamed female disappeared. And he also threatened to have this individual's entire family killed if they, quote, ever disclosed any of the physical and sexual abuse of minor females that they'd witnessed Epstein or his clients commit. Mind you, they made this allegation under penalty of perjury, so that's something to keep in mind. There's also a plethora of tips to the FBI about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, most of which aren't verified, but nonetheless, they accuse him of child sexual abuse and even say that he allegedly drugged and raped a woman. Now, we also learned that Epstein is the one who introduced Trump to Melania in the first place, so needless to say, there's a lot there, and we are barely scratching the surface. Now, when you piece together some of the clues from the Epstein files, it's reasonable to assume, at the very least, that Trump was well aware of Epstein's criminality and chose to keep quiet. But the more likely possibility is that Trump was a client of Epstein himself, who allegedly engaged in child rape. But the connections between him and Epstein are so deep that I don't even think it's a stretch to question whether or not he was a co-conspirator who helped Epstein orchestrate the entire ring in the first place. But we don't know for sure, and we may never know.
And when you start to see what Epstein is interested in, what he's working towards, you know, what his beliefs are, they're very compatible is the word I'm looking for. Yeah, they're very compatible with Trump, right? They're very compatible with what Trump and Thiel and Miller and the rest of the creep cabal seem to be set on, right? So yeah, he's seeming like one of the boys here.
the full extent of his possible culpability here. And he's not the only one who's implicated. And we know of certain names, but there are some names that the DOJ is choosing to redact where there is actual evidence that they did something wrong. For example, there's an email where somebody tells Epstein, thank you for the fun night. One of your littlest girls was the naughtiest. And they chose to keep that name from us. We need to know who wrote that email so they can be investigated. But nobody's been investigated. You know, in other countries, in the UK, Slovenia, and elsewhere, there's consequences, at least minimally. But in the US...
So now the electeds, the senators and congressmen and women were... They were given access to the files, to the unredacted files, right? With some conditions. They couldn't bring phones, but some of them have gone in there and taken a look at the unredacted files. So it's possible that you know, redaction could have been viewed by somebody. Maybe I wonder, you know, who's. It almost looks like just enough letters for Les Wexner, but that's just me guessing, honestly. But yeah. I mean, there's a possibility of finding out, you know, who said that. There's also a very disturbing development, right? So I talked to you about Pam Bondi. This is where the Bondi thing ties together with the Epstein thing, right? She's, well, no, I guess she was brought in front of Congress to talk about the Epstein thing. They ought to bring her back to talk about ICE as well. But anyway, she brought what people are calling a burn book. It's a set of binders, right? That... and that seemed to have files for every member of Congress that was questioning her. And the idea was that they ask her a question, right? They you know, that's their role as for congressional hearings, right? They ask her the question in the interest of the public, and instead of answering, she like brings up some like essentially Oppo research against them, right? So that's what was going on. And amongst the Oppo research, right, people have glimpsed that there is information of what parts of the Epstein files these elected officials accessed. They're keeping track, chat, even while like supposedly giving the, you know, the elected officials access to the unredacted Epstein files. They're keeping track of what they're actually looking at and trying to use that shit against them. Yeah, they got sassy with that burn book. It was fantastic. That burn book kind of blew up in their face, I think. Hopefully there'll be more talk about that, because I think that really ties a lot together. Have you seen roadside coffee sell in Bangkok? It takes 45 minutes to get your coffee because the purveyor is so detail oriented. That's got to be some good coffee. Attack of the Block. I'll have to check that out the next time I am in Krung Thep, which is how you say Bangkok in Thai.
People who've been named are just like saying, yeah, you know, I shouldn't have hung out with this guy who's a pedophile. I didn't know any better, but I didn't do anything wrong. I just, you know, I hung around with bad people. But like, that's the extent of it. There's no accountability, no justice, nothing. Now, I just want to go through some of the names because
I knew that. I used a VPN. I went a VPN when I looked. Okay, so you're talking about on the government website. No, I'm talking about like a facility. I think they have a physical facility that Congress can go in and they can look at stuff unredacted, right? But they're like monitoring what they do and like trying to use it against them. It's wild, chat. It's fucking wild, right? Considering how on the back foot, I mean, chat, Epstein is the key to turning the Trump situation from a plurality of voters supporting Donald Trump, giving him an electoral mandate, right? And the situation we have now where, I don't know, Trump is like only supported by about 35% of the population, right? It's a huge difference. It's all started with the Epstein files. Other than that, we have, you know, I'm not going to say like a dominant Trump like movement. I'm not going to say Trump would be popular. I'm just going to say that's the Epstein files is really what started like cracking apart the MAGA coalition and really taking Trump down. So, yeah, they should be scared, right? This is very likely going to be what takes down the Trump presidency.
Goddamn, it is baffling the amount of people here just across the political spectrum and throughout the world who have been named in these fucking files. It includes billionaires like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Richard Branson, just to name a few. Former presidents, as you now know, like Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, the former Harvard president who served in both the Clinton and Obama administration.
What a creep. What a creep. And is that Dersh on the other side? I got Dersh on my right side. I got Larry Summers on my left side. Oh man,
Alan Dershowitz, Howard Lutnick, Trump's current Commerce Secretary. There's people in media.
People keep on calling him like, oh, I hate this guy, Satya.
Peter Attia of CBS.
I actually think he gives bullshit nutritional advice too. Kind of a RFK Jr. type of type of nutrition doctor.
Yes News, who is a physician. And also, get this, we're learning because of the Epstein files that he ditched his family when his son was in the hospital to hang out with Jeffrey Epstein. And he talked about how he was addicted to Jeffrey Epstein and needed to get his fix.
Chat, your son's sick in the hospital. I mean, that's a depressing scene. No, you got to go party with Jeffrey
Epstein. And like all of the other people in these files, they all seem enamored with Jeffrey Epstein, more so than just like trying to get in good with him and blow smoke up his ass, but they were drawn to him in some inexplicable way that is very disturbing.
That's it right there, Davy. Peak blunt rotation.
In my opinion. But that's not all. There's also once respected left-wing intellectuals.
But Davy, that you got to know that blunt is laced with adrenochrome, okay?
Chomsky, who have been named in the Epstein files. Not necessarily because there's evidence of wrongdoing, but because Chomsky was trying to help Epstein rehabilitate his image. Thanks, no. Now there's also sports moguls like Steve Tisch and Josh Harris. There's public officials in the UK like Prince Andrew and the Crown Princess of Norway. And there's also multiple powerful women that met Epstein or at least had dinner with him, including Martha Stewart, Katie Couric, and even Mira Nair, Zoran Mamdani's mother, who's a filmmaker. And to be clear, not every single person who was named is guilty, but it just speaks to how well connected this guy was. He seemingly knew everyone with fame and power, and for some reason, powerful people who were privy to his crimes went out of their way to cover his ass. And it's bizarre. For example, Kathy Rumler, who served as White House counsel for Barack Obama before becoming the CEO of Goldman Sachs, was giving Epstein advice back in 2016 while she was still part of the Obama administration, by the way, about how to respond to possible questions about then candidate Donald Trump having sex with underage girls. And instead of hauling Trump's ass in for questioning when they had power, the Obama administration decided to sit on this information that Epstein was willingly giving them about Donald Trump because they probably knew that Democrats like Bill Clinton, as well as their donors like Reid Hoffman, would also be implicated as well. So powerful people, they all kept their mouths shut for decades, presumably because they knew that speaking up would lead to their mutually assured destruction. You can't really tattle on Republicans without implicating Democrats as well, and vice versa. So they all kept quiet about the worst crimes imaginable. So we're learning in real time about an actual cabal, pay attention to QAnon, of well-connected elites who either raped children themselves or didn't say anything about the child rape that they knew was happening to protect their own asses in some way, shape, or form, or protect people that they were close to. And every single individual, regardless if they were a Republican, a Democrat, or an independent, needs to be investigated if they were named here and brought to justice if they committed a crime or withheld information about crime.
Were these skiffs, mewing star? Is this? I think it was more. I don't think it was like a normal skiff that they went into to view that. I mean, it's like a skiff, but I mean, this was a whole nother deal. Right? They can't bring a phone in. There was like all these stipulations for we're talking about the room that electeds were entering in order to look at an unredacted version of the Epstein files. I didn't know that we're dealing with those were skiffs.
Crimes that they knew were happening. And when you step back and really think about all of this, the Epstein file sheds light on the mentality of people in power, the sheer sociopathy of public officials who all defended a live stream genocide in Gaza for the past 2.5 years. We were all watching in our homes in horror.
Okay, wait, yeah, Mewing Star's got the deets here. It's a skiff with 4 computers that all 435 House members have to share. No notes. Yeah, so like, what do you schedule time? I'm guessing in it. No notes allowed, and no notes. Okay, I didn't realize they were banning notes. Some files have a second. There's a second. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. So this was a, you know how the redaction is a black box, right? It's like a black, rectangle or whatever. There on some of these files, when they lifted the first redaction, the black one, there's a white box underneath it, so you still can't see what's you still can't see what's been redacted. Yeah, it's a very fucked up situation. And on top of that, they are trying to like fucking like surveil the members of Congress while they're in there, and I don't know, I guess like use what they looked at in the Epstein files against them in some way. Like, what are they gonna do?
Slaughtered thousands of children every single day, and we couldn't fathom how politicians around the world could support such atrocities with enthusiasm. But now we know that it's
meowing, not mewing.
Just because of corruption and influence peddling by the likes of AIPAC and the Israel lobby. It is the result of a widespread disregard for the well-being of children that elites have normalized among their inner circles. It's a genuine sickness that should shake every single person to their core. These people are psychopaths. And, this might sound a little bit conspiratorial, but it does feel like something more sinister is going on that we still haven't uncovered yet. There's evidence that
I agree. I totally agree.
Was a foreign asset, possibly worked for Mossad, who blackmailed powerful people at the behest of the governments that he might have worked for, and that possibly, could include Russia as well, although there's more evidence for Israel, but that still doesn't explain the full extent of his reach. And that's what I really want to hone in on today in this video, because we're well aware of the most odious crimes that he committed, but Jeffrey Epstein was also able to presumably mold entire industries and influence public discourse in profound, world-changing ways. And simply being well-connected and a possible intelligence agent, it still doesn't quite explain how he was able to do all of this. Case in point, as the Gamer reports, Jeffrey Epstein was apparently a huge cheerleader for microtransactions in video games, the very thing that arguably ruined gaming. James Lucas reports, in newly uncovered correspondence between Epstein, futurist Pablo Holman, and former Activision CEO Bobby Kotick, taken from the over 3 million Epstein files that were released on Friday, conversations were had about, quote, indoctrinating kids into an economy through in-game cosmetics. X Prize is a good idea, but key is real-world rewards, Kotick said in an email to Epstein. Learn to read, earn cell phone minutes, iPhone credits, virtual items in games. Interestingly, these emails were sent on May 3rd of 2013, mere months after Black Ops 2 launched, the first game in the series to feature microtransactions. Activision tested the waters with personalization packs, extra slot packs, and paid calling cards, the first of which released on April 12th, 2013. Call of Duty Ghosts, which launched later that year, went even further with paid special characters, voiceover packs, skins, camos, and even weapons. It's not hard to draw a line between these conversations with Epstein and industry figures and the sudden boom in microtransactions that occurred around the same time period, but what's most concerning is the apparent interest to normalize aggressive monetization strategies towards younger audiences, as suggested in remarks made by Epstein's associates in the DOJ documents. Since this happened, gaming has become even more hyper-commodified to the point where AAA game studios are nickel and diming customers in every conceivable way. Like, they're getting creative with how greedy they are. They're not just selling cosmetics these days to gamers. They're charging for access to portions of games, and they're deliberately designing some games to be overly tedious to coerce gamers into buying upgrades that'll accelerate their progression. It's just disgusting.
Yeah. Like, when you make a game that is addictive or fun or whatever, and then you, but it has something that's like really a pain in the ass, and then you provide like a quality of life type, what would normally be just like a quality of life mod, but you have to, purchase it, right? I mean, it's like, they'll just leave parts missing, and then you have to put them back together by buying. It is like, wait, isn't buying the game enough?
Didn't single-handedly create.
I'm trying to understand what this is, though. Are we saying that maybe this is an idea that you get kids used to microtransactions, and then you set the stage where things like, I don't know, subscriptions for software and, that kind of, the model that they have now becomes more, becomes less something that people reject?
Create this trend, obviously, seeing as how microtransactions already existed long before he hyped them up in that email and after Call of Duty had already implemented them for the first time. But it's not unreasonable to assume that maybe he influenced Bobby Kotick to make them at least a little bit more predatory in the next Call of Duty, seeing as how he was a financier after all. Oh, and he was also encouraged to invest in Activision 5 years later, where he's told by Paul Barrett, sounds like they have successfully integrated the Battle Royale Fortnite format into the latest Call of Duty game. And Bobby Kotick, the CEO of Activision at the time, who was talking to Epstein, was also named in the Epstein files hundreds of times, and you might not be too surprised to find out that he was also covering up sexual misconduct at the highest levels of his company for years. So it's no surprise that a creep like him would also be drawn to somebody like Jeffrey Epstein, but the plot thickens even further when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein and video games, believe it or not, because he also helped to indirectly cultivate the regressive, hyper-reactionary gaming culture that's ubiquitous on the internet these days. And I say this because journalist Ryan Broderick, who's followed the rise of the far-right's infiltration of male-dominated spaces on the internet for years, explains how Jeffrey Epstein played a role in radicalizing young men. He writes, based on the documents we have access to, these were twin obsessions for Epstein, manipulating what we see online and finding digital alternatives to traditional finance, i.e. crypto. During the last years of his life, these two ideas would dovetail into one project, building a far-right takeover of Europe with Steve Bannon. Bannon first enters the picture when Epstein took an interest in World of Warcraft. Epstein was close with Brock Pierce, cryptocurrency entrepreneur who co-founded the stablecoin Tether. In 2001, Pierce founded Internet Gaming Entertainment, or IGE, a company that tried to build a trading market for in-game currency for video games like WoW. In 2007, Pierce was replaced at IGE by Bannon. And in November of 2016, Epstein's longtime accountant, Richard Kahn, emailed Epstein a Wired article about Bannon's role at IGE. In-game currency especially was a fixation for him. He emailed former Activision CEO Bobby Kotick in May 2013 a long diatribe about using virtual items and in-game currency to co-opt the existing video game industry and replace traditional education. He seemed to think you could inspire kids to learn better by gamifying it. Now let's pause right there because we're circling back to Epstein's success.
Gamification was like a buzzword at the time. I remember that, where people were, trying, like, that was just the watchword, right? Anytime you said that there was like a gamification component to your proposal, right, that would like get you in the door, right? It was the
successful co-optation of the video game industry, and the timeline here is really important. So prior to his role with Call of Duty's microtransactions, Epstein was already paying individuals to manage his online perception, especially after his 2008 conviction for soliciting prostitution of a child. Now, based on the emails that we've seen, it does seem like Epstein really was obsessed with manipulating online discourse too, as Broderick reported. Now, around 2011, Epstein took particular interest in 4chan, and its creator, Christopher Poole, aka Moot, shut down its politics board after it became a safe haven for Nazis. So he made the right decision, but then, conspicuously around a year later, he brought it back despite knowing the danger that it posed to the public. Now, Broderick explains, it has never made much sense as to why Poole would ban New for being a racist hellhole, and then barely a year later, launch Poll, which stands for politically incorrect, a board specifically designed to be a racist hellhole. But buried inside the newest batch of files related to the Epstein investigation is a possible hint as to what made Poole change his mind. He met with Epstein the day before Poll was created. And that's quite the coincidence, is it not? So Epstein somehow, presumably, got Moot to bring back this Nazi forum for some reason, and would you look at that, it took off. Now, maybe it happened organically, maybe Epstein played a role in making it more popular, we have no idea. But what we do know is what happened after this Nazi forum came back. White supremacist memes from this 4chan board ended up gaining popularity, especially after they trickled down to Reddit and Facebook. Edgy, racist memes and anti-Semitic memes and homophobic and transphobic memes became really popular, especially in online spaces dominated by young men. Think Pepe the Frog circa 2015 and whatnot. And this board found other ways to galvanize young men by popularizing anti-SJW sentiment, and even launched Gamergate, which was when the floodgates to online reactionary content just like burst open. But other nefarious actors also took Gamergate to the next level by mainstream. And that includes Steve Bannon's website. Roderick continues, in March of 2012, Steve Bannon, following the death of conservative blogger Andrew Breitbart, was installed as the editor-in-chief of Breitbart News. In 2014, 4chan's video game board V and Poll started lighting up about the Gamergate conspiracy theory. Milo Yiannopoulos, then a young tech writer for Breitbart, would transform Gamergate from fringe message board drama into the cornerstone of the global far-right movement by repackaging it in articles optimized for Facebook traffic, which was perfect timing because Epstein was beginning to work his way into Silicon Valley. And that branches off into...
Really notice this connection between 4chan and Facebook. They're kind of like, you know, night and day, right? They're opposite sides of the internet, age-wise, culture-wise, like in every single way. But this is going to become important when we get to QAnon, and you see, you know, ironic 4chaners posting, you know, conspiratorial drops in the form of, you know, purporting to be a somebody with a special intelligence clearance that is sharing. For you, the 4chan viewership, like, you know, secrets, government secrets, right? So now while most people on 4chan, they would enjoy the post, they would comment on the post, they would, you know, expand the theory of what the Q drops could mean, but I don't think they were invested, right? I think most 4chaners, I think most younger people knew that this was a game, this was silly, this was a right, this was not real, in other words, right? They're just having fun world building with QAnon. You take that shit and you bring it to Facebook, and you lose that layer of irony that is going to be, you know, on 4chan users. And now it becomes really fucking serious. Some of the jokes that they're making, you know, these people are on Facebook, the boomers are taking it very seriously. So yeah, this is you know, this is the way that right-wing memes and particularly world building around conspiracy theories, you know, kind of fed into each other in terms of the creation of it, which was not very serious on 4chan, and then the consumption of it by boomers, way too serious, right? And it creates, you know, some really fucked up people, let's just say.
To an entirely different story where Epstein infiltrated tech circles and got close to Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, and he even offered to help pay for Thiel's lawsuit against Gawker. I believe he encouraged the former prime minister of Israel to get in bed with Palantir. There's a lot there, but that's a different story for a different day. But to go back to 2011, Epstein helped unleash 4chan's Nazi board.
Oh, Vamps sent me the Ana Kasparian response to the Tulsi Gabbard accusations. God damn. We're going to have to go over this. I remember Vamps saying, like, I sent you something on Discord and then getting distracted by something else. God damn.
On the public, and it was a boon for right-wing operatives like Steve Bannon. So we're starting to kind of see the origins of the modern online far-right movement and how both Epstein and Bannon played very crucial roles. But it wasn't until 2017 that Epstein and Bannon would actually meet for the first time once journalist Michael Wolff connected them. Now, the context is important here because you've got Epstein, who is a pedophile who wants to control what we see on the internet, and then you've got Steve Bannon, an architect of the modern white supremacist movement who facilitated Trump's rise to power, and they both came together to
Scott Morrison, former Australian prime minister, also besties with the guy high up in the ranks of Q.
do some evil. Specifically, they wanted to crush.
When you say high up in the ranks of Q, you're talking about the conspiracy theory, right? Not somebody that actually has government clearance. Epstein is taking the time to shitpost and be an unironic bulltard. Is that real? As in, like, do we have confirmation that he participated in the board? What we have so far, chat, that I've seen at least, is that Moot is introduced to Epstein by a man named Boris. Their meeting supposedly takes place on the day before Poll was created, right? Poll being a rehash of another you know, political board that they had built that turned into a Nazi-infested hellhole, right? Apparent, you know, the theory being that that Epstein, you know, told Moot to bring back that board, essentially.
movement, which was popping off at the time. Quote, the two men brainstormed how to use cryptocurrency to fund a populist nationalist coalition that could stave off Time's Up, this is Me Too, for the next decade plus. And it seems like both Bannon and Epstein had already independently figured out the perfect...
What the fuck? I'm sorry, what are we reading? This is kind of crazy, right? Let me see. Two men brainstormed how to use cryptocurrency to fund a populist nationalist coalition that could stave off Time's Up for the next decade. What the fuck is that? Stave off Time's Up? It seems like both Bannon and Epstein had already independently figured out the perfect balance to build a coalition, 4chan. Anybody know what the fuck they mean by Time's Up? Stave off Time's Up, as if there's something that is a timer that is ticking away, and that creating this populist nationalist coalition using cryptocurrency to fund it is going to stave it off.
Place to build that coalition, 4chan. And as we now know, their coalition was indeed very, very successful. And side note, in 2018, after they formed this coalition, Bannon was trying to help Jeffrey Epstein rehabilitate his image. He wanted to crush the pedo myth. You can read this in the emails, and talked about how they needed to get people to not view Jeffrey Epstein as a monster and rather to view him as a human. So Bannon was trying to stage the comeback for Jeffrey Epstein. So they were...
Chad, that's what the Bannon conversation with the interview, right? Bannon interview, there's like 2 hours of Bannon interviewing Epstein. I think it was also to help him prepare for the court case. But yeah, there was definitely PR, that was being practiced there of him trying to, turn the implication around and saying, if you're against me, you're against the charitable, work that I'm doing, and try to,
working hand in hand. But to get back to the coalition, that coalition that they built appears to be the catalyst for the universalization of the global fascist movement that still exists today. With Epstein's connections to world leaders and Bannon's internet savvy, they were able to plant the seeds of fascism around the world and watched it grow. Now, Bannon gained a foothold in the UK and in Germany, France, and Hungary, and he started advising their fascist politicians and helping their movements grow as well. And in the newly released Epstein...
So yeah, I think the job for us now is to find their fingerprints, right? Their fingerprints are on the whole global fascist movement. We got to find those fingerprints and start pointing them out. And I'm sorry, I know this sounds ridiculous, right? I had a friend once who would always make jokes about, like, if you, you get you frustrated with people, that you're arguing with politically, that at some point you just have to call them call them Nazis and like leave, right? I think we're to the point, chat, where we can point at Epstein's fingerprints on the edifice of the alt-right, and we can call them pedos and leave the room. Yes, chat. Yes. That is how this bullshit is going to be rolled up.
Files, we do get a glimpse of how Bannon worked with Epstein behind the scenes to foster this global fascist movement that they built together. Broderick writes, in July of 2018, Epstein told Bannon that he was wrestling with how to get a team of hackers for Bannon and wanted to use a zero-day exploit to target crypto wallets and voting booths. And in another email that month, Epstein also alleged that Marine Le Pen's far-right Front National Party was financed by Russia. And over the next 6 months, the men continued to scheme with each other over text. In March of 2019, Rod Larson texted Epstein trying to lift Shinzo Abe on world stage as key to Brazil's Jair Bolsonaro or Ben Salvini. And Epstein texted Bannon, now at the pyramid, referring to the Louvre pyramid, with the entire government. What are your plans? So they were very clearly trying to nurture a global fascist movement that is still very much prominent till this day. And the wind under their sails was an online campaign of manipulation, specifically of young men, that emanated from 4chan, as we now know. And as is the case with all things Epstein related, we're barely even scratching the surface because there's so much there. Epstein also invested in technology that helped Russia. Internet Research Agency also manipulated people online, mostly at the behest of Donald Trump in the lead up to the 2016 election, but we don't know if he had any role with that operation or other foreign operations. Just there's so many fucking questions that it's making my head spin. But we might never know the full extent of the online manipulation that Epstein played a role in, but we can say with certainty that reactionary gaming channels that feed into anti-woke outrage to this day, like the Quartering, Geeks and Gamers, and others, they all owe their success to Jeffrey Epstein. He paved the path for them. The 4chanification of right-wing politics is a direct result of Jeffrey Epstein. And it's convenient for the Epstein class that right-wing reactionaries get their audiences to fixate on niche gaming-related culture war issues, since that's a really nice distraction from the ways that the Epstein class is robbing the rest of us blind. In fact, I would take it a step further and say that most right-wing influencers today, not just the gamer ones, arguably owe their entire careers to Jeffrey Epstein, because had he not intervened to get Moot to resurrect the politics board, which drives so much right-wing discourse online, there might have never been a lane for these grifters to exist in the first place. And ironically, these same people who championed the release of the Epstein files are now either downplaying Trump's role in it, or they're just pretending like they don't see all of the headlines that we're all seeing for obvious reasons. You know who I'm talking about, the Alex Joneses and the libs of TikToks of the world who thinks every single LGBTQ person ever is a groomer, but apparently the president that she supports is totally innocent. So the rabbit hole goes so much deeper than any of us thought, and the more we learn, the more questions we have. But at least we now know for sure why Donald Trump and the Republican Party fought so hard to stop the release of the Epstein files. Our suspicion was right. We were correct to trust our guts. It's because they're all over that shit, all of the elites. And if they're not directly implicated themselves, powerful people that donate to them or otherwise have them by the balls are implicated. So if the DOJ is willing to release all of this, I can't imagine what they're still keeping from us.
That's a great point. Yeah, the stuff that we have is the stuff that is supposed to distract us from the stuff that we're missing. So, if there's stuff, like, in other words, this is what they were willing to let us have, right? And this is what it points to so far. There's a lot, right? Imagine what is in the Epstein files that have not been released. Imagine what's behind those double redactions. And also imagine, yes, what might have been destroyed by the Trump administration in order to try to save his rotten ass. Anyway, with that being said, chat, I believe it's time to share the love on Twitch with a friend, streamer named Nora Detergent. We're going to raid in. I got to get to my Thai class here, so I'm going to raid you all in. We need Elephant Graveyard. Yeah, what's Elephant Graveyard been up to? I wish I had time at the end of the stream. It feels weird wrapping up like this all quick. It feels like so much better if you can, like, be like, all right, so, like, I don't know, do some kind of, like, wrapping up. But yeah, I've got to get going to class and get everything ready for that. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for getting my video out to more and more people. And hey, if you haven't had a chance to join the Thumb Gang yet, it's easy. You just press thumbs up or you click thumbs up or whatever you have to do. Right. I also want to thank my Patreons because
at Narwhalby, super chatted $5. Time's Up is Hollywood name for me too.
Oh, okay. Now I remember. Oh, so literally, oh my God, they were against me too, is what they were saying. God damn, Narwhal, you just like unraveled the big clue that makes that it was a prominent non-profit organization. That movement, it's basically, they're basically, and I think Mike said something about them being against me too. Thank you for the super chat and thank you for letting us know that. Narwhal, that's a great way to wrap it up. So I'm going to also wrap it up by thanking my Patreons, everybody that supports me on Patreon. At the $5 or greater level, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. So we're going to do those now. Shouts out go to JMB, Brian, Emily French, Big Al, Direful, Joel Siverwood, Sarah, Izzy Mandius, Steven Sayers, Animus, Infallible Foul, Orals Ellipsis, Nadia, Yvette, Choki, Moe Noip, Funky Monkey, Temporal Insanity, Good for Gabby, Jules K, Crystal Saphira, Buffy Geek, and a fancy shout out to Rachel K, to Omegastar, to Zara Xerox chat. Make sure to hit those like buttons as you are leaving. I really appreciate everybody that's in Thumb Gang, everybody that's joining Thumb Gang. For those about to thumb, we salute you, and we really appreciate that greatly. Looks like the raid went off as planned. So yeah, everybody take care of yourself and each other. I'll try to be back tomorrow. I owe you 4 gaming streams, chat. I'm gonna figure out how to fucking do that. And yeah, because I need to game too. It's not a situation where like I don't want to game, but everybody wants me to game. It's kind of like the opposite. I game and nobody watches, and so therefore other people who would want to watch, they don't come over. They don't know that it's happening. So yeah, we're gonna have to set it up. I'm gonna probably have to schedule it. Just make sure there's like a base of like people showing up there so that other people will be able to see that. I don't expect to get the same numbers, right, chat? But I would just love to get the same reach where that everybody that, especially everybody that's contributed, because they're $400 have gone to get me to fucking game. Okay. There's a lot of people that have donated some amount of money because they want to see me game. And it just breaks my heart. The idea that I go on and game and like only 5 people find me, right? And then the next day I have to explain like, yeah, we were gaming on So anyway, we'll try to figure out a way. The other thing I thought of is like doing a short stream on a topic that people care about, and then like lead right into the gaming stream. So at least, you know, I'm visible to people, and change the title to gaming and everything. I don't know, chat. I will figure it out. That's my responsibility. I appreciate all of the supporters out there for the Corporation for Public Bitching, which is brought to you, as always, by viewers like you. Thank you, supporters. Thank you, mods, and much love to everybody. I will see you either tomorrow or on, I guess it would be Saturday for you. Until then, bye-bye.